Joe Harris has been waived. What does it mean?
Good morning, Chatty House.
We're discussing it all day on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Should the Kings sign Joe Harris?
Is Joe Harris the missing piece of a Kings title run? All of that and more coming up next on the Insiders.
Joe Harris.
Good morning, everybody. Congratulations to Ramsey on the boat. Good to see you last night, Ramsey.
$19.9 million. Joe Harris makes.
Whew.
That's an expensive veteran to have hiding on your bench.
I have down so far 2, 5, 7 trades.
Yeah, it's lit this morning.
I think only one player we really talked about for the Kings, though.
There was a player we talked about for the Kings again?
Yeah, Daniel Gafford.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. That was a segment. What's up, David?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it, Manny. Michigan, my guy. All right. We have 10 seconds until the legal identification. And then we'll do a good radio show.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that sounds like a plan. Sound like a plan, everybody? All right, here we go. Party time. Good morning, a happy Thursday, happy best day of the week to everybody out there, whether you're listening on ESPN 1320, whether you're listening on the free Odyssey app, or maybe you were tapped in on ESPN 1320 TV at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Also streaming live on Twitter. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. That's James Ham. He's sitting right over there, I promise. I'm Kyle Madsen. I'm sitting right here, I promise. 7 trades have gone down so far this morning in the NBA.
You're making a lot of promises out there. I don't know. Yes, 7 trades. It's been wild. You kind of felt like this might be. I don't know. Last night I was driving home. I'm like,
we'll talk about last night.
We don't have to talk about it. We'll just skip. We'll like.
No. No.
Look into the light.
You don't get to be a team's extra point on the season, and we skip talking about it.
Okay.
Detroit.
Okay.
Now it's 7 wins after last night's.
That seems to be the theme this morning. 7 wins, 7
trades.
7 trades. I don't know. 7-minute abs. I don't know.
It's a negative for me, Coach.
It's a negative.
No promises there.
No promises. Yeah, a bit of a wild morning, but I was driving home last night and I'm like, you know what? I feel like this thing is going to bust loose in the morning. And I don't know if that's like league wide or just Kings. But yeah, for me, I'm like, hey, it kind of felt like we've had all of this quietness, this weirdness, and that people are doing work behind the scenes. So I don't know. We'll see.
When we talked about it yesterday on the show, it felt like Detroit, who the Kings played last night and lost to. And again, we'll talk about that here shortly. But it felt like Detroit was going to be one of the teams that would be the most active. They were 6-43 going into last night. They've got veterans who aren't doing them any good. They've got young players who can probably be jettisoned in favor of minutes for young players who may be a piece of their team. And you see that today. So far, Detroit, and we'll push the trade stuff to a little bit later, but Detroit specifically has traded Alec Burks and Bojan Bogdanovic to the Knicks in exchange for Quentin Grimes, Evan Fournier, Malachi Flynn, Ryan Arcidiacono, and 2 second-round picks.
Ooh.
Detroit also acquired Daniel House from Philadelphia. House and a second-round pick from the Knicks. Via the Knicks from Philly. Philly gets some cap room for the buyout market. That's according to Woj. And then they've also traded No, they waived Joe Harris.
They waived Joe Harris.
And they waived Joe Harris.
$19.9 million Joe Harris.
It's a lot of money.
We want you to take this $10 million check and leave.
Here's $10 million. Exit the building. You know what? If Aaron, our boss, walked in here right now with a $10 million check and said never come back, I wouldn't even say goodbye.
Yep.
I wouldn't even take the time.
You wouldn't even say goodbye to me, Kyle?
I'll text you.
That's rude.
We'll FaceTime. I know what Jamba Juice to find you out in the mornings. No, so that's what's going on. Gordon Hayward has been traded to Oklahoma City. Buddy Hield is on the move again. He's going from Indy to Philly. Daniel Gafford, the center for Washington, he's headed to Dallas. A lot of stuff shaking up the West. We'll talk about what that means for the Kings.
We have another trade right now.
Great.
Charlotte is trading PJ Washington to the Dallas Mavericks for a package around Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a first-round pick. Sort of seemed like they missed out on Kyle Kuzma, and Kyle Kuzma is available.
Yeah, Mark Stein yesterday on NBC Sports California said the Mavs were one of the teams in on Kyle Kuzma, and given that they've acquired Daniel Gafford and now went and got PJ Washington and are dealing all their trade chips, kind of makes it seem like they were punting on that idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they might like break this thing up. I don't know. Like usually when you get one trade, there's always a possibility for more. I don't know.
Yeah, so we'll talk about what this all means for Sacramento, how the West has changed, whether the Kings are going to get in on the action, and if the Kings do get in on the action, again, if you're listening while you're driving, or maybe you're at work and you've got to leave, or whatever the case, you don't have to turn us off. We're on the radio on 1320 AM. Download that free Odyssey app, search ESPN 1320. You can tap in there. That way you can just take us with you wherever you're going. Maybe you got errands to run today, or of course, YouTube and Twitch. We are also there if you are heading into work, or maybe you're going to be somewhere where you can't be in front of a radio or listening on your phone. You can tap in on the computer, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Any news that happens in the lead up to the noon trade deadline today, we will have it for you right here, breaking it down, what it means for the NBA, what it means for the Kings. The Kings. They fall to the Pistons 133-120 last night. And we have a new contender, James, for worst loss of the year.
Oh no, that's it.
I think the reason this one is worse than all of the other bad losses they've suffered this year, where they lose to a shorthanded Portland team, or they lose to a shorthanded Charlotte team. I guess they beat a shorthanded Portland team in overtime, but they lost to Portland later. They've lost to a shorthanded Charlotte team. What makes last night so bad for me was, I said to you during the game, I was like, man, it feels like the Kings are up 50 right now. Like they just feel like they're controlling it. They feel like they're fine, and they're eventually going to pull away. Like the Pistons are hitting some shots, but eventually the Kings are going to, like we saw them do in Detroit, are going to put their foot on the gas and pull away in this game. It's just really how it felt. And Domas hits the 3 at the end of the third quarter. Kings go up 2. They've erased this 15-point deficit. And it's like, all right, here it is. They're winning this game by 20. They are going to run these dudes out of the gym in the fourth quarter. All right. And then they get smoked in their own house in the fourth quarter.
By Jaden Ivey.
Tapping
his head the whole time.
That was tough.
I'm not sure what he's doing, but
I don't know either, but that's a strong celebration. I'm kind of here for it. But yeah, so he goes for a career high 37. Keegan Murray has 0, by the way.
Yes.
It was De'Aaron Fox wasn't good. The Kings once again play no defense. They just weren't good enough.
Kyle, this really does make me, it reminds me of the Charlotte game completely. Again, a bunch of players missing for Charlotte. Detroit sat Bojan Bogdanovic, who they trade today. They sat Cade Cunningham. But what happens in the NBA is if you leave a team hanging around, you run the risk of one guy getting hot and ruining everything. And against Charlotte the first time, it was Rozier. Terry Rozier got hot late and torched the Kings. This game, it was even a combination of Burks and Jaden Ivey, but you let somebody have life, and they took advantage of it, and that's your bad. That's the Kings' bad. Like, it just really, really bad. This is the worst loss.
You know, when you go into work some days, and I know you experience this with writing, as do I.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you experience it with radio, particularly in the summer, but anybody who has a job or anybody who's ever been to school, you know, there's days where you're like, I'm dialed today. I am locked in.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's other days where you're going, I would rather be literally anywhere else. I have work to do. I'm skipping it, or I'm half-assing it. I'm mailing it in today. Everybody's done that at least once in their life.
Yep.
And if you haven't, shout out to you. You are the king of society. It feels like that's what the Kings do in these games, where they look like they want to be anywhere else than at work. And I cannot get my head around that. I can get my head around that if the Pistons had looked like that. Yeah, man, they're 6-43. They're not going anywhere. They're playing vacations. They can't wait for April 14th for this season to be over.
Yeah.
You're the Kings. You lost your playoff spot last night, by the way. They're now in the play-in tournament.
Oh, no.
They entered this year talking about taking a step forward, and all those matchups with the Warriors early in the year. They got asked about, and they're like, we're trying to get to that level, of making championship runs years and years in a row and taking these steps forward. And that's fine. Even if they had this record and they were a first round exit in the playoffs, that's fine. But and Mike Brown said this last night after the game. I don't mind losing. I would like to win every game. I don't mind losing. I do mind that there are players, or there are some of us, who are going to look in the mirror and not be able to say that I left everything on the court. And that there is a problem that goes beyond the trade deadline. It's a problem that goes beyond X's and O's. That is just an internal problem that whoever that is on the Kings has to individually fix themselves.
I agree. Like, watching that to me is what I like to call a check-in game, right? Where like nobody's playing well, and then you have a player check in, like, okay, I'm present, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, okay, they've got one guy, and then another guy will check in,
mm-hmm.
and then another, and that you're hoping that by the time you get into the third quarter, 4 guys have fully, like, we're here, we're ready to run this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they got that, right? I thought that Sabonis was amazing. I thought that Kevin Huerter early on hitting the threes. Trey Lyles came off the bench and started hitting the threes. And then Malik Monk, you started having all these guys check in.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes it's just not enough, especially when you're as bad defensively as the Kings are.
That's it.
I mean, you're going to go in there and you're going to let a team that isn't very good at all. I mean, they're the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
And we're
on track to be the worst team ever.
And well, they're probably not anymore, but you're going to let them shoot, like, what was it? 54.6% from 3, whatever it was.
Yeah.
54.8. What is going on here?
7th time this year they've allowed a team to shoot 50% or better from 3. Tied for the most in the league.
That's amazing.
With the Nets and the Spurs.
Yeah, they are the I'm going to guess that after last night's game, they've got to be number 1 in number 30 in 3-point defense.
Stand by. Nope. 29th.
Still 29th. They're 39.7 now.
39.7 for a whole season.
That's what they're giving up. That is absolutely ludicrous, man.
Putrid, dude. And this is not a run of 3 games where you're going, teams are just making shots. Mike Brown talked about in detail in his press conference.
Broke it down.
All the different things. It's not, you know what? We need to close out harder. We need to close out harder. We need to be chest on, they call it what? Hipping a hot shooter.
Yeah.
Where you're on their hip, and when they rise, you rise. It's not that late closeout. Talked about the dribble drive and how bad they got killed on all the different things that they did wrong. And it's not, that happened last night. This has happened all year.
He said they spent 5 minutes on closeouts
before the game.
Shoot around in the morning. They should 5 minutes of their defensive time. This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. And then he says it straight up. And then I watched De'Aaron Fox go up and stop 2 feet away from somebody with his hands out. Like, get into their hip, get your hand up.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange. Like, he's like the way he expressed himself was like, look, it's not, if they were doing what we were asking,
mm-hmm.
and that wasn't working, then then I need to change something like
Right.
schematically.
Right.
But they're not doing what we're asking.
Right.
So what am I supposed to? Well, what you're supposed to do at this point, probably play some different players.
Even if they're worse, like you got to you have to do
Find somebody that will do what you need.
Right, literally anything. So and the way he sounded in his presser last night too, he sat down and just talked for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
It sounded exasperated. It sounded like not necessarily searching for answers because he knows the answer. The players have to execute what they're coaching, but he doesn't have the why on why that stuff's not being executed.
Yeah. You go 5-2 on a road trip, great vibe coming back, and then you lose to the worst team in the NBA at home.
Yeah. Let's get into some of the minutia with 6 quick thoughts. You can find those on James's Twitter, but we're going to talk about those and break some of those down in depth. And of course, the NBA trade deadline is today at noon. All the latest trade deadline movement, we will have it for you here on ESPN 1320. Stick with us all day. We've got you till noon. D'Lo and Casey will be reacting to the trade deadline and the Kings loss from noon to 4. So stay tapped into ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We'll be back in a second.
Oh, Brooklyn is finalizing a trade, sending Royce O'Neal to Phoenix for salary and 3 second-round picks. No first-round pick for Royce O'Neal.
The Kings between January 9th and February 9th play 4 home games.
Yeah. And then March they play like 14. 13. I think it's something like 13.
Between March 4th and April 2nd, they play 4 road games. And one of those road games is LA. That's batting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Jill Adge, renowned Kings fan. Dallas adds PJ and Gafford. Sorry, Kings fans. They just jumped you.
I think it's interesting because I don't know if I disagree.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I like Gafford, but again, that's not a difference maker by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe better than what they had, but and then the PJ Washington, but you gave up Seth Curry and
Grant Williams.
Grant Williams
has been kind of a disaster though this year, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's like a 7th player. He's fine as your number 7. He's your number 2, or you're number 3. You're in trouble.
Yeah, not quite. Not. I wouldn't call it a disaster. 8, 4, and 2 on. Oh, he's shooting 41% from the field though. Holy smokes! About a minute and a half here.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. Seth Curry gets to go to Charlotte.
Oh yeah. Where it all began.
Yeah. You think he'll wear number 30 like Dell?
If it's not retired by the franchise, well, his dad's there. That's cool.
If it would be so funny if Del Curry's jersey was retired. Also, Seth Curry was playing 13 minutes a game in Dallas, and he played 36 games. Not a major loss, but also he's 33. Good Lord. It would be so funny if Dell's number 30 is retired and Seth was like, Dad, I want to wear your jersey. And he's like, nah.
Come on now. And George Karl, of course, he threw major shade at Seth Curry when he was here in Sacramento.
George Karl did that? Weird.
Yeah. Well, he's a good kid. He might be in the league a couple of years. Yeah. That was a long time ago. Curry has not been good for Dallas this year. Man, he's 33. Holy cow.
Is there an echo in here?
Yeah, my bad.
All right, here we go. Got plenty of trade deadline action for you today. What do all the moves mean for the Kings? We will be discussing that.
Mm-hmm.
We got some Super Bowl stuff I want to talk about. Super Bowl week is really killing me. All the media and stuff. My new pet peeve is great player like Drew Brees on I don't want to pick a radio station, but I'll just like make one up like on like ESPN radio. Talking about the Niners and Chiefs. And it's just really clear that he very vaguely watches and pays attention. And they're asking Drew Brees like he's some kind of expert. Like, bro, he doesn't know. He talked about, he's like, oh, the Niners, they did it right. They built the offensive line first. Like, no, they did.
What are you talking about? Like, I literally have asked Kyle for 2 years on the radio, even when we didn't have a show together, when they're going to add offensive linemen. That's great.
All right, we'll put a pin in the Super Bowl stuff because we need to get to 6 quick thoughts from James Ham on last night's Sacramento Kings loss to the Detroit Pistons.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Bad.
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know.
Yeah, he does.
Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 of them things from James Ham, brought to you by, well, it could be you. Rich.ripley@odyssey.com. If you would like to sponsor 6 quick thoughts, we do it after each and every Kings game. And if you are so inclined, we could find other things to do 6 quick thoughts about during the off season, but that's for the pitch meeting. Anyway, James, we sat next to each other at the game last night. It was a delight.
We did.
Your first quick thought on the Kings loss.
Didn't have it.
No, they didn't.
De'Aaron Fox was a step slow from the jump, and it hurt his team's chance to win.
Boy, did it.
12 points, 7 assists, 0 for 4 from 3, 5 of 14 from the field. He just looked like he was exhausted. I don't know, Kyle. He looked like he wasn't ready to compete. And I'm not sure why that was.
Earlier today, when I said, you know, those times where you just look like you don't want to be at work and you're going to punt it today?
Yep.
In fact, you know what? Specific example, going to call myself out. On Tuesday, I have a writing job, NinersWire.com. Check it out. That requires like a lot of work. And on Tuesday, my contributor wrote something and I wrote something, which is well short of what I need to be doing, especially this week. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just not feeling it today. I'm out. I'm done. I didn't write anything else. That's how De'Aaron Fox looked yesterday. Like he just, and again, I don't know. I'm not in the guy's head. Maybe he's banged up. Maybe he's got something going on. I have no clue. I based on my assessment of watching him on the court, he looked like he didn't have it, to use your wording.
Yeah, he just looked like he wasn't ready, wasn't engaged. You know, like tough. And the worst part is like when nothing is going right and then he walks into a 3 in transition. That's usually when it's like, or with 17 on the clock and you're like, okay, look, man, like it's okay. If you want to be a facilitator tonight, be a facilitator and be a defensive player. That's fine. And he had 7 assists, but you know, don't go 5 of 14. Like find somebody else, like look to somebody else to lead the charge.
Well, the thing that's weird is, I mean, he goes 5 of 14. He missed a dunk. He missed a couple of shots in the paint that you normally see go down for him. It wasn't there. The number I circle, and this is something that you brought up, and ever since you brought it up, it's glaring to me. The 0 for 4 from the stripe.
Oh,
you
yeah.
You can tell what kind of night De'Aaron Fox is going to have by how his first couple of free throws go.
No, totally.
And he goes 0 for 4 from the stripe. On the defensive end, he got a little physical. Thought maybe there was an offensive foul. Then he gets whistled for a foul, and And there it just wasn't checked in.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, that was a game where I didn't think Davion Mitchell played exceptionally well either. He had some moments, but it was a game where Mike Brown was just kind of searching. Like, what are you going to do? Like, there comes a point, though, where he does need to say, okay, like, look, if that's what we're doing here, then I need to try somebody else at your position.
Yeah.
For tonight. Like, I'm not saying.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a permanent thing, but
no. Like,
send some kind of message, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, look, if that's where we're at, then let's go ahead and try something different.
All right, number 2.
Trey Lyles, elite shooter. Former Piston. He put up 13 of his 19 points before halftime, chipped in 2 boards. He has been so good over the last couple of weeks hitting from the outside. So I thought that he definitely had a good game.
Yeah, sure did.
He didn't hit the glass, which is a problem. He had 2 rebounds, but that was kind of a problem with everybody last night.
Yeah, glad to see Trey Lyles making threes.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Domantas Sabonis was having a pedestrian game through the first 24 minutes. And the third, he was just incredible. He pushed his double-double streak to 33 games, finished with 30 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists. Like, look, like, if there's someone you're going to blame, it's not him in this one. Like, I'm not blaming Trey Lyles. I'm not blaming Domantas Sabonis. Like, there are a couple of players here who did actually play well and had a good game. And Sabonis is one of them. And I don't want to hear
offensively for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, defensively, there's all kinds of issues defensively with this team.
It is straight up.
Yeah.
Across the board. My one nitpick on Domantas Sabonis.
Yep.
And talked about it last night. He went for 30. Like, yes, thank you. Like, this is what I want to see more of from him. Jaden Ivey with 8:12 left makes a 3 to make it 108-105 Pistons. Domantas Sabonis comes down, has a layup. It's there. He turns and fires it out to Trey Lyles for 3. I get Trey Lyles is hot. Fine. He misses it. Later on, Kings get a stop. Kings get a couple stops. They go down 108-105. Domas again has the ball in the paint, has a chance to go up with a shot, turns around, throws it out to Harrison Barnes, who misses. And I get making the right basketball play. I understand all of it. He is a max player in a spot like that where your team is struggling to hang on to the rope, to use the metaphor that we use all the time in this show. I would love to see him go up and get a basket there. I get that Trey Lyles can shoot it. I get that Harrison Barnes can shoot it, but those are not the guys I'm paying to hit big shots for me.
Yeah.
And that's again, he was very good last night, but those 2 possessions just stick in my craw.
Yeah, I know. I could see like that possession when he's just right there. All he had to do is, and he's on his left. Right. He's on his left and he's got an open, it's right there. And he hits the guy in the corner. I didn't get it. Like,
if there's 30 seconds left, great play, great pass. You need a 3 there. There's 8 minutes to go. You could take your 2 points.
Yeah.
Cut it to 1. Keep the momentum. Anyways, that's, like I said, just nitpicking. He was obviously very good last night.
He was.
Number 4.
The Flying Monk. Malik Monk took a while to get going, like most of the other Kings. But once he started sprinting around the court, he put on show. He struggled from 3, but managed 23 points, 10 assists, and 2 blocks. And again, I will repeat this. Malik Monk leads the Sacramento Kings in blocks.
That's a problem.
You're a 6-man.
Who's not an awesome defender either.
Who might be 6'3".
Ooh. Generously.
He's listed at 6'3", but might be 6'3". That is who leads your team in blocks. And he's played really well for most of the season. He woke up out of his little slumber here and he's been, he's kind of back on the right path, but definitely one of those things where like he was there. He was present. He was ready.
Tough to squander a 23-10 game from your 6th man.
Yeah. And a 30-12 with 7 assists game from your center.
Yeah, that's bad. Number 5.
Kevin Hunter came out firing. He knocked down 3 straight triples to open the game, finished with 4 of 9. So that's a problem. So that means he finished 1 of 6, but 16 points. And then he got ejected, Kyle. He got ejected.
You know what? Honestly, good
for him.
Like, finally somebody did something abrasive.
Yes.
God. And he earned it too. Malik Monk got fouled on that 3. No call. Kevin Huerter goes down. Intentional foul. Barked at the ref. Double T. He's gone. Like that. You know what? I'm fine with it, especially in that spot.
Yeah.
The game was over. Get your T's. Get your
Very
money's worth.
Very interesting to see a player get double T that we never see get text at all.
Yeah. Number 6.
Stepped on the gas. With Fox out of sorts, Kings needed a boost. Davion Mitchell made the decision to push the pace. He made the decision to push the pace within the half court set, which I thought was really interesting. He's quick. Mm-hmm. He needs to use it more often, and I thought he was all right. 9 points and an assist.
Yeah, he looked more in the preseason. There was a feeling of, wow, Davion's playing with a lot more certainty.
Yeah.
He just has that. And then the regular season started, and it looked like he lost that. Looked like he regained it last night. And if you're going to get a better version of Davion Mitchell, I think overall you're going to get a better version of the Kings because they need as much help as they can defensively. And if he's not going to be a negative offensively, I think you're going to see a lot of Davion Mitchell minutes down the stretch here. All right, let's hit the break. We will continue talking about this game. We'll have trade deadline updates for you. What do all the trades mean for the Kings in the West? And then we're going to divvy out some blame for what happened in the game last night.
Okay.
And I might take some responsibility. I'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320.
Boy. Sure does seem like it's quiet trade deadline. Our friend Sam Amick has had plenty to write this morning about what's going on. With the Kings. Let's see, where was that? They have not had conversations with Kuzma for a while, which is what I kind of wrote yesterday. That it's, like a lot of the Kuzma stuff is left over from just the history of that the Kings have been in on him in the past. He has Dorian Finney-Smith and Royce O'Neal. Royce O'Neal, of course, has been traded. DeLon Wright. And Miami's Caleb Martin. I like, just like I've always said it, go get me a Martin twin. It's fine. Martin twins, basically, in my book, they're what everyone thought Chris Duarte could be.
That's something I want to talk about.
Yeah? Oh, yeah. And we do have to talk about him.
Who?
Chris Duarte.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Kings PR, by the way. Big shout out. Worst loss of the year. Domas to the podium. De'Aaron Fox to the podium.
That's right. They were both very brief.
Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter made available in the locker room.
Oh, I don't know if Huerter ever talked.
Oh, that's right.
No, I went to the locker room.
That's
Malik was there. We kept waiting for Kevin to come in, and then Malik finally talked. Malik has a funny thing that he does where he acts like he's not going to talk to us and may call us like
names,
MFers and stuff. Like, I ain't talking. And then it's all in fun. And then eventually he talks to us.
So fun.
Yeah.
That's such a fun thing.
It is a fun thing. I'm intrigued here.
What?
I just like the idea of Caleb Martin. I mean, it's like, go get yourself a Martin twin. He's 28 years old. He's under contract at 6.8 this year and 7.1 next year. So you could probably do a pretty easy swap. Although you're going to have to give up some.
Oh, shoot. I forgot. Hey, I think TC was on hold. TC, call back in. My bad, dude.
Oh.
I meant to shout you out, and then we got too close to the break, and then I forgot to grab the phone. Sorry.
Scooter, that trade doesn't hinder them that much, but they have all their picks if they wait until the summer.
So what I'm working on doing, my headphones, is I'm watch what happens if I do this. Hang on. I'm working on fixing, or not fixing, but I've actually broken them all the way.
Oh, that's not
I'm
good.
working on bringing in my studio headphones from home and just bring them here.
Yeah. This seems like a long commercial break, Kyle.
It's a little longer, and I got out late.
Yeah, yeah.
Swing and a miss.
Somebody asked why they would trade Caleb Martin, and I just think it's because.
Oh, hang on. We're back.
Yep.
You know what stands out to me?
Yeah.
So Chris Duarte got hurt last night. He rolled his ankle in pregame warmups, and then you saw him in the locker room, I guess.
Yeah. So I had no idea that he had been injured. I was in the locker room in pregame, and he comes in on crutches, and I'm like, "Whoa! Like, hey, what's going on?"
Mm-hmm.
And then I was alerted that Chris Biederman had just reported that he had been ruled out for the game with a sprained ankle or with an ankle injury.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Chris Duarte's on crutches, and his ankle looked like it was the size of a baseball.
Yeah, it wasn't a hey, he's on the trade market. He rolled his ankle.
No
injury. It was
no.
It was an actual.
Oh yeah, he was
Ugh.
on crutches and trying to get to his locker, and then they brought him out some slides to put on. At first I thought, okay, well maybe his ankles are just, like everybody's feet are different. So I wanted to, I was kind of like, are you doing all right? And then he pulled off his sock off his other foot, and I'm like, oh no, like his other ankle looks normal size, and then his right ankle looked pretty big.
Ugh.
Yeah, like, oh, that just happened.
Yikes.
So the Kings have their practice facility, which is attached to Golden One Center.
Mm-hmm.
He was warming up in the practice facility and rolled his ankle, and I'm not sure how that happened. We do not have any of the updates yet on him. We don't know if he went in for an MRI or X-rays, but I'm assuming that both of those things were taking place. And they said that they would get back to us, but that was not one of those, hey, guy is injured and, guy might get traded, so we're not going to put him out there.
Right.
Yeah, it was not one of those things.
Hmm.
But it kind of brought us to the discussion that, the Kings have now been linked through The Athletic to Caleb Martin, one of the Martin twins who plays for the Miami Heat, 28 years old, under contract this year at $6.8 million and like $7 million next year. On again, off again starter for the Heat. And realistically, that's who the Kings, I believe, were hoping they were getting with Chris Duarte.
Yeah.
Is like a third Martin twin.
Yeah.
Like a triplet, a Martin triplet, if you will.
So 2 things on this. I want to put a pin in the Chris Duarte thing real quick. Did we get the David Roddy, Royce O'Neal trade?
No, we did not get to the David Roddy portion of it. The Royce O'Neal, I think we did talk about.
Okay, so Royce O'Neal is headed to the Suns.
Yep.
For 3 second-round picks, and then Memphis is sending David Roddy to the Suns for a pick swap as part of a 3-way deal with Phoenix and Brooklyn. The Suns acquire Royce O'Neal and David Roddy. And the trade includes second rounders from the Suns and pick swaps. According to Shams.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, as far as I'm seeing right now, as we sit at 10:37, 2 teams that you're competing with, the team that, like you were last night, the 5th seed, you've now slid to the 7th seed, right? The 2 teams above you are the Dallas Mavericks and the Phoenix Suns. They are out there actively improving their rosters right now. Right now, it's happening. They're doing it. And so far, the Kings have not done much.
They've done nothing. And also, real quick, just for the sake of updates, Woj just reported that the 76ers are sending Patrick Beverley to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yes.
Right on.
Pat Bev.
That doesn't affect the West.
No.
But here's where Chris Duarte kind of ties into all of this Kings looking to get better thing.
Mm-hmm.
That was the move this offseason for me, because Sasha was a pretty significant question mark. Sasha was A, how's he going to look in the NBA? B, what position is he going to play? C, how tall is he? Like, remember when he walked in for the presser and it was like, oh, he's a legit 6'7",
yeah,
6'8". Like, okay, great. So that was a massive, massive question mark. But Chris Duarte was the one where the Kings were running it back, but they wanted to make these tweaks, right? They wanted to make these tweaks where, okay, you have this great offense, but get to mid-level defense.
Yeah.
Be just like capable of getting a couple of stops late in the game. Be capable of getting stops like last night where the Kings get a bucket to cut it to one. Detroit hits a 3.
Yeah.
Kings get another bucket. Okay. Cut it back to 2. Detroit hits a 3. Just so I thought Chris Duarte was going to be a huge, huge piece of that, because when he came out from Oregon, he was a very good defender. We saw that even in his first year with the Pacers. He knocked down a 3, and I thought he was going to be a perfect fit for just everything that really ailed the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And then Davion Mitchell as well, right? You see Davion getting after it in the preseason. Okay, he looks like he's found his role. Well, as we sit here now on February 8th, an hour and 20-ish minutes before the trade deadline, the Kings are just kind of the same team they were last year. And they look about the same. It's so, I think I've been trying to overthink this, and it's just kind of obvious. They're playing, for the most part, the same players.
Yes.
And they're getting, for the most part, the same results. And that's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Something like that, yes.
So the Duarte injury last night, as when that happened, it's like, okay, well, I know he hasn't been playing, but okay, what options does this give the Kings? And I'm going, oh, well, they're just kind of doing the same thing they were anyway, so this doesn't really change anything.
Well, I mean, to your point, Kyle,
Mm-hmm.
like the Kings played 9 players last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your starters, which have been the same starters for the last 2 years: Fox, Herter, Sabonis, Murray, Barnes. Off the bench, Monk, Mitchell, Trey Lyles. Sasha Vezenkov played 5 minutes and 31 seconds. So we don't have minutes for JaVale McGee. We don't have minutes for Alex Len. We don't, like, even Alex Len was on the roster last year. But like Chris Duarte, of course, is not playing because of the ankle injury, but he wasn't playing either way.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the exact same team that you had last year.
Yep.
And to be honest with you, they're not as good as they were last year. They're just not. I don't care what the record says. They're not.
Yeah, they're not as. What's the right word? I don't want to say not as good, but the intensity is not there. The urgency isn't there.
The consistency.
Like
we can keep saying, using like descriptive words here. Like,
yeah, it all comes back to they're not as good.
Yeah, like their last season, they didn't just drop bad games. They didn't. They didn't lose bad games. They didn't lose more than 4 in a row. They lost 4 in a row to start the season, but never did it again.
Mm-hmm.
And then they didn't lose games that were just, easy wins.
Mm-hmm.
Last night should have been an easy win. It's not just the worst team in the NBA. It's the worst team in the NBA that shut down their 2 best players, one of which they traded later.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't lose that game. I don't care about a 7-game road trip. I don't care about any of it. At the end of the day, it's a loss in 82. And I know Fox says it's 1 of 82. Yeah, you're right. It is. It goes in the loss column. But you know what? What else is a loss of 82? The game against Denver, you're probably going to drop this weekend. That's also a 1 of 82. So I sure would like a win, but that would be one of 82 wins as well. Games.
Yeah.
But you don't have that anymore.
Mike Brown said it in his postgame presser, though. The issue is not the losses. The issue is not that they were 29-21 after 50 games last year. They are 29-21 after 50 games this year.
Yeah.
They are on the same path that they were a season ago. And if you had said before this year, hey, I'll give you 29-21 after 50 games, you're going to be on the exact same track. Probably would have gone, all right, that's fine.
Okay.
Like that's I'll take that. But not like this. And it's what Mike Brown said in his presser. That it's not the fact that they're losing. You'd like to have a win every game, but you're going to lose some.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the fact that they're taking these losses. It's the fashion that they're happening and the fact that we're in early February and we're still, it feels like once a week, twice a week. Going, what the hell happened there? What happened in that game? And it comes down to what Mike Brown talked about, like being able to look yourself in the mirror and say, I left everything out on the court. We just got beat tonight. And that's not what's happening. The best version of the Kings, last year, night in, night out, we saw the best version of this team almost 82 times.
Yes.
This year in 50 games, we've seen it, what, 25 times?
Maybe.
Just,
and I don't even know if it's that.
Like,
yeah.
And so they might go beat Denver. Sure. It's I'm of the belief the Kings are good enough on a given night to beat anyone.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going to matter because they might not be locked in the next night, or they may lose to the Spurs, or it just.
You know what? I asked Malik in the locker room, you guys just had a 5-2 road trip, which was great. And it's like, yeah, it was great. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I said, but then you come out here and you lose this game. You basically, you should be on a 6-2 streak, not a 5-3 streak. That's just, I mean, you can't drop a game like that. Mm-mm. It's way different. They would have been 10 games over 500 again, going into a really tough, 4 to 5, 6 game stretch. Now there is no margin for error. This team could easily be in the 8th or 9th position by the end of next week, going into the All-Star break. It is what it is. This is what happens when again, I trade deadline. I keep saying this, you don't make a trade to make a trade. Mm-hmm. You make a trade because, Kyle, your roster is flawed and you need better players. You're making a trade because you're not good enough. And these other teams are making trades because they're not good enough. And they get it.
Right. They're trying to and that's the thing that really jumped out to me about last night is maybe, I know it's not making a move to just make a move, but it's making a move to put somebody different on the court.
Yeah.
Maybe Dorian Finney-Smith defends threes the way you want the Kings to defend threes. That alone fixes a lot of things.
Yeah.
And that's just one guy maybe doing the right thing. And maybe he doesn't, and it doesn't work. But I just know that when Mike Brown talks about all these coaching points and they go over it time and time again, and they did it for 5 minutes before the game today, and this keeps happening and blah, blah, blah. At some point, all right, then get somebody else in there. If you've exhausted the options on your roster and teams are going to shoot 40% for the season from 3 against you, which, by the way, you're not going to win a ton of games with that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Then do something. Then do literally anything instead of rolling this out.
Yeah. Well, that, and I mean, you just played a team, just to further this case. You played a team last night, right, that was the worst team in the league, and you lost. Their starting point guard last night was Killian Hayes. Killian Hayes just got waived. He had 8 points and 9 assists last night. Killian Hayes just got waived.
Oh, no.
The first guy off the bench last night was Joe Harris. Joe Harris just got waived. That's the team you lost to. Not only did they sit their 2 best players, one of which they just, again, traded, but this is what you lost to. And they're on your home floor in front of a sold-out crowd. That's tough, man. So, yeah, I mean, I think at some point, if guys don't want to follow the rules, if they don't want to listen, if they don't want to do what you're asking them to do on the defensive end, and you're going out there and giving up 39.7% from 3, find someone else. We got to get past the deadline because as of right now, that was game 50 last night. On the season, Keon Ellis has been active for 48 games. And I'm not sure if it's games played or games active, but he's basically run out of two-way time. And you have to make a decision on what you're going to do there. Either send him to Stockton or just have him sit on your bench and not get to play.
Yeah.
because he can't.
Mhm.
But like that's a player that has shown time and time again this season that he will listen with regards
Right.
to defending the
Right.
three.
I
He
was
gets it.
shocked. I was shocked he didn't get in the game last night. I was so certain. We got Sasha minutes.
Yeah.
And down the stretch, Kings couldn't get a stop, and they just two things. One, you just mentioned Killian Hayes, not a good 3-point shooter. He went 2 for 4 last night. When was the last time Killian Hayes made more than 1 3 in a basketball game?
Oh, I don't know.
Killian Hayes 2 for 4 last night. When was the last time we think he made 2 threes in a basketball game?
I'm gonna go last January.
No, not quite. Not that long.
Okay.
It was this year. Sorry, this season, not this year though.
Oh.
November 30th
Oh.
at the Knicks. Killian Hayes 2 for 3 from beyond the arc.
I mean, we might
November
want to do
30th
that
is
with a
the
bunch
last
of their
time.
players. When was the last time Marcus Sasser hit 2 of 6 and Mike Muscala?
Hey man, I kind of like Marcus Sasser.
He got a little.
I think Marcus Sasser can play a little.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's great, but
to me, he's got a little bit of self-made man in him.
he can also fill it up. He's shooting 43% from 3.
Yeah, he's the guy that likes to attack, and he's out there trying to prove that he belongs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 for 6 against the Kings, but 2 for 3 against Orlando, 5 for 6. This is from 3 against the Clippers, 1 for 1 against Cleveland, 2 for 3 against OKC. He can fill it up.
Yeah.
He can shoot it. But yeah, man. We haven't even talked about Keegan Murray.
Oh man.
What the hell was that? I hit the 4 fouls and he's in a little bit of foul trouble, but didn't even
score.
come in, didn't score, didn't come into the game when Kevin Huerter got ejected.
Yeah.
Did he play any fourth quarter minutes?
Oh, I don't know. He finished with 20 minutes. That's not good.
He did not play in the fourth quarter.
Oh, wow.
And he played 6.5 minutes in the third quarter.
0 for 4 from the field, 0 for 3 from 3. He did have 4 rebounds and 4 assists, a steal and a block. But some of his fouls last night were not good.
Mm-mm.
And
go ahead.
The last time they played this team, he had 32.
Yeah, torched him.
Yeah, he was really good.
The other speaking of so that was, but Mike Brown had no problem taking Keegan Murray out and saying, "Hey, you played 20 minutes, you don't have it tonight, you're done." Got to do that with somebody else, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not that you can just go bench De'Aaron Fox. Like that would take a lot, but maybe a couple extra minutes rest. Just a hey, you know what? You normally check in at X time. We're gonna give it another minute. We're gonna give it another 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I like how Keon Ellis is playing right now. I like how Davion Mitchell's playing right now. They're gonna stay out there.
Well, even like if he's exhausted and he's showing signs that he might not be ready to go, it's okay to sit him a game. It is. It's okay to say, hey, look, we're playing the Detroit Pistons tonight. We should be able to get this win without you.
Yeah.
I
mean, we saw them beat Cleveland. We saw them beat OKC. They have some good wins without De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
So
Boy,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. I would say today too, just for people out there, like the flexing that Adrian Wojnarowski is doing right now. Like, man, he has like absolutely slayed this thing throughout the day. Like he's way ahead of everybody on almost every single transaction. So shout out to Woj for using his mystical powers and being the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, not only having the deals, but then are also having like the parameters.
Yeah.
He's just
he is
one of the best.
And we should announce too that the Brooklyn Nets have waived Harry Giles. That's so not great. You never know what happens there with Harry Giles, but he's actually played pretty decent when given a shot. But they've made a couple of trades that were 2 for 1s or 3 for 2s stuff today.
Yeah.
So they had to clear up roster spaces in order to do that. And unfortunately, that's where Harry Giles lost his roster spot there.
Ramsey in the chatty house asked a great question that I don't have the answer to.
Okay.
Can the Pistons field a team against the Blazers tonight?
Maybe.
Asar Thompson's still there. Jaden Ivey's still there. Marcus Sasser, yes.
Cade Cunningham can play. He just sat last night.
Right, his knee was managing.
Yep.
Alec Burks gone, Killian Hayes gone, Jalen Duren, that's probably your starting 5.
Muscala.
Mike Muscala is still there, but Isaiah Stewart's out. Kevin Knox is hurt. James Wiseman's there.
Danilo Gallinari.
Bojan Bogdanovic gone. Joe Harris gone. Muscala, Gallinari. Stanley Omude is a 2-way player. Monty Morris gone. Jared Rhoden 2-way. Malcolm Castellon 2-way.
Jared Rhoden was a Sacramento King for a short amount of time. I think he played Stockton last year.
So they have 11 dudes. And if you take out their 2-way guys, they have 8 dudes.
Yeah, they should be able to field a team. And hey, it's a trade deadline. This is what happens.
Yeah.
So
they weren't. That's the last thing. The Pistons, honestly, were probably not super thrilled they won last night. Like the players were. The front office is like, nah, pull the plug, get rid of everybody.
Yeah. Tough look.
Yeah, it was. The entire game last night was a tough look, man.
Yeah, it was tough. I don't know. It did give you a beautiful video that's gone viral.
Yeah, boy, has it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the reaction to that. And if you didn't see it, the Kings before the game when they were announcing the Lions lineup, or excuse me, the Pistons lineup.
Yep.
Just showed the highlight over and over and over from every single angle of Brandon Ayuk's diving 51-yard catch against the Lions, the Detroit Lions in the NFC Championship game.
The face mask.
Yeah, swung the game. If you missed it, the 49ers are down 2 touchdowns. Should have maybe been an interception. Instead, it turns into a 51-yard catch for the 49ers. Lions end up blowing a 17-point second-half lead. Niners are going to the Super Bowl. The Lions are not. And so the Kings last night just played that on loop. That's funny. Like, that's just a funny little dig that if you don't watch much football, you're not going to really get it. If you do watch football, you're like, I get it. I posted the video on the internet. First of all, it's gone viral, which is the most annoying thing that could possibly happen. But the amount of vitriol towards the Kings for this.
Oh.
From Kings fans?
From Kings fans?
Kings fans.
Really?
Very PO'd. Some other Kings fans loved it. And that's the thing is this is not 100% either way. This is just some people. So I've had Kings fans mad about it. Not at me, at the Kings. Kings fans mad about it. I've had Lions fans very obviously mad about it. When their own guy, CJ Gardner-Johnson, 2 weeks ago was waving goodbye to 49ers fans, trolling them in the second quarter.
Yep.
And the Pistons at least held on to their lead, but that's a separate thing. So Lions fans are obviously mad. You've got other people who are just like Laker fan who's like classless organization. Like they didn't make fun of somebody's dead relative.
Yeah.
They did not boo Jerry Krause's widow. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's classless.
Yes.
This was a funny little intra-sports dig. And then there were a bunch of arguments about how does Sacramento claim San Francisco? Like, they don't. Like, there's 49er fans here. There's Raider fans here.
Yeah.
Like, it's just Northern California. It's just kind of so it's a big argument about that. It has been a mess, dude. And then I'm sitting there and I'm going, you know what? The Kings are up. They're playing well. As long as they win this game, this will blow over here in the next couple of days. But then they lose, which leads to a whole new cycle of people like, oh, and then what happened?
Bad karma.
And then what? Yeah, like, dude, I live tweeted the game underneath it. It says at the end what happened. So I just and that's the other Lions fans like, oh, karma. Like, yeah, you should know about that. Your safety was trolling fans in the second quarter of a game and lost.
Yeah. So
you know exactly like how it goes. It's sports, dude. It's supposed to be fun. Like, I don't get the vitriol over this funny little like Detroit thing, football thing. It's Super Bowl week. And then FYI, the Kings, while the Pistons were shooting free throws, every time they shot free throws last night, put a 49ers logo on the scoreboard.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. And that's just,
you were seeing all kinds of things.
I'm dialed in, dude. NinersWire.com, peep. So they would show this and it would get people either loud in some way. Pistons fans would boo it. People who are Niner fans would cheer, whatever it was. And it's just like I don't think that was it's on the scoreboard. They're not trying to be like, hey, Detroit Pistons, look at this 49ers logo. We're going to get you. I think it was an attempt to get the crowd loud. So I enjoyed what they did. I enjoy what the Kings do from a game ops perspective.
They're
the
the
time.
best.
They do a really,
They
really good
really
job.
do a good job.
And that's just a funny little thing that I thought was funny. And boy, it really, and there were, like I said, there were a lot of people who were like, this is great, but it really angered some folks.
Oh yeah.
It's not why I promise the Pistons didn't look at that and go, you know what, we're going to try tonight.
Oh, we are going to try.
Is that, wait, they're
7
doing
wins.
my guy Kendall Vildor like that? Nah, not tonight.
Not tonight.
We're avenging Dan Campbell's all grit group. I promise that's not what happened. It's tough in hindsight, but that's how it goes. That's called sports.
Yeah.
Ugh. Anyways, we'll talk a little bit more Super Bowl coming up. We'll also talk about the teams around the Kings getting better in the West, and we'll get you updated on all the latest in the NBA trade deadline. Did last night change our minds once again? We'll tell you on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
I love it, Kyle. Got a little passionate there. Got a little angry.
I'll be right back.
All right.
I'm listening, but
Yuta Watanabe is going from the Suns to the Grizzlies as part of that 3-way trade.
I like Utah.
Just like their bench really wasn't good. The Suns bench.
Yeah, they need more NBA players.
Yeah. I know everyone. Oh, I love Utah. That's going to be spectacular, but I don't know.
No, Yuta Watanabe is one of those players he's fine. Like, he's a fun player who, if he has to play 6 minutes, you're not thinking, oh my God, it's going to be a disaster.
He can shoot, right?
Oh, 100%. But that's not like losing him doesn't undo everything the Suns did to get better.
We have 1 hour till the NBA trade deadline. 1 hour until the NBA trade deadline. Isaiah Thomas just tweeted out, trade deadline is dope when you ain't involved in any. LOL. Still bummed he never made it back to the league.
Yeah, it sucks. That running out of the Celtics that year was so sick, though. Was that 17? 18?
Did you say Metu is going to Memphis?
Oh, here we go.
Chemezi
Memphis.
Yeah, that deal keeps evolving. Pretty stunning. Pretty stunning.
Hey, we're dialed back in. It's hour number 2. It snuck up on me.
It did.
Yeah.
I love it when it sneaks up on you like that.
I don't. It's... Go ahead. Sorry.
Like your moments. You're like, oh, we're on. We're back.
Like, ah! Yeah.
Spectacular.
We're taking the afternoon, then we'll hand off to D'Lo and KC. They will be reacting to all the latest in the NBA trade deadline. Let's talk about the West real quick. So you have the Sacramento Kings, who are now the number 7 seed. They are half a game back of the Phoenix Suns and New Orleans Pelicans, who are 6 and 5 respectively.
Okay.
And then the Dallas Mavericks are a game and a half behind Sacramento. I'm going to leave the Lakers out of it for now because they're not only 3 games back, but I think that if they don't make any moves, I don't think they're that big of a threat. So we'll stick with these 8. You have the Dallas Mavericks. They have acquired Daniel Gafford from the Washington Wizards for Rashawn Holmes and draft picks. And they also got PJ Washington from Charlotte in exchange for Grant Williams and Seth Curry.
And a first-round pick.
And a first-round pick. Lightly protected, I think I saw. Lightly protected first-round pick.
Yeah, 2027 lightly protected first-round pick. And it's funny because someone also chimed in and said, hey, Dallas has traded a first-round pick in 2 different deals, and they don't have any first-round. They only had 1 first-round pick to trade. So, I don't know. They're magical. They're doing some tomfoolery.
So you have Dallas aiming to improve their roster. How much they improved, TBD. The Phoenix Suns, I can't even keep track of everything the Suns have done today.
Yeah, because they've added in this little like asterisk. The Suns also, in their trading, they added 3 minimum contract guys that are going somewhere out into space, which is Chimezie Metu and like 2 other dudes. I lost the tweet. But yeah, like half of their roster is going to be gone. So all those people out there are talking about how good their second unit was going to be. It didn't look good in the beginning, and it doesn't look any better. Well, I mean, it might look better after today, but all those guys that they went out and got are now gone.
Keita Bates-Diop, Jordan Goodwin, and Chimezie Metu, all to Memphis, as well as Yuta Watanabe. Meanwhile, the Suns have acquired David Roddy from Memphis and Royce O'Neal from the Nets.
Yeah.
So again, this is not, and then the Kings have not made any moves yet. This isn't to say that, and then Oklahoma City, they acquired Gordon Hayward in exchange for Trey Mann, Davis Bertans, and Vasilije Micic.
Yeah.
Did I get it right? Vasilije Micic?
Yeah.
Vasilije Micic.
Vasilije Micic.
Vasilije Micic. Those 3, Mann, Bertans, and Micic, went to Charlotte in exchange for Gordon Hayward. So Gordon Hayward is now with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Seems like Oklahoma City got a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit. And that's kind of the crux of what I want to get to. So I'm happy you said that. Because I don't think anybody's asking the Kings to go move heaven and earth to get a superstar here. And it's not like all those names I mentioned are pretty peripheral. Like who's the best player who I just mentioned in all those names? Royce O'Neal? PJ Washington?
Yeah, probably PJ.
Hey, PJ Washington. So, but PJ Washington's like a fine player. Not great. But
yeah.
okay.
I mean, I think he would have looked good in a Kings uniform for sure. But
I totally agree with you. And that's kind of the problem is none of these are earth-shattering moves. Like I don't think all of a sudden the Suns are going to win a title now because of these moves. If they were going to win a title, it was going to be because of Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. And same thing with the Mavericks. It's going to be on Luka. It's going to be on Kyrie. But they tweak their rosters these like little bits.
They're trying to get better right now.
Yeah, and with the Kings, I sat here. Might have been yesterday, and I went, I get what they're doing. If they don't make a move, they're riding this out, and then seeing, evaluating really what they have going into the summer, and then they'll make these big changes in the summer. But that was before they went and lost to the 6-win Pistons and looked as lethargic as they did again in yet another game. And it's really tough to justify. And the other reason I said that yesterday was because the premise of the entire thing was, hey, maybe nobody gets dealt and maybe no trades happen. And now we have this flurry of them, and you have all the Kings around, or all the teams around the Kings getting better, and you have the Kings just kind of standing pat. And that's, again, it's not the end of the world. It's not, oh my God, fire somebody. It's not that. But it is a little bit disappointing that this is kind of where they sit, and it appears they're going the wrong way while the teams around them aim to get better.
Yeah, they've got 52 minutes to make some sort of move, and at this point, I'm not convinced that they're like, again, I've heard 0, 0, 0, 0, nothing for the last 48 hours. Even before that, like the last 2 weeks has been super, super quiet. And that's not to say these guys haven't been working, but like I think what we'll get to the end is postmortems on trade deadlines are always the worst because like, hey, the Kings were bidders for, like last year, Matisse Thybulle, right? They were bidders for player X. And then you go and look what they got for those players. And you're like, okay, wait a sec. You have those second round picks. You have those pieces that you could have given up. Sometimes there are trades where you just like, look, the Kings don't have a Grant Williams and a Seth Curry and a first round pick to give up, or they might not to get a guy like PJ Washington, and PJ Washington might not be worth that either. But at the same time, you got to figure out ways to get better. And I think right now the Kings have to figure out ways to get better. And you're not going to get better on the buyout market because the buyout market's never been kind to the Sacramento Kings. No one's just lining up to jump in on the buyout market. It's just, it's tough.
When you have teams like Philadelphia making moves just so they can be active in the buyout market, that to me doesn't paint a great picture for the Kings. And honestly, the buyout market is great when you're going, you know what, I need a better eighth player.
Yeah.
If you're going to the buyout market to make the change the Kings, I think, need to make,
no,
that doesn't, I don't think it's happening.
No one is waving a 6'8" 3-and-D wing that shoots 40% from three. Kyle, I don't care who they are. They're not waving that guy. It's just, it's not happening.
The other thing that I justified the take with yesterday that the Kings maybe didn't is because, hey, you start to see some more life from Keegan Murray. You're starting to see these strides. And then last night you see nothing from Keegan Murray.
Well, that and in his last 5 games, he scored 5 points, 33 points, 5 points, 10 points, and 0 points. Oh. That's what his last 5 games looks like. And look, he's okay to go through a slump. That
no doubt.
It is what it is, but
no doubt. But the idea that, hey, you know what, you're going to start consistently getting 15 to 25 a night from Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
That's just not happening.
Yeah.
At least not this year, not as expeditiously as the Kings might want.
Daniel House is being bought out of his contract, so he will be on the buyout market. Not again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's the 6'6" shooting, defensive minded guy, but not really. He does have ties to Monty McNair from their time in Houston. But yeah, you got to figure out a way, man. Figure out a way to get better, and you can't just say, "Hey, coach, I need you to get better." Like you can't. In the middle of a season, it's really, really tough to just flat out get better. And Chris Duarte rolled his ankle bad yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he might have a grade 1 sprain, which would keep him out a week or two. He might have a grade 2 that would keep him out a month.
Mm-hmm.
He might have a grade 3 that would keep him out 8 to 12 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so not only are you not adding as of right now with 48 minutes and 5 seconds left, but you may have also lost one of the pieces that could somehow magically help you, whether he can or not. I don't know. You might have lost him for an extended period of time.
Yeah, the cards available for Mike Brown to play are, I don't want to say inadequate because that sounds really harsh, but inadequate for where this team wants to go the rest of the way, I think.
Inadequate for a team that had lofty goals of not only, potentially playing for a championship, but being in the top, in the top 4 of the Western Conference.
Well, we talked about it. I mean, dude, we talked about it this offseason. Like if you're going to be the team you were last year, if you're going to stay lateral, if you're going to win 48 games, you might wind up in the play-in tournament.
Yeah.
If 48 got you the 3 seed last year, that was an anomaly.
No, totally.
And they've not, to this point, they're literally the exact same record.
Yeah.
And lo and behold,
Hey, the
number
exact
7
same
seed.
record, but remember, they really, really came out of the second half and played well.
Yeah.
Like the last 28 games of the season, they played really well.
Yeah.
There is nothing that's telling me that this team is going to be able to do what the team last year did.
And maybe it's the All-Star break. Maybe they get some days off and everybody is rejuvenating and get some time. But I just that is wishful thinking.
Yep.
Right now, it's not good enough. And it doesn't appear a move is on the horizon. But if it is, we'll tell you about it here on ESPN 1320. Trade deadline coming up at noon. We'll have the latest for you in our final segment. Let's talk some football real quick because it is Super Bowl week. Can't forget about that. We will talk some 49ers Chiefs and the funny thing that's happening at Media Day from both teams. I'm really, really enjoying tracking this, and I think you will too. Stay locked in. ESPN 1320. Oops.
What do you oops about?
I forgot to put our outro in.
Oh.
It's not like it's just a production quality thing. It's not a
Got it.
Huge deal.
Yeah. Hmm.
11-13. Hell yeah. Hey, quick couple of housekeeping notes for the chatty house. Please like the video. We would appreciate the heck out of that. There's 425 of y'all here on YouTube. Please hit that little thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
It is super easy and it helps us move up the algorithm, which is the only thing I care about in my life. I wake up and I'm like, how can I move up the algorithm today? And then want to remind everybody that the James Hammond, Kyle Madsen show is what we're calling the podcast. That is available wherever you get your podcasts. Oh, great. I figured out what happened. I put the outro in the wrong spot and it was about to play randomly after a spot. Okay, There we go. I've got it all fixed. Yeah. Totally. Skirt. What are we at? 117 likes? I would like to get that to 150. If I could get that to 150 by the end of the show, that would really make my day.
If you give a mouse a cookie.
If we get the likes to 150, I won't stay for an entire Kings game the rest of the year.
Oh? What if he showed up late? What's going on? Oh, man, that's a big Soren Smith. Royce O'Neal raised Phoenix's luxury tax by $13.5 million. That's crazy. Remember, teams over the cap cannot sign buyout candidates. Is that correct? Frank Anwar, I think it's people that are over the second apron, but I might be wrong. Teams that are over the cap can. Teams that are like it's a specific luxury tax threshold they can't sign. I think there were 8 teams, including the Golden State Warriors, that cannot do buyout candidates.
I think your potential Warriors Kings trade died last night. Sorry, man.
Oh, what happened?
They beat the shit out of the 76ers.
Oh, gotcha.
And Steve Kerr after the game was like, I really like how this team's coming together. I think we can do something special.
Yeah.
It's like, oh boy.
You know who I did not hear say that was Mike Brown last night.
I should have cut his like entire post game. He was clearly frustrated.
Yeah. I mean, even the Malik post game Like you would have to bleep out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Likes up to 135. I'm tracking it. Let's get to 150 by noon. We have 12 seconds until we're back. Here we go. We are locked in. NBA trade deadline. Kings lost to the Pistons. Super Bowl week. We'll talk a ton of Super Bowl tomorrow. James has a confused look on his face.
No,
Okay.
I'm excited about Super Bowl week.
I thought dude, this close to the trade deadline.
Yeah.
41 minutes now on the dot. And you did the furrowed brow at your computer. I thought something went down.
No.
Okay.
It's been quiet. It's been quiet. Although
a little too quiet.
A little too quiet. Maybe the Kings are just waiting for Chimezie Metu to be bought out by the Memphis Grizzlies so they can just put a waiver claim in on him. Maybe that's why they lost to Detroit last night, because they knew that it would drop them below a certain team that may or may not want Chimezie Metu, and this was all part of a greater scheme to get they saw this coming. They saw Metu going to Memphis, getting waived, and being able to acquire him via the waiver market.
Monty has done it again.
This is some like 4-dimensional.
Run him his executive of the year right now.
4-dimensional chess going on right here.
TC and Sack, what's up, bro?
Kyle, Ham, what's going on?
What's up, man? What do you got?
Hey, I just want to tap in on the whole Malik Monk situation. I probably feel different than everybody else, but I'm probably in the same boat. As far as like, we can't be madder than you guys. You get what I'm saying? Like, I feel them coming up there talking about, oh man, the fan base, I wasn't feeling that about booing. Well, man, I mean, what do you expect, bro? You guys dropping a game to Detroit that you guys should have won, and you guys keep coming up to these press conferences acting super nonchalant, like nothing is happening, everything's going to be all right, and all that. I know we're out of a 16-year playoff drought, bro, but it's expectations for this team, bro. You guys should be better than that. Like, we shouldn't be dropping games to Detroit and then guys coming up here when the fans do boo. Like, it wasn't all game. It was like at the end of the game, we're like, okay, we got a shot to win. And then when you guys lay an egg like that, it's like, boo, man, this sucks, bro. Why aren't you guys caring more than we care? You get me?
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call. Yeah, that's one. So Malik Monk last night basically said, and again, with some expletives, like, I don't like that the fans boo. We're out here busting our asses.
He says, I play too hard to get booed.
Nobody, but that's the thing, is nobody's booing Malik Monk specifically.
No.
It is everything that is going on. And so here's my thing with booing. Players aren't supposed to like it. That's the point.
No, yeah, that's very true.
Like that, and I understand that players risking life and limb on the court, they dedicate their entire lives to doing this to entertain fan. I get it. I get that. And it is appreciated and understood, and that it takes a level of physical and mental skill and toughness that I do not possess to reach the level that they've reached. They are better at basketball. The worst NBA player is better at basketball than I will ever be at anything. I understand that. But when you're a fan of a team who wants to see that team win, and you want to see that team play well, and it is your first game home in 2 weeks, and everybody's fired up to face the worst team in the league, and the worst team in the league is better than the home team,
yeah,
there's going to be an adverse reaction to that.
I'm going to add another element to this, which I think people probably miss. The Sacramento Kings have outpriced so many of their fans. They have, for a family of 4 to go to a Kings game, you're talking $700-800 when you talk food and you talk parking and the ticket prices. Then you get to a game like Detroit, where season ticket holders have made a ton of money off their tickets on the secondary market. But they're like, all right, man, this is a Wednesday night. against the worst team in the league. I can't give away these tickets.
Mhm.
But they can, and they do. They give away those tickets or they sell those tickets for very cheap. And a lot of times it's the fan that can't get into a normal game that gets to go to a Detroit Pistons game because either someone gave them a ticket
Mhm.
or they were affordable, or the Kings sent out a thing saying, I can get you in the upper bowl for $25 tonight. And Kings fans that can't afford to go to games are like, oh man, I can finally go to a game. It's cheap for once.
Yeah.
So you might, in fact, in a game like Detroit, get more authentic, real fans, passionate fans that don't spend $30,000 a year on their season tickets
Mhm.
showing up to a game like that. And that might be why you hear things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Just
think
saying.
so. And frankly, it takes a lot for me to be like, oh, this team should get booed.
Yeah.
But last night, as it was happening, I went, yeah, this is probably about right. Down 7 at the half to this, like, oof.
Yeah. Tough.
So I just, but they need to play better. And there is no fan base that will support their team like Kings fans. And they will express their joy and their excitement about what the Kings are doing, just like they will express their displeasure.
Yep.
This is not New York, bro.
This is Philly.
This is not New York. This is not Philly, where you miss a couple of shots and the boos are coming down. Like, this is not that.
No.
This last night, the boos were a collective displeasure with how many games have gone just like that this season. And I think based on the chatty house and based on what I see on Twitter, that there were a lot of people going into last night like, yeah, hey, kind of expecting this. And then when that happens, oof. Yikes, man.
I don't know, man. Kevin Huerter guy, he was fully dressed in his
Kevin
Huerter regalia.
If you are the guy that dresses up as Kevin Huerter to go to Kings games, if you know that person, if you are that person, props. You get all of my props.
He goes all in.
He's got the shorts, he's got the jersey,
he's got the leggings underneath.
Does he go leggings?
Oh, he has full on
headband.
Black leggings underneath.
My favorite part of the bit is he doesn't even look like Kevin Huerter. He doesn't resemble Kevin Huerter outside of being gangly, pasty, and reddish hair. Like, Kevin Huerter's hair is like red. He has your hair is red-ish.
No, I'm strawberry blonde.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a red. You're not like a redhead though.
No.
This guy, the Kevin Huerter guy at Kings games, is like you, like strawberry blonde.
Yeah,
like red-ish.
Yeah, shout out my brother's 50th birthday today. Shout out to my brother. He actually is a more red, and then one of his daughters is a like full redhead. But me and my sister strawberry blondes.
Yeah, you don't resemble Kevin Huerter, and neither does that guy. But he leans into the bit because close enough. And he's there. He's holding up his threes. He's pointing at people. He's cheering. He's into it. And that was not just last night. That is almost every game I've ever been to. And speaking of which, I'm not finishing any more games when I go. I have never seen a beam lighting at Golden One Center. Never.
Are you going to go outside and like go to a restaurant or something, or just hang out
and
wait to see if a beam happens?
It's TBD. Maybe I go home. If I have plans to stay up here, maybe I'll just go where I'm going.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I have to leave Doko. Like, we'll have to test it.
We might need to test.
I don't know if I can jump across to Punch Bowl or to Echo and Rig or whatever.
Polanco
to grab a drink. Wherever wants to sponsor the show.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a Jamba Juice. Shout out. I didn't have time to go today. But I don't know if I have to leave Doko. I'm going to have to really test this out and see what happens. But yeah, I've never been in the building for a beam lighting. Never once.
That's wild.
But I leave at halftime.
Every time they win?
Every time.
Got
it. Listen on the way home. Get home. Watch the end, whatever it is. Kings W. It's like, God, I just want to see it. Just once. Just once.
Amazing.
Brutal, dude. I thought last night I made plans. I stayed out here. I was like, I'm staying the whole game. It's the Pistons. Like, come on.
We got to like the fourth quarter. I look over. Your eyes were so red, and you were like staring. I'm like, oh, Kyle is not gonna.
Darkness, my old friend.
Kyle is not gonna make it through this game. Come on, Kyle. You can do it. You
And
can
then-
do it.
And then I've got Kings PR. Shout out to our guy Michael pulling up and going like, dude, it's your fault.
It's your
Like,
fault.
oh, no.
You. It's your.
All right, man, you got it.
Amazing.
Oh.
Amazing.
Next time I go, I'll make sure just put me down for the first half.
That's right.
I'm out of here at halftime.
I'm gonna kick him. I'll make sure he leaves people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll usher him to the door.
I think the first thing I'm going to try is I'm going to try and sneak up like to the draft house, like take my credential off and then just stand and watch,
Oh,
but not be in my seat. If that doesn't work, then I'll try leaving and staying in Doco. If that doesn't work, I just got to leave downtown, I guess.
I don't know. You go up to Doko. You go up to the brew house. You might get a beer or two bought for you by some of the locals. Just saying.
Let's keep my credential on. Then.
You are Kyle Madsen of the Insiders.
I either get a beer or a punch in the face.
Yeah.
One or the other.
Is John Bull going to be there? Is that what you're saying?
No, because then I'll be doing the swinging. Let me tell you. No. So I apologize if anybody sincerely believes that it was my fault. Sorry. I'll wear this one. Should have told Mike Brown last night. Mike, you know what? You're talking about the 3-point defense. It's on me over here.
It's on me. Not you. It's me.
We got Super Bowl stuff to actually talk about for real. Also, NFL honors tonight. Are the Niners going to win any awards? And is Patrick Willis going to get into the damn Football Hall of Fame? We'll take a guess next on ESPN 1320.
We got a minute right on this break.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. Dang, you're going to make me go all the way to Sky River. Problem with that is from downtown, like, I wouldn't even get there in time for, it'd be like halfway through the fourth quarter. What up, Spencer? Yeah, we're on this one. We talked about this one. Guys, this would be so funny. Built roughly like a Zack Schrader from Breaking Bad. Dressed like Kevin Herter. Yeah, I was so excited. I just want to see what the freaking beam looks like in person. I've seen so many photos. I have friends who have come in from like out of town just traveling and they're like big sports fans, like my buddy Daniel. He's a big sports fan. And I don't think he's watching. He's a doctor in Texas. But like he was just in Northern California and he's a big sports fan. So he tries to go to whatever, team is playing. And so he went up to a Kings game. He got to see the beam. He got to see it. Oh, I just got an interesting text. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. No, I will not do this. I've avoided whatever this Drake thing is. I've avoided it. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. It sounds bad and like something I don't want to see. So
nope.
I'm not doing it.
Nope. They told me this yesterday. Don't Google it, James. Don't try to figure out why Drake is trending on Twitter.
I saw one tweet in like relation to it vaguely, and that was all I needed to see. I don't want to see it anymore. How many likes are we at? 164. Come on. That's big time from the chatty house. That's so big time.
Oh, did you see the fire alarm went off early this morning in the San Francisco 49ers team hotel? No evacuation was necessary, and the alarm was silenced after 10 minutes. And then someone responded, 18 minutes. Oh, Tabor Pepper responded, 18 minutes, but who's counting?
Tabor Pepper, the long snapper, friend of Candlestick Chronicles. What a dude.
Is he awesome?
Great guy. Oh my God.
Yeah, those long snappers. You're out there and you want your kid to play in the NFL for 17 years, teach him how to long snap. Just start him early.
Hey, hang on. I have 20 seconds. I have a thing that I can't tell anybody else, but I'm going to tell you.
No. Oh. Wow.
Anyways. Here we go. Oh my God. Ah!
That's wild.
Oh, wait till you see it. Wait till I need to.
Wait until it drops.
Yeah.
Hmm.
How can I say this vaguely? It's basically the thing you said yesterday about that team.
Okay.
For that. Wild. Anyways, sorry guys, I can't. 25 minutes until the trade deadline, and it's likely you'll see what I'm talking about here shortly. Maybe.
We have the Damian Barling coming in studio. I don't know if he's going to come on down and hang out with us, or he's just getting ready.
I think he's probably just getting ready.
He's just getting ready.
Oh, he stays ready in that cardigan. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, look at that.
A plus on the fit today for Damian. Okay, couple Super Bowl related things. Once Damian gets back in, we'll dive back into whatever the hell happened to the Kings last night. Couple of things. One, the funniest thing that's happening during Super Bowl media week. Because that's what this is. Every player talks every day, and there's these massive media scrums, and it's any podcaster, blogger, media outlet. There's some outlets I've heard in the Bay Area and in Sacramento sending like 6 and 8 people down to the Super Bowl. It's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of questions get asked of these players. My favorite thing so far has been watching the 49ers and Chiefs go above and beyond, way out of their ways to not say anything inflammatory about the other team. No bulletin board material is being put up whatsoever.
No.
Nick Bosa got asked a couple weeks ago about the Chiefs' tackles, offensive tackles, and he was like, "Oh, they hold a lot." So, here we go. This is going to be spicy. So, Niners beat writers on media day go to the Chiefs' offensive lineman, and they're like, "Hey, Nick Bosa said this. What do you think?" And like one of the offensive linemen was like, "Hey, maybe he's onto something." Like just everybody's being overtly nice as to not ruffle feathers on the other team. And it's been enjoyable to watch those things happen. Chris Jones is asked about the Niners offense, and he's like, "It's the best offense I've ever seen." And somebody's like, "Well, better than the Chiefs offenses you've had last year?" He's like, "Yep." He's like players, coaches, organization, everything. It's our toughest test yet. Jeez, man.
Yeah. No, I think it's really interesting because what you don't want to be is the guy who starts it, right? Unless you do, unless you want to be that team like, "Oh, no, we're going to win this game.
Yeah,
we're all in. No, we're the best team. We're going out." But then you'll be that guy after the game if you lose. You'll be the guy that's on the wrong side of history. So,
man,
I love it.
Also, Matt Rule, the former Panthers coach, who's now the coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, in a press conference yesterday, was like, "I wanted to put Brock Purdy on the draft board, but I got vetoed."
Yeah, me too.
Okay,
Kyle, I also heard that you had him on the top of your draft board.
Yeah, he's number 5. I didn't my number 5 ranked player that
number
year.
5 overall. You had him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
If only teams have listened to me. No, so there's 2 funny things about that. One, either Matt Rule's lying out of his ass, right?
He is.
They brought in Teddy Bridgewater, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. None of it worked out. Teddy Bridgewater has since retired. Sam Darnold's now the backup trying to revive his career with the 49ers. Also, Sam Darnold played his best football under Steve Wilkes after Matt Rule was gone, but that's a separate thing. And then Baker Mayfield, who looked like a disaster and ended up leaving Carolina, is now in Tampa Bay, taking Tampa Bay to the playoffs and winning a playoff game. It's like, Matt Rule, you're the problem, dog. So even if you wanted Brock Purdy, if that's actually true, he wasn't going to help you. But here's the other aspect of this. Matt Rule's an offensive coach. That's his bag. He had this great offense at Baylor. That's what got him into the NFL. If you went into that draft and you were the offensive head coach of the team and you're in the 6th, 7th round and you're going, hey, I really like this quarterback from Iowa State. We need to get this guy in our building. I want to draft him. And you're getting vetoed. That's a huge red flag.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, he's fired after week 5. So anyways.
Well, if he only had Brock Purdy,
yeah, I think
history would have been totally different.
Maybe
everything would have been
that
different.
Panthers team sucked. Brock Purdy would have stunk on the Panthers. Bryce Young stinks on the Panthers.
Well,
Bryce Young is a number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, but how tall is Bryce Young?
Not much shorter than Brock Purdy. Tell you that much. NFL honors tonight. I think the 49ers are going to win 1 award.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's up for MVP. I don't think he's winning it.
I don't think so.
Christian McCaffrey also up for MVP. I don't think he's winning it. Kyle Shanahan up for Coach of the Year. I don't think he's winning that.
No.
And Christian McCaffrey is up for Offensive Player of the Year. I think he's going to win that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's become the non-quarterback MVP award. Is ostensibly what Offensive Player of the Year is now. And I don't think given how Tyreek Hill's season ended with the ankle stuff and he wasn't as productive, I think it's pretty clear that Christian McCaffrey is going to be the OPOY.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. Same. Yeah. And then we need to get Patrick Willis in the Hall of Fame, bro.
He does need to be in the Hall of Fame.
He played 8 years.
He's not in because of longevity. That's the only reason he's not in. And I get it. And I think because, I mean, he walked away. What did he have? What kind of injury did he have? A toe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think
feet in general.
Yeah, like most people were so stunned when he walked away.
Mm-hmm.
They thought he probably could have gone for another 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So
he was on Candlestick Chronicles and we asked him hey, you retired after 2014. Did you think you had football left? And he's like, I definitely had football left, but my feet were so bad. We're in such bad shape. I wasn't gonna be able to walk right the rest of my life if I kept playing.
Yeah.
And I wanted to prioritize my next, 50 years over my next 3.
Yeah.
Dang.
No, that's tough,
I respect it, man. I definitely respect it. So he played just 8 years. I figured he wouldn't be in on the first ballot, because it's really hard to get in on the first ballot in the NFL. It's because there's just this backlog of dudes who have to get in. And so,
yes.
So 5 years is long enough, I think. He played 8 seasons. He was a 7-time Pro Bowler, 5-time first-team All-Pro, Defensive Rookie of the Year, a second-team All-Pro was in there. He was on the Hall of Fame's All-Decade team for the 2010s. He's the best off-ball linebacker in the sport when he was in it.
Yeah, he was incredible.
Yeah. So I'm
really hoping he makes it.
I'm manifesting that he gets in.
Okay.
I've pre-written it at Niners Wire.
You've already pre-written it.
I've pre-written it.
Okay. Good for you. You should. But did you pre-write all of them just in case?
All the awards?
Yeah.
No. I only pre-wrote McCaffrey.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if I'm ranking them, I think McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year for sure. And then probably Shanahan Coach of the Year would be next. And then McCaffrey MVP 3, Purdy MVP last.
Okay.
It's probably my...
I mean, I think my Coach of the Year is DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. DeMeco Ryans could win it for sure. Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Taking what were they, 11-6 with their quarterback problems? But man, DeMeco, that 1 year turnaround with a rookie quarterback is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So
very, very impressive.
Any trade news here?
No, it's been quiet.
Yeah, quiet.
It's been super quiet. We are 17 minutes and 25 seconds away from the NBA trade deadline.
Shams Charania reports that multiple contenders are expected to pursue Daniel House. And again, that's the kind of name I think that when you talk buyout market, and I don't think the Kings are waiting around for the buyout market. I don't think they're sitting here going, hey, instead of giving up something, we'll just wait. And no, I just don't think a deal is there for their liking. Maybe if Harrison Barnes hadn't started playing so well, maybe if Kevin Huerter hadn't found his shot, maybe we would have seen a move by now.
That's why you never count what's happening the weeks before. You have to go out into the deadline and do what you have to do. It's difficult. It doesn't feel good. Like people's feelings get hurt. But at the end of the day, it's about building a winner. That's what your goal is. If you're a team, and what you can't do is continuously go through NBA trade deadlines where you don't make a move at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have this Sabonis one from, it's now not last year, it's the year before.
Mm-hmm.
Last year they got Kessler Edwards at the deadline. That wasn't enough to move the needle. This year, what are you going to do? And as of right now, they haven't done anything. So, I mean, they're running out of time, and this team needs help. And you should have made, valued what you had at a certain point, but then said, look, I've got to see what I can do to go make moves.
Well, and that's so I think there's going to be a strong reaction, and you're getting it from me, where that loss last night all of a sudden really highlights a lot of the things that Sacramento needs help with. But it's not like Monty McNair was sitting there going into last night going, okay, I'm not going to make any calls. We're chilling.
Yeah.
And then lose like they did. And then have Monty pick up the phone and go, oh, okay, hang on. All right. Trade deadline. Let's go.
Okay. But what I could see last night is that there's like one or two trades that are sitting there that they can make. Right.
Sure.
And they've had conversations with ownership and everyone else. And like, okay, these are the 3 or 4 things that we can do.
Mm-hmm.
And after last night's game, Vivek looking at Monty and saying, do this deal now. I want this deal done.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes the deal just doesn't work out. Maybe you get beat to the punch, or the guy that you were going to trade for, like that team is already in negotiations with somebody else now.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot of reasons why, but for this team to walk out of this trade deadline, this isn't even like last season. Last season, you knew exactly the path that they needed to take in order to, but they were still a really good team on the rise, and you wanted to see it play out.
Mm-hmm.
That's not where we are today.
No,
that's not at all where the Spurs are trading Doug McDermott to the Pacers.
Of course they are.
They got their Buddy Hield replacement.
Damian Barling joining us.
There is no replacement for Buddy Hield.
Doug McDermott to the Pacers. Your thoughts?
No, that's big time. Yeah, I mean that puts them up there with the Celtics and the
puts them in the running, doesn't it?
Cavaliers. And well, all kidding aside, I mean, good for the Pacers. They're continuing to try to get better. The Knicks are continuing to try to get better. Like they might feel like that conference is open, especially with the way that Joe.
Yeah, I totally agree there.
Joe could be, Joel Embiid being out for the season is very realistic, despite the timeline that they're giving us. Good for those Eastern Conference teams for trying to pounce on this opportunity.
Yeah, Boston's a huge question mark in the playoffs. Milwaukee is maybe or maybe not.
Bad vibes in Milwaukee right
really
now.
Tough, really
bad
tough
vibes in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
right now.
and the Philadelphia thing.
And I don't know that I would turn to Patrick Beverley when my vibes are bad.
Culture setter.
Yeah, I don't know that I would do that. I don't know that I get Doc likes him, but I don't know that I would do that.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you.
Yeah. Maybe get Austin Rivers in there too.
I don't know why everyone hates Austin Rivers. It's one of the strangest things to me. Like it
I don't want
feels
to say
like
I love him, but
the entire league dislikes him. Like the entire league dislikes him.
You listen to his podcast at all? No. His podcast is good. It's called Off Guard.
I've
heard that.
He almost decapitated me with a seat cushion one time. So there is.
Do you think that's why there's league wide?
No.
Yeah, that guy almost took out James Ham. I can't stand that guy.
James Ham, the insiders,
and Sam Amick. It was almost both of us. It was almost a
Sam Amick is a treasure.
Damn,
yeah, it was almost a double decapitation right there in the corner.
Man,
it did hit a lady in the face and scratched her corneas and knocked her contacts out, and like she was down. The guy behind us ducked. He saw it coming too.
Good for him.
Was able to avoid it. The Atlanta Hawks are keeping guard DeJounte Murray, according to Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Unless someone calls in the next 13 minutes and changes their mind.
Yeah.
I just the Hawks, and this has been laid out multiple times, but the Hawks just have are in a better spot if they wait for the offseason to trade DeJounte. And that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think so. And even if you make I don't think that team is going anywhere. Like they're like a way worse version of the Pacers. Like they can score a bunch of points, but very literally can't do nothing else. It's a construction. It's a constructed roster that I've hated for years. Like I don't understand that team. I didn't understand it. Salute, they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know how they did that. I feel like what we're seeing now is far more indicative of who they are as a basketball team than what we saw the year that they were successful.
Let's get to the Kings moves or lack of moves. I yesterday I get why they're not going to do anything, or why I think they're not going to do anything. They're going to play this out with this roster and go into the offseason knowing what they have. What do they have with Harrison Barnes? What do they have with Kevin Huerter? Hopefully get another look at them in the playoffs, and then assess what you want to look like in the next 3 to 5 years. But that was before you see every team around them. Dallas going and making moves. Phoenix going and making moves. Even
OKC made a move.
Making a move. You see so many teams in the West going and trying to get better, particularly the two teams right around the Kings, Phoenix and Dallas. They're gunning for that last playoff spot, and the Kings are going, we'll see. We'll see what we got here. That's disappointing to me.
It is, but it's compounded by the fact they lost to the Detroit Pistons last night.
Yeah.
I think they beat the Pistons last night. I don't think anyone's jumping for joy today. I think the vibe, the feeling is a little bit different. The vibes are a little bit different. Like you're 6-2 in your last 8 games, and you feel differently about it, right? You have a little bit more confidence in Harrison Barnes. You have a little bit more confidence in Kevin Huerter. I love what I saw from Davion Mitchell last night. I've actually liked what I've seen from Davion during the stretch that Mike Brown has allowed him to play basketball more times than I haven't. So I think, you just take care of business at home last night. You feel a little bit more confident about this team and just getting to a certain place. Now, you could talk about being eliminated in the first round or different things like that. The fact is that that's probably what we're talking about no matter what. If your wish list was Kyle Kuzma or Jeremy Grant, I think this season we're still talking about the same thing. We're talking about if a team hits their shots, meaning the Sacramento Kings, not their opponents, because their opponents are really good at it. If the Sacramento Kings hit their shots in the playoffs, they could potentially win a first-round series. When the defense ramps up in the second round and moving on, well, then that's a different story, and we'll see what they could do.
We do have a trade. The Milwaukee Bucks are trading Robin Lopez to the Sacramento Kings.
Wow.
Lopez is expected to be waived and become a free agent.
So they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything.
They've done it. The Sacramento Kings have made a move.
They were able to get something in exchange for basically the corpse of Robin Lopez.
I love good for Slamson that Robin Lopez isn't going to be around though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got beef with mascots.
Yes.
I love the idea that Monty McNair's like, fine, you want me to make a move? Hey, let's go get Robin Lopez. Waive him. All right, next. I love that idea.
Yeah, but the problem is it takes 72 hours to waive a player. If you would have done this like a week ago and started making some of these moves a week ago, you could have collected more assets.
So what's the goal here?
Well, the goal today was they got something. They might have got $1 million. They might have got a second-round draft pick. They got something in order to take on Robin. Yeah, the Bucks are sending cash in the deal.
Oh.
So Robin Lopez is probably a league minimum player making $2.6 million or $3.8 million, whatever. And you probably got a couple extra $1 million to do this deal, or $1.5 million. And just like, okay, got at least,
can $1.5 million defend the three?
Yeah.
No.
It's
no dice.
Not with a Kings uniform on.
You know what? I'm intrigued to see what does his team look like the day after the trade deadline, because I think that's going to be a big topic of discussion. Did the Kings,
they play the Denver Nuggets on the second night of a back-to-back?
Yeah, but did the Kings go out here and showcase players down the stretch, and then after the deadline's over, is Mike Brown going to mix things up, or is this who it is?
So I'll tell you emphatically, if that's the case, I have a major issue with Mike Brown.
Yeah,
who I've rode with from day one.
I would
the
agree.
Second his name came up as a potential candidate for this job.
Yep.
I don't think that's the case, to be clear. But if it is, I have a big, big problem with Mike Brown.
I also have a big
You're either
problem with-
coaching to win games or you're not.
That's it. And I would have a big problem with the Kings overall. Like if the trade deadline passes and they're all of a sudden like, oh yeah, hey, I'm actually going to try now on defense. I'm going to do what the coaches want me to do now that I know I'm not getting traded.
Well, I don't think
trust that.
that's-
I don't
yeah.
trust that.
I don't think
player.
that's a thing. I don't think the trade deadline, the looming trade deadline, I don't think that played a part in what we saw last night. What we saw from the Sacramento Kings was Sacramento Kings basketball in 2023, 2024.
That's it.
It's all over the place.
Yeah. Oh no.
They are the picture of inconsistency.
I agree 100%, but I also think that there are players on this roster that may be playing playing more minutes because there's potential trade interest.
I don't believe that. I absolutely refuse to believe that. But
who?
you're right. We'll find out. But man, my tone will absolutely change if that's the case.
Who do you think? Who though?
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I would say this: like when you are a head coach of a team and you're part of a franchise, and a franchise, if you want to have a working relationship with a general manager, you have to be on the same page. And if a general manager says, "Hey, I don't think it's going to cost you games, but I need you to play player X over player Y for a handful of games to make sure people out there know," that stuff happens
You can't sell me
all
on that.
the time.
You can't sell me on that.
It
I
happens
don't
all the
believe
time,
it. I
though.
don't believe that it does.
No.
What I look at go. Sorry, go ahead, David.
No, you go ahead. James is pissing me off.
I just wonder when I look at the Kings box score from last night. Okay, the trade deadline has passed. Okay. Is Harrison Barnes not playing anymore?
No, I think all we're really talking about is Davion, right? We can't be talking about anybody else.
And he was arguably their best player last night, second best player.
He was fantastic.
Okay. I'm not going to say he wasn't strong, but no, I think that there are other players that we've seen play over the last week. I mean, Kessler Edwards all of a sudden magically appears and plays.
But that's what.
after-
But see that. But my issue with all this is that's what Mike does,
No,
and it's weird.
Yeah. No,
Like
get you.
I always use the line that Mike Brown is hilarious. He's just going to play Chris Duarte for 2 minutes and a half and then never look at him again. Then he's going to play Kessler Edwards in the second half. Why, James?
It should be.
Who knows? Vibes. I don't know.
Edwards got 9 minutes in a blowout against Cleveland and then 15 in that win over Indiana.
Yeah.
And he played well versus Indiana.
Right.
Like, am I wrong? Yeah.
No, I thought Kessler played well.
And I think that's how Mike coaches sometimes. Is sometimes he tries to find a guy and he'll. I mean, it was clear. I don't mean like when Chris Duarte came in for those 2 minutes, it was like this isn't it. And like it was clear in those 2 minutes, this ain't it. He went to Kessler in the second half and it was much better.
Yeah, but I'm not going to fault Mike Brown for giving Chris Duarte 2 minutes and then looking at him and going, "Oh, that's not it."
I'm not either, which is why I don't think he's showcasing players. It's why I don't think this team is showcasing players.
Do we want to just take this up to the trade deadline at noon, or do you want to go right now to make sure you're on for noon?
It's your show.
Well, no, it's going to be your show though, which is why I'm asking you.
Well, I think we actually have to break before the hour, don't we?
I think so.
Isn't that so? Let's do
probably
that.
Okay.
I think that's the one thing we actually have to do is to get your last break in for the inside.
A lot of reaction coming up to the trade deadline next on ESPN.
You guys can stay if you
1320s.
want
D'Lo
to.
and
I
Casey.
don't know. We vibing, we talking.
D'Lo and Kenny. D'Lo and Kenny coming up next.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, like the McGee over Len, like Sass, you're bringing up. I don't think that like that's just they're trying things. Jaden Springer is getting traded to the Celtics for a second round pick. I like Jaden Springer. He's never got a shot at the with that team.
Oh. What a day.
Yeah, I know.
What a day. First the Fat Boys break up, and now this.
I don't know who the Fat Boys are.
All right, I'm gonna go, everybody.
That's actually.
I was gonna.
Oh,
all right.
Sorry, everybody.
Kyle's
hanging out still.
All right. I'm gonna go.
I have to.
Appreciate you guys.
I have to move
Good game, Chadios.
Yeah, you guys aren't going anywhere. Did you leave your charger in here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put it in my locker. It's right there.
Just in case you weren't convinced, they showed you one more time last night. What's going on? Mike had no problem throwing a couple guys under the bus. Game last night.
Who are you throwing in?
The Aaron first closeouts on threes.
De'Aaron was kicking it last night.
Yeah, he played like shit.
He was just chilling.
He played like absolute shit.
But just one L in the loss column, like you said.
The worst part is you can kind of tell he telegraphs what's happening behind the scenes pretty well.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna guess he knew that today was gonna look like today.
Hmm.
So and that Duarte situation was freaking wild.
Yeah, that's it. So
Yeah, you said he was on crutches.
And
Jesus.
he comes in, and of course, to be honest with you, I'm sorry, it was Kobe. Because he comes in and he has his head down and he's on crutches, and his hair's all over his face. And then I'm like, oh no, that's Chris. And he sits down and dude, ankle's this big. Ankle looks like baseball. I'm like,
oh man.
that's not good. And he was in the practice facility getting warmed up. And then, but I'm looking at the Kings. I'm like, do you guys want us to report this? And like, where are we at right now? And he goes, well, Biederman just reported it, that he's out for tonight's game. It got more weird after that.
Those things happening in warm-ups are always weird.
Yeah.
Because
All right, I'm out.
All right,
I'm
man.
gonna go practice.
Oh, okay.
I
Right
think
on.
it's at 12:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be tapped in.
1 and 2, you can get paid for that cup. I didn't know you had a Stanley Cup, bro.
Man, that cup's old too.
It don't matter.
That's before they went crazy.
They smuggling these things now.
No, I didn't even. I'm not playing any music.
Don't.
We don't need any.
Don't.
We don't need any opening music today.
Don't play no damn music.
Sorry, young Zale. We love you. We love you, Zale.
Ain't nobody playing basketball around here. Ain't no need to play music.
It's 12 o'clock. Hand me the credit card, by the way. It's deadline day. Could you hand me the credit card?
Yeah.
Appreciate you. So it's 12, and other than cash considerations, that's what the Sacramento Kings have done following a loss to a team that now has a win percentage of .140. No, thank you. We didn't do our open bit and it threw everybody off, but no, that's fine. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Feels like the Dallas Mavericks are trying to get better. OKC made a couple of moves. Good for them. Of course, OKC is in a bit of a different tier. Phoenix made a couple of moves. Teams around Sacramento have made a couple of moves. That lost to Detroit last night. The Kings have gotten no help over the last 3 days, even when they were winning games. Phoenix was winning games. The Pelicans were winning games. There were teams winning games around them. Mm-hmm. And they've gotten no help over the last 3 days. And then to drop one to the Detroit Pistons, last 3 games, So that loss they had to the Detroit Pistons on a night where I think Phoenix beat Milwaukee. Golden State beat Philadelphia. All that did was drop Sacramento from 5 to 7. And now with the moves that the Dallas Mavericks have made, you start to look at the Mavericks a little bit. Sacramento Kings got a game and a half on them, and you wonder what that looks like moving forward. The Los Angeles Lakers didn't make any moves. Chris Haynes laid that out in a tweet about how they're going to stand pat to the offseason. You've got the Utah Jazz right now, who are about 4 back from Sacramento. They're in the 10th spot. And then you got the Golden State Warriors looming 5 games back from the Sacramento Kings from the 7th spot to the 11th spot.
I mean, look, man, I'm usually the one that comes in here. It's like, like I look at the big picture, got to look at what's going on. Don't be so reactionary. It's a lot. These things happen in the league. So that's usually me. And that's usually how I feel. And I know you just laid out the bigger picture just now, but last night was a joke. Last night was a joke, man. And there's no other way to put it. You let a team that came in here with 6 wins come into your house, drop 130 plus, two of their best players, I'd say Isaiah Stewart too, 3 of their best players weren't even suited up. You let a guy in Killian Hayes who we talk about, on a sore ankle. This guy, he said, I want to be out of here.
Yeah,
Can't play now, know how long.
Killian Hayes don't have a job right now.
Yeah.
Killian Hayes don't have a team.
Jalen Duren was out there looking I don't know, Shaq
15
in 92.
rebounds. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I sure didn't see any Jaden Ivey jokes on the timeline last night.
Jaden Ivey.
37-0. No one was firing off any tweets last night about the Detroit Pistons
last night. Cooked them.
Hey, but salute Kyle Matson's pregame video. Boy, that was all over the internet.
Oh man,
I was getting alerts about that this morning.
And it was clever. I can't even get mad at Kings brass, Kings basketball ops, whoever, game day ops. Can't get mad. That was clever. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do when you have a team that's 9 games over 500 going up against a team that has 6 wins. Who knew that they would lose the game? Who knew they would lose the game? No, man. We should be past the point where we can't do that because you know how the Kings are. They might lose. Man, come on, man. Come on.
We're not. You watch this team all year. This team's lost to Detroit and Charlotte.
That's a joke, man. That's a joke. And look, you guys know I love all these guys on this team. I love the team. I love the players. Malik is my guy. Zero's my guy. And we heard him last night, and he talked about he didn't like the boos. And I understand that. I empathize with that. I understand that. But you guys got to wear that. You got to wear that. And I'm not even a guy that boos. I don't really do all that or whatever. But I'm not going to get on any of the fans for booing what happened last night. You got to wear that. I know you work hard, Malik. I know the team works hard. Nobody's trying to lose, all this other stuff, and you don't like being booed. Well, don't nobody like riding for you guys day after day. And what you think? What you think? We talking to Bonte Hill every day about this team. Nah, they good. They cool. And y'all come out, lose to the Pistons? And we got to answer those questions as fans and as media members. So if somebody wants to boo because they frustrated with the ridiculous performance last night. That was a joke. Love those guys. That was a joke, man. That can't happen. And once again, this is what I say all the time when I talk about coaching the kids and all. Malik don't like it, or they don't like what we got to say today or what people got to say. What you want us to say? What you want us to say? You want us to be like, nah, it's cool. Like, that's cool. It's okay that you lost to a 6-win team at home after you just came off a road trip where you went 5-2. It's cool. It's good. That's what you want us to say? If I'm in that locker room, I know it's different and all this other stuff, the NBA players, I would be the first one saying that's embarrassing. I'd be the first one saying that's a joke. So you get mad because people.
You wouldn't say it's one loss?
Hell no. Column? Hell no. Does it end your season, all that? No, we all know that. But that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. They should be embarrassed for that performance last night. That's embarrassing. I know I'd be embarrassed.
I think some of them are. I don't think all of them are. I think some of them are, though. I think you could tell who is. I don't know if they're embarrassed or they're mad. And then there are some that I don't think care. Like, I think Domas is angry. I think Malik is angry. I know Mike is angry. Mike made that very clear. I think Malik did too. You listen to Domas, the way Domas talks, you can tell when he's upset. That's all. And then nothing phases 5, so you just keep it moving.
Well, look, man, and I got to talk about him, man. I got to talk about him. You know how I feel about him as a ball player and what I think he could be and all this other stuff. You want to be in that upper echelon? Maybe he does. I don't know. But people want to talk about him in that upper echelon. That can't happen last night.
But that's us. That's not him.
That either way, it can't happen.
I don't disagree.
It can't happen. You got 12 points against the Pistons, while this young boy over here on Detroit was lighting your ass up. And you didn't do nothing to stop it. Lighting your ass up in your house. You can't be in that upper, like all the I hate to say it, all the all-star snub, that's got to go out the window. That's got to go out the window at this point. That game can't ever happen.
Yeah, there's a deeper discussion to have about De'Aaron Fox. Because you look at the game he had last night, and we'll take his post-game remarks out of the equation and just look at what he did last night. 5 of 14, 12 points to go along with 7 assists and 3 rebounds. It feels like those 12s and 14s and 15s, if it feels like they're starting to happen a lot, it is. Mm-hmm. And I'm not Will Z, but I ran the numbers. And, man, something happened at the turn of the calendar year because there is a drastic difference between 2023 De'Aaron Fox and 2024 De'Aaron Fox. And we'll run that. We'll have those for you here coming up in just a couple of minutes. And that's all compounded by the fact you've got Denver at home tomorrow. You got Denver on the second night of a back-to-back as they're playing what's surely going to be an emotional game for the Los Angeles Lakers today, who didn't make any deals, but it is 2/24/24. They're unveiling the Kobe statue. It's a huge day in Los Angeles. You got Oklahoma City after that on Super Bowl Sunday at a 12 o'clock tip in OKC, 12 o'clock our time. And then you got Phoenix and Denver all before the All-Star break. Phoenix, who made deals. Denver, who's the defending champion. Mm-hmm. Oklahoma City, who's going to be in a similar mood that Cleveland was in. Doesn't mean they'll have the same result that Cleveland did, but OKC is a team that's at the top of the conference and can't beat the Sacramento Kings. And I guarantee you they think about that, they talk about that.
They're going to be ready to light the Kings up on Sunday.
And if the Kings aren't there to respond, if all of the Kings aren't there to respond, man, this thing could spiral pretty quickly. We could be preparing. I told this to Jill Adge last night. I'll put it on the show. We should all start mentally preparing for a Kings Warriors playing matchup.
Oh man.
Nothing's off the table. Let that sink in.
Nothing's off the table with this group. They might be on the road for that.
And by the way, if we get in the Kings Warriors, I'm sick. I'm like the dude down the hall. I got the flu for the week. I'll see y'all. Can't make it today, man. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
I ain't dealing with that again.
I mean, the frustrating thing, like you said, you saw it from certain people last night, is they don't take anything personally. Like, I'll put it to you like this: like what we're saying right now, they might take that personally, but they don't take personally the fact that some second-year player came in here and busted your ass for 37 and had you looking crazy. They take the wrong stuff personally. The wrong stuff. They take everything but what matters personally. And that is frustrating to say the least. And like I said, this ain't no turncoat or nothing like that. I love De'Aaron Fox. I love everybody on that team. I really like that team. Bunch of good guys. Bunch of good guys to root for. I still think they have the capability to be the team that we all thought they could be, but we got to deal in reality right now. They're not that right now. They're not that. You know what I mean? And who knows what you're getting the second half of this season, the metaphorical second half of the season with this group. You just don't know. Like, they may end up being 8-9 games over 500, whatever the case may be. But you don't know what you're getting with this
group. And 8-9 games over 500 will probably put you in potentially 6 or 7 or 8 spot. Yeah. That's what you're looking at.
And that's the biggest things. The biggest thing, and Run DMG says, y'all crying Kings will beat Denver on Friday. It's not probably so. I don't care. The problem is they don't take things personally, in my opinion. They don't take the game personal. They don't take the losses personal. Well, some of them do.
I was going to say, I don't think that's the case for all of them.
Some of them do. But not everybody, not as a collective, do they take things personally and say, you know what? That's unacceptable. Or I'm embarrassed by what happened.
I feel like we're beating around the bush, man. I don't think it's them collectively. I think we're talking about one guy.
I mean, could be talking about a couple guys.
Well, we could be. I don't know, but we don't hear from HB enough to know. I don't know. If Keegan was mad, I don't think I'd know. But I saw Domas last night, and I saw Malik last night. I saw Mike Brown last night. Those are three pretty important components to this team. And then I saw De'Aaron. One of those things was not like the other. And that's Fox. And that's De'Aaron. Like, he's not changing.
He's not changing. It is who he is. And once again, if anybody has a problem with what's being said right now or anything, what do you want us to say? How many times this year have we come in to these studios and be like, man, it's the league. It happens. You know, these things happen. Or, you know, it's the looking at the bigger picture.
Chicago.
They blew a 22-point lead, but they're playing good basketball. You know, all this. How many times have we said that? We said it numerous times this year. What do you want us to say after last night? What are we supposed to say? I'm not going to lie to the people. I never lied to the people. Not one lie, not one time. I'm not going to lie to them now. That was trash last night. That was a joke. That was a joke. Love those guys. Love the Beam team. That was a joke last night.
Let's stay here. And it's all compounded by the fact, and it's even more compounded. What happened last night is more compounded by the fact that the trade deadline is come and gone. And by all accounts, Monty McNair has confidence in this roster. Or he has confidence that he can do something in the offseason that will get this team where he wants to go. Cool. That's fantastic. But I don't know where that is for Sacramento this season. Right? I don't know. Because again, I'll tell the insiders this. I'll tell you this. I don't think what we saw last night had anything to do with the trade deadline. I don't think there were concerns. I don't think there were rumblings. I don't think agents had called. I don't think that was the thing last night. You did what you have done repeatedly through the season. And we talk about bad basketball teams. We already talked about them losing to Charlotte. I had confidence after the Memphis game. Matt George was furious after the Memphis game. But Matt George, hopefully going to join us from Las Vegas in a couple minutes, about 30 minutes. He was furious after that game. And he laid out the reasons why. And my thing was, the first thing Domas said was, that's unacceptable. We can't play like that against a team like this. Not an insult to those brothers right there, but that wasn't even the Grizzlies. It was the hustle.
Yeah. Facts.
But yet now you go out there against Detroit, a team comparable to where Memphis is at, without their best players, as you laid out earlier, and you do it again? How unacceptable was it really? Domas played a great deal of that game like he was angry. Malik did.
And look, and Fox, that's my boy. That's my boy Fox, but got to call a spade a spade. He didn't show up last night. He didn't show up last night.
Fox didn't. And you know what? I have a problem with something Mike did too. And it's Keegan. And here's the issue. I understand Keegan got in foul trouble early. And I understand Keegan had no groove whatsoever. You get to that fourth quarter, and Jaden Ivey's doing what he's doing. You have the guy who has been, for the most part, your best defender this year on your bench. You're in the fourth quarter. He fouls out. What the hell? At least you tried. Hey, I need you to get out there and deal with that. Whatever was wrong in the first three quarters, snap out of it. Go deal with it. I need someone to shut his ass down so we don't lose to the Detroit Pistons at home. Instead, he chose to let him sit there. He goes out there, he fouls out in 2 minutes. To hell with it. He fouled out.
Right.
Whatever. Like, all right, it was not Keegan's night. Fine. You tried. I have an issue that Mike let him sit there. He was getting your ass whooped, and you let him sit there.
This guy was cooking y'all, man. This guy was cooking y'all. And once
again, don't leave him. I don't care what else is happening on the floor. Don't leave that guy. That's it. If you pick up foul 5 and foul 6, well, the hell with it. Fine. Just let him sit there. And as you would say, that stupid look on his face. Just sitting there on the bench. Just no sweat, no nothing, just sitting there.
And it's a microcosm for me, for the story of the team this year so far. Just let things happen. They just let things happen. They never impose their will on an opponent. They just let things happen. And I don't know if this is quite the correct analogy, but I remember when I was in college, my coach, we were like really good. We were like 23-8 or so. I don't know. We had a really good record. And he called us the happiest team on earth. We really liked each other. We enjoyed being around each other. We enjoyed playing in the games with each other, the practices, the camaraderie. We loved all that. But nobody would ever get pissed off about anything. Like we would lose a game to a rival, and we just get our stuff, get out of there. All right, we got to go to practice. Like he was like, you guys are just happy. You guys are so happy being around each other. And when he made the shirt, I understood. And I don't know if this team is exactly happy. I think they like each other and all this other stuff. But nothing pisses them off. Nothing. I don't know. Maybe they'll get mad at this. But nothing gets them in a mode where they're pissed off as a collective with what's gone on in the past, what's going on, what's been said about them, all this other stuff. It's just, I don't know. And they talk about championship. What? Come on, man. What? The goals are bigger, all this other stuff. Maybe your goals are bigger. The way that you're deciding to get there, I can tell you now, you won't come close to achieving them. Like there's got to be a shift in how this group collectively approaches the game, the season, the league, if they want to reach the goals that they've set out for them.
I said it kind of tentatively a few weeks ago, and I feel far more justified in my stance that I think this team is entitled. This team, to me, and you know what? Part of it was something that Hammer said. We was talking about free throws. When guys miss free throws, sometimes it just looks like they're unfocused. I'm not trying to pick on this dude the whole first 20 minutes, but Fox missed 4 free throws in a row.
That was tough.
That's crazy. Fox missed 4 free throws in a row, but when he missed the third one, he missed it because it was the second trip to he missed the third one, and he missed it, and he kind of, I just kind of like looked at him, and one, I think for the first time I recognized your like flip that you talk about. I was like, oh, and I'm watching him like he kind of just out there. And I started to wonder, and the Kings weren't losing at this point.
Yeah.
I started to wonder about his focus. I was like, oh, are they a bit unfocused? And then I thought about the Memphis game. Again, we do this all the time. There was no point as that game was going on that I thought they were losing. Down 15, I was like, okay, as long as they cut the lead to 8 at the fourth, I'm fine. They did more than that. I was like, okay, we good. And then they get torched in the fourth quarter.
What do you have, 19 in the fourth quarter?
Something like that. Yeah. I feel like he didn't miss. I'll go a step further. I feel like they didn't miss in the fourth quarter. They came down and they were they were the 47-point Detroit Pistons of a couple of weeks ago in the first quarter. They just waited to the fourth quarter to beat their ass that way. And it bit them.
You know,
it bit them.
And once again, I'm like you. I'm not trying to
6 of 8 from 3 in the fourth quarter. For goodness sakes,
I'm not trying to blame this guy for the loss or anything like that. I'm just talking about my observation of this whole thing. But I didn't think they were going to lose. I'm not going to say that. I didn't think they were going to lose, but I knew it was going to be one of them nights when in the second quarter, the Kings were up 9. And it was like, all right, about to do some stuff here, about to pull away. Fox blows by Killian Hayes, makes another move, wide open to the lane, misses the dunk. And that 9 would have been 11. And I said, oh no, I'm going to remember that. Obviously, you see, I remember that. I said, I'm going to remember that moment. I'm going to remember. I was sitting there saying, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going to remember that moment. And immediately, I think the Pistons went on like a 6-0 run, got the lead down to 3, timeout, something like that. but it was just the level of it's going to be one of them nights. Once again, didn't think they were going to lose the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I was
one of those nights against Memphis.
Yeah, it's going to be one of them nights. And I, like you, I didn't think they were going to lose the game till 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, there was a point where it became very apparent at the end of the game. Oh, they just losing, huh?
I couldn't believe it, man. I all I can say is last night was a joke, man. And this team, part of the reason why we're upset with this team, with De'Aaron, at least me, I'll speak for myself, is because I really do believe they're better than what they showed last night. I believe wholeheartedly De'Aaron Fox is a lot better than what he showed last night. And because of that, games like last night from the team and from him individually, for me, are unacceptable. Because you're more capable than that. 12 points from De'Aaron Fox. This is a guy that was averaging 30 points a game. 30 points a game.
Yeah.
You putting up 12. And then at some point, like you're not cooking, you're not having a good game or whatever the case may be. But once this dude is like his fourth straight shot, like the competitive juices gotta lock in at some point. And they just never locked in. I saw it from Malik. I saw Malik getting after it. And Malik bring a level of intensity. Domas as well. But that's it. I really do believe that this team goes as far as De'Aaron Fox goes. He is Mekhi Phifer in high school high. All these other people, Sabonis, Monk, all these other guys can play their asses off. And they can play with, as much intensity as they want. At the end of the day, they all gonna look in the back of the classroom. And whatever Five's doing is gonna be our destiny. That's what it is.
Well,
like we tried to skate around it a number of different times as a media group and be like, nah, Sabonis is the heart. He the best. And Monk, he's the heart, all this other stuff. It always, always, always comes back to Five. Always.
So you gonna make me say it?
No, I mean we can say whatever. I just think
then this is a tough look for the franchise. Because if you tune in to look to him for that, not for anything, but for that, he's not that. He never has been. Like he's not going to. He'll be frustrated, right? Like he'll be frustrated, maybe with the franchise, maybe with. He'll be frustrated with a variety of things. We've seen that, but angry at a loss. Well, I don't think we're ever going to see that.
Even aside, I'm just talking about on the court, right? Like just like they're gonna come and go as he goes. Really, like if he's ready to compete, they're gonna compete.
So, but why is a player of his caliber's competitiveness brought into question right now?
I don't know. That's something
that's a problem to me.
I can't even front on that. Can't even front
your
on
competitiveness. He's too good for his competitiveness to be called into question.
He's too good.
Way too good.
And we've seen too many times where he'll just float through a game. And like I said, we're not talking about, no disrespect, we ain't talking about Davion Mitchell. We're talking about De'Aaron Fox. This is one of the best, the most talented players in the league. He is, without a shadow of a doubt, he is one of the most talented players in the game today. He will be, when it's all said and done, the best Sacramento King in franchise history. He's that good. And performances like last night, man, they just can't happen.
Well, performances like that can't happen, but performances like that, as frequently as they're beginning to happen, can't happen.
That's facts.
Let's regroup here. We'll come back. We've got a lot coming up today. Matt George, we believe, is going to join us from Las Vegas coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Of course, we'll continue to talk about everything that happened today. We'll continue to talk about last night, and we will open up the phone lines for you as well. Share your thoughts, share your frustrations. We're all in this together. 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino, where the humidor is open right now. Go check it out. Go check out the amazing video that Leezy posted on IG as well at D'Lo and KC or at ESPN 1320. And we'll come back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. So we'll be quick here and then get back to normal when Matt joins us at the 45. Appreciate y'all being here, man. If you could hit the thumbs up, that would go a really, really long way. We appreciate it. We have an amazing group of real people that follow us, man, and we love y'all for it. Well, certainly some interesting things on social media today. We joked that we were going to play that live. It's not till 4:00. If this was old D-Lo and KC days, we would just hang around and watch it together. But it's not old D-Lo and KC days anymore. Well, I appreciate you, Brian. You hitting the thumbs up for us, not for the Kings. Hit the thumbs up for us. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, the after show was fun, B. The after show was fun for sure. Uh-oh, got a Matt George text. This isn't good. I'll be good. Stand corrected.
Yeah, I heard that, James. He had a little heel tone to him. Some little comments. Yeah, today, maybe I wouldn't feel this way if they had won last night, but today standing pat it's not the best look. It's not the best look.
Man, lazy, I don't know what the trick is to make reels pop. Oh. I see you, Coach JT.
Yeah, those is fire.
Oh my goodness.
Those is fire.
Man. I guess King Melly's that dude right now.
Shout out King Melly.
Better get yours. Matt says he's only going to join us if he can answer questions about Usher's press conference that he was just at.
Oh, well, Usher's missing right now.
Where's Usher? That was a great video. I love that video, and I thought Tim Cook sold the hell out of it.
Did a good job.
It was a pretty wild moment. Matt George is joining us after leaving Usher's press conference. Like, what is happening? Girl, Maybach, oh. Why can't any of these points and questions be brought up to the team? Well, I think people ask. I mean, we kind of we're here, but I'm sure. I mean, I heard Jason Anderson ask questions about these losses last night. I don't know where I put this De'Aaron stuff in the show. All right. I know I put these Fox notes in here somewhere. I just can't remember where I put them. Oh, there they are. Let's get to these phone lines, man. 916-909-1320. Let's start with Kamara. I don't imagine this is going to go well. Kamara. Come on, man. What's up, bro?
Hey, man, listen, I'm not even going to go into the negative place with it. No, first of all, Casey, happy belated, man.
Belated what?
I thought it was your birthday the other day. I thought I was celebrating your birthday. No?
No.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate it anyway, though, man. Thank you, though.
I appreciate all the love. I didn't know.
Yeah, I do. I appreciate
I didn't read the post.
No, that was just love.
Man. Yeah, people were showing me love. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's all good. Anyway, man. Hey, and I'm also, I'm trying to be positive on this call, bro. I'm not kind of.
Okay. We appreciate it.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we're not going to be downtrodden, man. We know what it is. Listen, I think most of us Kings fans it's kind of like it's running numb at this point of having a worst loss of the season. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. So like, listen, all you can look forward to is like they play better tomorrow against Denver, and they have a 7-game, stretch where it can make or break their season. I think they play Denver in the next 2 out of 3 games. They play Phoenix. Just some hard matchups. So, maybe it was just they had a brain dud against a really bad team, and they're getting ready to be locked in for these next 7 games. But we do know, but by the time we get to the All-Star break, or shortly thereafter, we're going to have a determinative of where this team's going to fall. They can fall out of the playoff spot. So hopefully, just yesterday was a bad game, and then they've shown that they can rebound. I'm trying to be positive, guys.
We appreciate you. Hey, I'm gonna need you to get Kamara. I'm gonna need you to get a hold of Richard Jefferson and teach that dude how to dress.
Like I said,
he looks. Am I bugging? He's not wearing a shirt, right?
I had to look about 3 times.
He looks ridiculous. Looks. If I was the executive producer of NBA Today, I would have been like, "Sir, absolutely not."
Look, man, the fact still remains with him. He could have the greatest stylist in the world. He doesn't wear clothes.
That suit though is cut fantastic.
Yeah, that's
the cut of the suit is fantastic.
That's my point. He doesn't wear. It doesn't matter. He doesn't wear clothes well. I don't know if it's his shoulders. I don't know what it is, but he doesn't.
Why is he not wearing a shirt?
That's his style. Like if you got style, if you got pizzazz to you, you could pull that off and look fresh.
He does not have that.
That's what I'm saying. So
he
just
looks
him.
Ridiculous.
It's just him.
This is absurd. Now I was mad about the King. Now I'm really mad. This dude looks like he looks like a goof.
Wilbon should have been like, I'm not coming on the show.
Like, look, go put a shirt on. A white one or a black one so we can clearly see there's some color there. You just got a flesh tone suit on with some buttons.
Man, the guy, he can't dress. I mean, he can't wear clothes like that. I told you the one time I saw him in Venice. We were in Venice, at night. It was with my aunt, and we were like, it was All-Star Weekend, and All-Star Weekend was like in Denver or something like that. She's like, "Who is that?" I was like, "That's Richard Jefferson." He was walking alone in Venice, and just his fit. She's like, "I can see why he's not at All-Star Weekend."
No.
I was like, "Well, damn, Kim, we didn't have to go there."
Let's get Leezy in here, 916-909-1320 if you want to talk. Leezus, what's happening, baby?
Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, I just wanted to call in. I'm all business today.
I see that.
Yeah.
I see that.
Also, by the way, real fans know Casey's birthday is July 22nd and mine is the 21st. But anyways, I wanted to call.
Thanks, Leezy.
I got you back, Casey. July cancer.
Shout out Kamara. He meant well.
Big ups to Kamara, man. I appreciate it, dog. I do.
Yes, sir. Hey, guys. So whenever the draft comes around, we always talk about players going into the right situation so they can develop. Do you guys ever feel like the years of the Kings kind of being bad and struggling affect De'Aaron's mentality? Like, we're all frustrated he doesn't get mad when they lose, but he's had so many years of losing, maybe he's kind of numb to it. Do you ever take that into a factor?
Yes and no.
Not
yeah,
now.
Right. No, and not. I just think this is De'Aaron's personality, for better or worse. It's De'Aaron's personality. I do think the franchise you're drafted to can greatly affect who you are as an NBA player, but I don't think that's necessarily De'Aaron Fox. Like, the first thing I point to is Monty McNair. When Monty McNair took over as the Sacramento Kings general manager, his first order of business was to sign De'Aaron Fox to a long-term contract extension. That was you are my guy. You are this franchise's guy moving forward. Like, we've got things to do. We've got things to fix. There's going to be a dunk strike and an ankle soreness along the way, but we're going to get there. And I think that's got to be I don't know if vote of confidence is the right term, but it's kind of what it is. Like, I'm centering everything on you, and I've got to build this thing out around you. And I think a lot of times some of these rookies, and this is what I worried about with Jaden Ivey a little bit, and maybe that's a franchise that will start to get things moving in the right direction. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough franchise, but you don't want there to be like no end in sight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with DeMarcus, there was no end in sight for this team. There's a million rookies you could point at where there's no end in sight to the badness of it. Like putting the 10-win San Antonio Spurs on television every other night. Like, it's fine now, but like there has to start to be, we talk about evolution with the Sacramento Kings. There has to start to be some evolution for the San Antonio Spurs over the next couple of years to become a better basketball team and put Victor Wembanyama in a better spot. Like, I think that's true for all players.
I
and
agree.
franchises.
And I think it's the right move to sign Fox. Like, I think
absolutely.
Like how I feel in all facets about De'Aaron Fox hasn't changed after last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's an unbelievable talent. I think he is the franchise player for the Sacramento Kings. And I do get frustrated with him because sometimes it feels like he just lets things happen. He just lets what's my man's name? Scary Terry just go to work. You know, and not like lets him happen where he's got to stop them defensively. Like, we would love that, but those guys are cooking at that point. He lets them happen, and as in there's no resistance on the other end. You know what I mean? Like, they get in the bucket. All right, we're gonna come back and score, or I'm gonna keep attacking the same way, not settling for threes, getting to the bucket, all this other stuff. But how I feel about him hasn't changed. He's that dude. He is that dude. Like, he's as talented as anybody in the league. He's got to find a way to not have games like last night happen. Like, they just cannot happen.
Let's get Troy in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Troy?
How's it going, fellas?
We good, baby.
We good, baby.
Yes, sir. Like you said, though, Kenny, this team is full of nice guys, man. We don't got nobody that they fear. Nobody fears coming to Sacramento. We don't got a DeMarcus Cousins where he's going to push up on you. We don't got nobody like that. We haven't had nobody like that since DeMarcus Cousins. So when you come to Sacramento, bro, like you say, get your buckets, get your money. Ain't nobody pushing up on you. The fans won't even boo you hard enough. I mean, it's cakewalk right now. I've been a Sacramento Kings fan forever. It's been like that forever, bro.
Well, I mean, I would say Malik will get at you. Now, as far as like defensively stopping somebody, I don't know if that's his game. I think Davion is physical on the defensive end. Some people would say he's too short, or whatever the case may be. I think Sabonis is physical. And I think De'Aaron, when he wants to be, is a pest on the defensive end. So I hear you, Troy. I hear what you're saying. I think there's guys that are capable. I just think there are times when they're just too passive, man. They're too passive. They're way too passive sometimes.
Let's talk to our man Sam. Sam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, happy afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We good, Sam. How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Real quick. Well, number one, I think I told you before, but Sabonis, in my estimation, is the worst shooter from 1 foot in basketball. He missed way too many, but that's not what I wanted to talk to you quickly about. Sabonis is within the free throw circle many times a night. And during that time, he passes it out, he does this or he does that, but rarely does he shooting. And I would tell, if I was Brown, I'd tell him, when you're in that free throw circle, you shoot the ball if the guy's not within 2 feet of you. Because if the guy starts closing out on you, you move quickly to the right or left, which you're very adept to, make a layup and possibly get a 3-point play. And That's what Sabonis is missing. He will not take the shot in the free throw shot.
Appreciate you.
Hey, Sam, I hope you roll all sevens, big dog.
Sam live from Sky River.
Sam, turn it up.
Sam, stay at the
I wonder if he's at 32 Bruce Street right now.
Sam's one of those guys where I always wonder, does he listen to the show or is it just like, it's 12 o'clock, I'm going to call Dilo on KC?
He might. I mean, I think he listened to us while he's at the slots.
Hey, Sam doesn't strike me as a slot guy. I think Sam at a table winning some money.
He had a table?
Yeah, he had a table winning some money. He was just waiting for his drink. He calls us between drinks, I think, maybe. or he's waiting for his food.
They even pissed Sam off. Sam is always positive. They pissed him off.
I hope y'all come for Sam when we talk about Domas the way y'all came.
Misguided direction last night.
I hope y'all come for Sam the way y'all came for me.
All of a sudden, it's popular to ask for more shots now.
Yeah,
huh?
I guess so. We'll come back. Matt George joins us live from Las Vegas when Dilo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I never played roulette, or have I? No, I don't think I ever have. Maybe once for like 10 minutes. I don't think I really ever did. I cannot believe they let that man go out there on television looking as stupid as he look right now.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's the shoulders, man. I don't know.
This long ass torso.
And it doesn't come off as like an outfit either. It comes off as a guy who forgot his shirt at work.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Because isn't that with models and stuff like that? Are you supposed to have like high shoulders or broad shoulders or something? Ain't that what they want? And his shoulders just kind of slump.
Mm-hmm.
They go
hella narrow.
Yeah, they go down. It's bad. Just wear a t-shirt, bro.
Just make an Instagram video or a TikTok. Like, you're good at that. Just get off my television.
Michigan Wolverines. You know what? I'm going to say no because
I was like, I know he brought up boxing. Of course he did.
I'm gonna say no because I don't want to root for T.O. to win. I hope he gets his ass beat. I don't think it's going to happen. But yeah, I don't want to root for that guy to win. I don't like T.O.
They ain't doing nothing to nobody. Hey, hit the thumbs up while you're here. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Honor the gift. It's my man Russell Westbrook. Just dropped a new line today that I'm attempting to not spend money on.
Be careful.
It's a night, man. It's a good line. The spring line is nice, but gotta stay out. Gotta stay out. But thank you. That was the whole point. Thank you. Can I ask a question? Can we just try Lopez as a backup to Sabonis? No, apparently not. Apparently not. They have made the decision on what they are going to do with that man. Did y'all see the Rocks promo? Yeah. Yeah, Brett, we saw it.
You didn't like it, huh?
So the reason I tried to find the longer version is I felt like he was it was like he's really in character right now. So what I was trying to find is like how Pat McAfee set that up, and The Rock just kind of went into it on his own. So it's fine. I just what does Hollywood Rock accomplish against Roman Reigns?
Yeah, that's not who he should.
Because I know what you think, and you can say it.
What?
That it's a triple threat match.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna.
No, it can't be. That's ridiculous.
That's what it's gonna be.
That accomplishes nothing. That is a horrible idea. That's a horrible idea.
It should be Rock, Roman by themselves.
Matthew.
Hello.
What's up, man? We're back. Hang on, Matt. Matt George is so much better dressed than Richard Jefferson right now. I just he needs to be pulled into HR immediately leaving television. I just cannot stress enough for those of you who can't see it. He couldn't look stupider right now. He's got a double-breasted burgundy suit on with no shirt on and 2 gold chains. Like, bro, where do you think you're at?
Serious? Can't even take what he's saying serious right now.
Matt, Matt George agreed to join us. He said we could talk as long as we want. He's covering the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, but the host of the Locked On Kings podcast said he's only interested in talking about the Usher press conference he just left.
That's true. That's true.
I love out of the three of us, it was you that went to the Usher press conference. That's terrific.
Hey, I'm just trying to catch up with you two, but no, it was definitely an interesting event. Of course, Reba McEntire was there. Post Malone was there as well because they're singing before the actual. Reba's doing the national anthem. Post Malone, I think, is doing either God Bless America or America the Beautiful.
Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that?
I don't know. We talked to them, or we heard from them, and then Usher came out and heard from Usher a little bit. So. No, it was a cool event to go to. I definitely felt out of place, but there were also a lot of other Caucasian journalists in the room going, well, I guess we're supposed to be here.
Matt out there with the shade room.
Well, I'm sure there were other, there's people there to see Reba McEntire, and Usher's got pretty good crossover appeal. So that's
it was cool. It was very cool.
I'm confident I know the answer to this before we get to the Kings in all seriousness. You've got to go to the 49ers practice. That's at 4:00. That's why you're on early, right?
Correct.
So you're not going to make your way over to the T-Mobile Center and see The Rock and Roman and Cody Rhodes.
I was very, very tempted to, and of course I saw the signage for it. It's like, how can I figure out a way to get over there? I really, really want to, but unfortunately responsibility gets in the way. So I'm not going to be able to.
Kevin to the 49ers practice.
They can't do that because he put Kevin in concussion protocol.
Well, I saw that. I did see that.
Personal foul, blindside hit.
Live on national television.
It was clean. I went right to the chest. It was a clean hit. He spent too long in the pocket.
The helmet. It was the crown of the helmet.
Nah, I was perfect. Led with the shoulder. It was a perfect hit. It was a perfect tackle. No, I really wish that I could go. I'm not going to lie to you. I saw Rock's hit on Pat McAfee this morning, and I felt that even though it was Rock, not Dwayne, it was very much a Rock promo. I felt that it was kind of tone deaf because the issue, of course, I don't know why we're talking about this on trade deadline day, but I don't really want to talk about what the Kings didn't do.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay, my bad. I'll fix this. Tell me your thoughts on cash considerations.
Anyway,
damn thing.
Back to the Rock. When I just thought like the whole issue with this Rock stealing Cody's spot has less to do with Rock stealing Cody's spot, I think, and more to do also with Rock kind of being the head of TKO or amongst the head of TKO. And it's almost like the boss just came in and said, me. So I thought Rock's, I didn't have as good of a reaction to Rock's little promo on Pat McAfee as I thought I would have. That being said, I'm excited about the match. I've been wanting Rock and Roman for years, so I'm definitely invested.
I wouldn't sign up for it just yet. I just wait to get through to tonight. They just can't be this dumb. They can't go against the entire audience like this. We'll see.
They do it all the time. That's something else you said yesterday. You were like, they got to give them something to be happy about.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's 50-50.
What's 50-50?
Always upset with wrestling.
Well, that's facts. That's facts. No one watches wrestling like wrestling fans.
50-50 that they give the fans something to be happy about.
Well, the Kings gave no one anything to be happy about today or last night. Matt, you watched the game from Las Vegas. It seems like it was a familiar sight. The Kings play a team with a win percentage of like 0.140 or something like that. And come fourth quarter, they get their ass kicked by a second-year player.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm dripping in sweat right now because I came running back from the Mandalay Bay media area because I initially was going to do this from there, and I was worried that I was going to get a little too heated and a little too loud to disrupt the work of the other hundreds of media members that are there. So I ran back to my hotel room. So if I can start yelling now, or I'm in a place where I'm safe to yell now, that performance makes me think back to the Memphis performance. It makes me think back to why I was so pissed off and why I was so upset. And the Kings found a way to win that game. And everyone was like, why are we getting upset about wins? The Kings won a basketball game. It's like right there. That is how the Sacramento Kings continue to play in games that they absolutely should be winning. We can't just ignore that because they won the basketball game. Jump forward a couple of weeks later, the Kings lose at home to the Indiana Pacers, or excuse me, I wish it was the Pacers, to the Detroit Pistons, after a very successful road trip. And I immediately think back to that Memphis game and go, is it really just okay that the Kings won that Memphis game playing that way? Because here they are playing that same way at home against a now 7-win team that was shorthanded of all things. They don't even have Cade Cunningham. Bojan Bogdanovic, this was before he was traded. He did not play last night. Killian Hayes was playing, and he just got dropped by the Pistons today. He's unemployed, and you let him come into your building and beat you like that when you're at full strength. Like, this is the issue with this Kings team that I have, is they just 2 steps forward, 1 gigantic step back. And I think the step back is consistent. They keep taking that step back in the same way. They're either getting blown out at home to teams like New Orleans or Boston, the teams in that tier that they're trying to get to or believe they are in, or they take on teams that they should absolutely be beating and either just barely scrape by them after playing like crap, or they lose at home and deserve to absolutely 100% be booed. This was the first game in, I think, 2 seasons that I have missed inside the Golden One Center. And part of me is glad that I was not there. The other part of me wishes I was there to hear and experience the fans and the frustration that they vocalize, because they're absolutely justified. And just like they're justified with their frustrations with the trade deadline today.
It's a situation where I'm the guy usually that comes in. Damien does it too, but I mean, just in general, like, hey man, it's the NBA. It's a long season. Games like this happen. Blown leads happen. Losses like this happen. Like, I'm usually the guy rationalizing it, and it's not even like an act or anything. Like, I really do believe everything that I say when they blow a lead against Phoenix. Like, damn, that sucks, but they've been playing well the last week. All this other stuff. I keep saying it. Last night was a joke, man. Last night was an absolute joke. That was absolutely ridiculous. By far the worst loss of the season. And to your point, Matt, it's something that's been indicative of this team all year long. Like, they are allergic to prosperity at this point. They have a great road trip. They can't build on that. They get a good win against whatever team, wherever, home or road, then they come back and play Charlotte and they lose that game at home. Like, they are allergic to prosperity.
This team is 29-21. They're 8 games over 500. Record-wise, you take the context out of it, just look at the record and go, even with the state of the Western Conference, which is, I think, why the Kings had to do something at this trade deadline, and we'll get to that. But you look at the record from 1,000 feet up or 10,000 feet up and you go, okay, this is a team that's well over 500. They were just 10 games over 500 a couple of nights ago. They just went on a 5-2 road trip. They're in a good spot. But then those of us who have actually been watching every single game, the reality is there are too many, out of those 21 losses, there are too many memorable losses than there are memorable wins for this Kings team in those 29 wins that they've had. And that's not the pessimistic way of looking at things. That's the reality. Like, you can list off whether it's last night's loss, it's getting blown out by the Celtics at home, blown out by the Pelicans at home, blown out by the Pelicans on the road, losing back-to-back games to the Houston Rockets in Houston. Both games you weren't really competitive in either one of those. Like, there's so many games that I can point to. Losing to the Pacers at home not too long ago. So many games that I can point to where it's just like these losses are concerning compared to, okay, maybe the cool, what was it, double overtime win against the Orlando Magic at home. That was a fun night. Hey, the night in Golden State the other day where the Kings beat the Warriors in an absolute shootout between 2 Western Conference teams. Hey, that was kind of fun. But the reality is, like, you watch this Kings team play basketball. Yes, they have a decent chunk more wins than they have losses, but the losses speak more to who this team is and specifically where they're headed compared to where they want to be.
So let's go to something that you just mentioned there a moment ago about the trade deadline. Obviously, the trade deadline has come and gone, and Phoenix made some moves. Dallas made some moves. Oklahoma City made some moves. The Sacramento Kings traded for Brook Lopez and cash. And
Robin. I wish it was Brook.
Robin Lopez, and then waived him. So they did nothing. And clearly nobody's pleased about that.
I mean, yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. That was just, you're right. They did nothing.
No, that's like, it absolutely stings worse because of last night's loss. But it's not just one loss. It's not just a overreaction to a loss and then a quiet trade deadline the day after. It's a loss that knocked you 2 places down the standings. It's a loss that knocked you from 5th place to 7th place. So from a playoff spot to a play-in spot. And you play a stretch of 9 games now coming up, where 3 out of those 9 games are against the defending champion Nuggets that you've already beaten in Sacramento, that I guarantee you aren't going to let you beat, or aren't going to want you to beat them again. Right. And this is a Nuggets team that's now, we're in the second half of the season. This is ramp up time for good teams. You also have the Suns in there. You have Oklahoma City Thunder, who's lost to you twice. You think the OKC Thunder are going to let you to come in on Super Bowl Sunday in a matinee performance and beat them again? Hey, maybe the Kings do. Maybe it's good that the Kings are playing better teams instead of bad teams. Maybe we should look at the Spurs game in the chunk of those 9 games ago. That's the one we should be most concerned about, knowing this Kings team and their inconsistencies against teams that they should be beating. That being said, last night's game does have a proper and important impact on what the Sacramento Kings did not do today, because you look at where the Kings are in the standings, you look how tight of a race it is in the Western Conference, and you look at the main teams around you, the Phoenix Suns and the Dallas Mavericks, making moves to improve, going out and getting guys that would have made sense for the upgrades that you were trying to make to your roster, the fringe upgrades. Never mind Kyle Kuzma, never mind Jeremy Grant or these big swing moves. Who cares? Go out and get a Dorian Finney-Smith. Go out and get a player who can come in and bolster a weakness to this roster, a glaring weakness, which is your wing depth, your athleticism, 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", long athletic defenders that can help you on the perimeter. Because what I'm seeing right now rearing its ugly head is a massive weakness of the Sacramento Kings. Maybe their defensive rating has improved, but Will Z put it out. The Kings are now giving up one of the highest 3-point shooting percentages in NBA history. They're allowing almost 40% from 3-point range on a nightly basis. It is not a coincidence that the Cavs shoot 50% from 3, and the very next night the Pistons do. 2 teams shot 20% better than their average against you in back-to-back nights. That's not you getting unlucky because a team got hot against you. That's you doing something wrong. And if the issue really is you lack the length and athleticism to close out on shooters because you want to try and crash the paint and stop ball handlers and cut them off, if that's the issue, then go out and get a guy that's not, sorry, Kessler Edwards, that's not a guy that is a fringe rotation or fringe roster player. Go out and get an actual NBA caliber player that fits the athletic and physical attributes that you need to play halfway decent perimeter defense. I don't know, I don't blame the Kings, and I'm not suggesting that Monty slept through his alarm or just sat on his hands, right? Like you need 2 to tango. You need a team to ultimately agree with the trade that you're trying to make. But nobody's going to feel sorry for you for not getting a deal done. You are judged based off of the moves that you make or not make. And sometimes not making a trade can be just as bad as making a bad trade. This Kings team has a massive glaring hole that they did not address for the 2nd straight year. And the difference between last year and this year is teams know who you are, teams know how to beat you, and you're not surprising anybody anymore.
I love the idea that Monty thought the deadline was tomorrow. Oh, I just missed it. Guys, he's calling teams right now. What? No way. That's crazy. That's crazy. Slept through his alarm. I don't know,
12
Matt.
p.m.
I did bring up that damn AMP. He got an old school alarm clock, like one at the really old hotels. Where are you at, Matt?
I'm in the Luxor Hotel right now.
Hey, shout out to the Luxor.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Luxor. That's good stuff right there.
Let me see if I can take you to see my.
A tour of the Luxor. I like it.
It's not a wander around like the Chase Center, but I wanted to show you my view because I got lucky because that's a Allegiant Stadium right out there.
Very nice. Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
So
that's terrific.
Looking forward to watching and covering a good team playing a game.
Now it's hard to. Vegas is always difficult. That's probably not a walk, right?
Oh no, it is. Yeah, well, they have the place locked down like Fort freaking Knox. So we have to walk all the way through to the other side of Mandalay Bay. Then they shuttle us over, but still drop us off like 2.5 blocks away from the stadium. And then we have to walk through all the security. No, we don't get to go over the bridge. That's for fans only. We have to go all the way around the backside where the media entrance is.
Okay, very good. Well, it's exciting. You get to cover the Super Bowl. And
that's great.
Not the Sacramento Kings losing to the Detroit Pistons and doing nothing.
Can't believe that.
A day later on the trade deadline. Did you happen to catch any post-game remarks last night?
You know, I read and saw some of the quotes that were posted. I did not see it. I got back to the room, recorded the podcast, and basically went to sleep. And to be honest with you, I didn't want to hear from any of them. I saw Fox and Sabonis spoke at the podium. Great. Like, I'm glad the issue of sending Keon Ellis out there after bad losses is over, and we don't have to talk about that part. But I don't know, like, what are they going to say that's going to be any different from what I've heard? That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Yeah, we've heard that a million times at this point. So freaking do something about it at this point.
It's not exactly what they said. Domas was clearly upset. Malik spoke at his locker. He was very upset. Mike was furious.
Mm-hmm.
And, De'Aaron was like, it's a loss on the schedule.
Yeah. De'Aaron, that is De'Aaron.
Yeah, and that's been a big focal point of the show today, of the conversation today. In the 10,000 foot view, as you were talking about earlier, man, and that's exactly what it is. It's one loss. It's one loss on the schedule until it's not, right? Until you're at the end of the season and you're a game out of the 6th spot, and you start thinking about games like Detroit and Charlotte, and you start thinking about games like even Milwaukee, where you lose because you were missing free throws. There was a point where the Kings were down 5 and had missed 8 free throws, I think 7 free throws. I don't think they even shot another free throw. I think that's how many they wound. I think they were 15 to 22
they shot one
on the day. Yeah. And so it was like, oh, look at that. And I think part of that played in, like, Detroit hadn't missed any. So it's like, oh, look at that. Free throws are a thing again here. But and I'll stall De'Aaron out, I guess, just a little bit. Like, yeah, he's right. It's one loss on the schedule until it's not. Until you look back later and you start to think about games like ones like this team. I think it was King's Film Room or King's Muse. Someone posted the 3 teams that have lost to Charlotte and Detroit. The Kings are the only good team that's lost to Charlotte and Detroit.
Nasty, man.
That's tough, man. It wasn't it wasn't a good night, Matt. Wasn't a good night at the podium for anybody.
Yeah, for me, De'Aaron speaks in 2 ways. There's De'Aaron at the podium who, if he's going to be upset, it's in his body language, not in his words. Maybe it's in his short answers. But De'Aaron speaks through his body language when he's angry. De'Aaron speaks on the court the way that he plays. That's what I pay attention to. Like, De'Aaron has been very open about, like, how he handles games and how he mentally gets through tough losses, and he's done it more often than he's gotten through wins here in Sacramento. Is he kind of shrugs him off and lets him go the second he walks out the building. Whether you and I want him to treat that differently or not, that's how he's wired. That's how he gets through an 82-game season. Ultimately, as long as he shows up when it matters the most, that's what's important. But exactly, as long as he shows up. So the way De'Aaron speaks on the floor, how De'Aaron plays, he can say all he wants about tough losses or not, but how is he playing in those tough losses, and how is he playing after those tough losses? The 12 points says way more to me than anything that he said or could have said at the podium. And that's I think where De'Aaron is at right now. Is I talked about this on the pod last night. There's only one player on this roster. His numbers aren't always the same, but there's one player on this roster that I see fighting every single night. It's Domantas Sabonis. That's the only player that I see fighting every single night. Some nights, like last night, he has 30 points. Other nights, he has 12 points. But typically, it's been 33 straight double-doubles. Sometimes it's in a triple-double. Domantas Sabonis is making some sort of impact on the game every single night. And then you have nights where Barnes is playing well, but Keegan's missing. Herter's playing well, but Fox is missing. Fox is going for 40, and nobody else is doing anything. And then you also have those nights every once in a blue moon, like there's a game during the road trip where the Kings had 4 players scoring 20-plus points. That version of the Sacramento Kings is unbeatable. I'm telling you, it's unbeatable. But it's once in a blue moon. Like, it just doesn't happen very often. I don't know what it is about this Kings team. I think back to what Harrison Barnes said after the Warriors game about sacrifices, and some player has to be the one to set screens instead of get shots that given night. And I understand there's only one ball and so many shots to go around, but you can't have nights where Keegan Murray completely disappears because another player's playing better. You have to find a way to get the majority of your core, not necessarily your roster, but your core 4 guys. 3 out of the 4 of them have to be able to perform at a average to above average level on a nightly basis. And this Kings team has too many moments where one guy, Domas, is consistently putting up numbers. Sometimes you'll get 40 or 30 point Fox. Sometimes you get 12 points. Sometimes you'll get Keegan going for 40. Sometimes Keegan's 15. Sometimes Keegan's in single digits. Harrison is either really, really good or non-existent. Kevin's either in a funk or shooting well. Like, I don't understand why this Kings team can't figure out how to come together and put it together. That's a concern of mine.
Quick follow-up. Yeah, because you said something about the 12 points says more to you than anything he'll say at the podium. What does the 12 points say to you?
That I think that what it says to me is De'Aaron Fox was okay coasting in that game. I think what it says to me is, and he's not the only one, it says to me that this Kings team knows that they're good, knows that they're not great, has kind of accepted who they are, and still believes that's going to be good enough based off of last season and based off of the vibes to get them into a playoff spot. And maybe they're right. Like, this is still a good core. The fact that the Kings didn't make any changes to this roster at the trade deadline doesn't mean that this roster is not still capable of making it to the playoffs and even making it beyond the first round of the playoffs. I do believe this team is good enough to do that and can accomplish that. I just don't want them to wake up and start to try to do that come April, when there's a very good chance at the end of that 9-game stretch that I just laid out for you, they could be at the beginning of March. Like, we're talking March 2nd, March 3rd. We're talking the home stretch of the season. The Sacramento Kings could be in a play-in picture with a tough climb to an actual playoff spot. Like, that's what this Kings team is staring in the face. And what I saw from Fox and what those 12 points say to me last night is there's no sense of urgency there, that they recognize that they're an 8 or 9 game above 500 team at the time, but the Western Conference being what it is does not matter to them, because sometimes they're going to win, sometimes they're going to lose. We are who we are, and that's just the way it is. The Kings have not earned the right and are not good enough to feel that way, because are who they are last year was a 3rd seed. Are who they are this year in the Western Conference, with teams having more of context and more of a scouting report on you, and it's easier to figure out how to beat the Kings this year compared to last year. Are who you are could be a play-in team, and nobody on that roster, especially your star, should be satisfied with that. Especially when your star was one of the 2 people saying contender, was saying that word, contending for a championship. It was Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox, the 2 guys who said those words on media day. Both of them. They were the only 2 to say the word championship. One of the 2 of them is not performing like it.
Well, you know what it reminds me of a little bit is like how, like, you probably hear this a little bit as well, Matt, but definitely in our culture, in the 102.5 culture, everybody want to talk about how they a boss. I'm a boss. I'm a boss. Da 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 da. But they don't, like, a lot of them don't really know what entails being a boss and the sacrifice and the hard work and everything that you have to put in to be a boss, the sleepless nights, the rejection, not all that stuff. They don't really know what it just sounds good to say, I'm a boss, right? It almost feels like the same thing when you talk about contender. You want to be a champion. We're trying to win a championship. We're trying to do more. Like, it sounds good. It sounds like what you're supposed to say, but the level of focus, the attention to detail that you have to have every single time in your practices and your games, all this other stuff, it doesn't seem like they understand that's what makes a championship contender. That's what makes a team that has bigger goals. It's one thing to just say it, like it sounds good to just say it, but are you really applying yourself the way you should if you have higher goals? I'm not here to answer that. I'm not in the workout room or the practice rooms or all that. I'm not questioning their work before that. I'm questioning their results. That's what I am questioning. It doesn't feel like you're taking the steps necessary to be that contender you say that you are or you want to be.
Guys, it might be a little too early to talk about this, but I think De'Aaron is approaching a crossroads, because think about what Mike Brown said at the end of last season, his postseason press conference. He says, Mike has coached the greatest players, some of the greatest players to ever play this game. He coached LeBron. He's coached like Steph. He's coached Kobe at one given time. Like, he knows what it takes to be an absolute superstar in this league. And he has told us, and I believe him, I don't think he's lying to us and just hyping up his guy. He has told us De'Aaron Fox has everything, has the capability of being a superstar, being one of those guys, being one of those greats. And the reason why I believe him is because he always follows it up with, but here's what it takes. It takes committing to being that every single day. And that commitment to being that every single day is still what lacks with De'Aaron. I'm not accusing De'Aaron of anything. I don't know him well enough or personally to be able to even suggest what his mindset is. But if De'Aaron is satisfied with being the star and being a max contract or high money contract player on a good team that is at best a first or second round playoff exit, good for him. If that's what he's okay with, if that's what he's satisfied with, that's his motivation other than making, like, instead of making all-star games and being on Team USA, if he's really just okay with supporting his family, making a boatload of money, being a really, really fun and good basketball player on a team that is destined to only be good and never be great, if that's his motivation, I don't think the Kings can change that. But if that's his motivation, then he's not living up to the potential that Mike Brown sees in him, and he is not the guy that the Sacramento Kings can win a championship with. I want to pump the brakes really quick because I'm not suggesting that is what is going on here. And I'm not even remotely suggesting that the Sacramento Kings should be concerned at this point in time about building around Fox and having Fox be the type A guy, the alpha of a championship team. He showed it to start this season. We saw how good he can be and how he can score with the best of the best in this league. I do believe a healthy De'Aaron Fox get to the playoffs, we'll see that again. But games like last night and the ups and downs of a season sometimes make me question, like, what is Fox's motivation? And can Fox accomplish what Mike sees in him, but what Mike is challenging him to be? Fox has always said he wants to be coached. Mike is the first guy to truly come in and coach De'Aaron. How is he coaching De'Aaron through this stretch? Is it middle of the season, dog days, hey, rest up, stay healthy, we'll make our run later? Or is it, you got to commit to being great every single day? 12 points against the Pistons isn't good enough.
Hey, real quick, because I'm seeing this a lot. We got 3 media people on here. Jimmy James says he's freaking hurt. Chill. This is news to me. Yeah, De'Aaron's hurt?
I don't think that.
Oh,
he wasn't hurt on Saturday.
It's news to us.
He wasn't hurt on Saturday when he had 41.
Look, De'Aaron.
He must have just gotten hurt then. Like, right, but did he? It actually wasn't Chris Duarte who rolled his ankle. It was De'Aaron.
De'Aaron has his
something's going on with De'Aaron's shoulder, but we'll get to that. Go ahead.
And he's had monster games with it.
He has.
He's had monster games with the shoulder. Has been that way since like December.
It's wild.
He has his bumps. He has his bruises. He's playing. He was very open about the fact that when he returned from that ankle injury that he suffered, it's not like the ankle is healed. You're just able to play through the pain. We've seen him favor his shoulder. De'Aaron gets knocked around. I also do think that's one of the reasons why he's settling more for 3-point shots in the middle of the season and getting downhill less and less, is because he doesn't want to take more shots around the rim, which is what, think back to De'Aaron's rookie and sophomore season in the league. Fox was always getting downhill and half the time was ending on the floor. He looked like Gerald Wallace half the time. Like, he was just always getting bumped. So De'Aaron has always played through injuries, and when he's suffered the worst injuries, whether it was the broken finger in the playoffs or the grade 3 ankle sprain that he came back way early from a couple seasons ago, De'Aaron will fight through injuries. It's not questioning De'Aaron's heart. Maybe De'Aaron is banged up. Maybe he's not 100%. That's fine. Most of the league isn't either. If the Kings training staff is telling him to go, more importantly, if he's telling the Kings training staff, I'm good, I'm going to go, at that point, hurt is out the window, right? You're the star. You're on the floor. Don't allow your team to get cooked by Jaden Ivey and the Detroit Pistons at home. I don't care if he's hurt or not. That can't happen. And you're the face of you're the star. You're the leader. That can't be happening.
You know what else can't happen, Matt, in my opinion, is I think Mike Brown made some mistakes last night.
Yes.
And there's one particular mistake that I think he made, and I think it involved Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Keegan Murray was obviously having a rough game. He couldn't get into a rhythm. He had 4 fouls. But once you get to the fourth quarter and Jaden Ivey is lighting your ass up, there's absolutely nothing to lose by getting Keegan Murray off the bench, putting him out there. Hey, whatever went on earlier in the game, snap out of it. I need you to go be the best defender on this team. And if he does it, great. That's a plus for you. If he doesn't, well, he was sitting on the bench anyways. And I think that was a terrible, terrible miscalculation by Mike Brown. And I don't think that happens to Domas. I don't think that happens to De'Aaron, and I don't think it should happen to Keegan Murray.
I agree. I agree 100%. Whether he had 0 points or 20 points, Keegan Murray needs to be on the floor at that point in the game, especially when you're being cooked on the perimeter. And regardless, like Keegan has shown that he can hang and guard twos. He can even guard ones at times on the perimeter. He did it to Steph Curry a handful of nights ago. Like Steph Curry had that really, really good first quarter or first half or whatever it was against Sacramento. And then Keegan got switched onto him, and Steph, I think he had like 18 points in the first quarter and then 15 points for the rest of the game or something along those lines. And Keegan was a big part of that. Keegan is a versatile defender. He is your best defender, and he is not just your best defender. He's literally statistically one of the best isolation defenders in the league. And Jaden Ivey cooked you in isolation last night, period. Now, I also think it was schematically a problem for the Sacramento Kings because you're playing the Detroit freaking Pistons, right? You're not playing the Boston Celtics. You're not playing the Los Angeles Clippers. Like, don't leave Jaden Ivey. If Alec Burks beats you, so freaking what? If Killian Hayes beats you, that's when I'm okay saying, hey, tip your cap. But I'm not tipping my cap at Jaden Ivey going for 19 points in the fourth quarter because Kevin Huerter decided to leave him, or whoever was on him decided to leave him to help player X who may or may not have an NBA career going forward on a 6-win team who is attacking the basket. Trust your interior defense to play halfway decent and to be able to stop a bona fide G League player or rotation player. Don't leave the only guy on that roster worth paying attention to. So it was a schematic issue, and it was a Keegan Murray issue or a lack of Keegan Murray issue. I agree 100%. I think Mike Brown got too cute, and he does that from time to time. He likes to reward the players that are playing well and keep them in there, and I get him wanting to be a coach's guy in that, or a player's coach in that sense. But your best defender is sitting on the bench when you're getting torched in the fourth quarter, when you really only needed halfway decent defense to make a run and come back in that game, and you blew it. That was absolutely a mistake by Mike Brown.
The other thing about that, Malik Monk talked about, I thought was a good point, and it, opened up the discussion for another issue. Is he said, we get caught in these rotations all the time. Well, you get caught in rotations because people are getting beat left and right. Mm-hmm. Like somebody got to keep their guy in front of them, and they got to stop relying on. And I know it's the NBA; these guys are unbelievably talented offensively. The rules, help them out and all this other stuff. But somebody got to stay in front of somebody and not rely on, oh, I've got the help, so I won't work to keep them in front of me. You know what I mean? Because if you're not making the right rotations, if that's not your strength right now, that you can't rotate effectively and stop the 3-point shooting the way you haven't been able to, then somebody's got to say, you know what, I got to keep this guy in front of me, because that's not our strong point. Our rotating and all this other stuff, that's not the strength of ours. If we're going to be better, I got to do a better job of keeping my guy in front of me. And that's one place they could start to get better.
Mm-hmm. And who's the best guy at that? It's Keegan Murray. And you had him sitting on the bench because he had a tough night. Regardless of how well you're scoring and how well you're shooting, the one thing you can always do, Mike talks a lot about control what you can control. One of the things you can control is how much effort, how hard you play on the defensive end. That was an opportunity on a bad night for one of your core 3 players to give him an opportunity to turn a bad night into an okay night and be an important difference maker in a comeback and a victory at home. And you let him sit on the bench instead. Whether you were punishing him or not, it's the wrong decision. And you lost because of it, or partially because of it.
I don't think it was punishment. I think he felt like he didn't have it. And I think he used it. And I think this happens with Mike sometimes. I think he just got too cute. Like, put him back out there. Again, if it fails, like it fails. I'd rather fail with Keegan out there than him watching. Mm-hmm. We didn't even talk about such a, Malik talked about, I don't like that stuff. I don't like getting booed. I play too hard. Like Malik and Trey had that whole second unit with Davion Mitchell included. They had a fantastic game. Yeah. And it doesn't matter.
And that's one of the reasons, sorry, Matt, but that's one of the reasons why I empathize with Malik feeling that way, because it wasn't his fault what happened last night. Malik was playing his ass off. Trey Lyles played well as well. Domas, just to mention 3. But I understand him not liking that. But I also don't think somebody was necessarily booing Malik Monk last night. Right. They're booing the Sacramento Kings, and you get cheered as a team, you get booed as a team, and you got to wear the good and the bad as a team. You got to wear that. You know what I mean? And that would be my thought on it. Like I understand you don't like it. You work hard, all this other stuff, but you got to understand the situation. And I know Malik does. That's embarrassing last night. It's embarrassing for everybody involved. The players, the fan base, the media members that want these guys to win. That's an embarrassing performance and outcome last night. And you get what you get. You get a couple boos, so be it.
Yeah, that comment there, Kenny, reminds me of what you've said a number of times this season, that they're mad or bothered by the wrong things. Now, I don't blame Malik for not wanting to get booed. Nobody wants to get booed, whether they're on the floor or on their home floor or on the road, unless you like taking that hostility and use it as motivation. But nobody wants to get booed by their home crowd. But does Malik think that those boos were not justified based off the way the Sacramento Kings were playing, the expectations on this team, and the embarrassing loss at the hands of a 7-win Pistons team? So, there's no follow-up question needed. I don't need Malik to speak about that any more than he did, because I don't want him talking about that. But if you're bothered by the boos, look in the freaking mirror. And I think that's the thing. Where do the Kings go from here? It's not just Friday against the defending champion Detroit or Denver Nuggets responding to the Pistons loss. Now you're responding to whether he tried to get deals done or not. This group is still here. For the second consecutive year at the trade deadline, your team opted to keep this group together. How are you going to respond? Are you going to reward that commitment, or are you going to prove the fans who say that the move needed to be made, or the people outside of Sacramento who said you had to make a move to be relevant or to be actual serious contenders, are you going to let those people be right? You know nobody's getting traded. You don't have to worry about losing a friend in the locker room at this point in time. Mm-hmm. You have your jobs, you have your spot, you have your roster, you know what you can be. You've shown what you can be. You know you can contend and beat anybody on any given night. And apparently you can lose to anybody on any given night. But you shouldn't accept that. How do the Kings respond at this point? Do they recommit to the fancy little contract that Mike Brown drew up and had them sign, that they're going to give 110% to what they're doing? Do they recommit to who they can be as a Sacramento King and say, you know what, we're tired, we're exhausted, we're banged up, it's the middle of the season, it's hard to get up and play a team like Detroit, but damn it, we're going to do it because we don't want to get booed anymore. We want to win. We want to be better than last season, and we're still together. We know each other. We know a wrench isn't coming and throwing us off anymore. I'm not in jeopardy of not just losing my job. I'm not in jeopardy of my family being moved or being sent from a playoff team to a team like the Washington Wizards. That fear is over. They committed to you again, whether it's the right move or not. Now commit to being the best version of yourselves, or at least playing and trying to be that best version.
And one thing real quick I want to say, to be fair to Malik Monk in that comment, we don't know the context of what he's talking about he's mad at. It could come off as saying, oh, I'm mad at the fans for booing because I don't like that as. He could be saying, I don't like that.
Sure.
I don't like getting to the point where we're getting booed. I work too hard for that. I don't like that. Not getting mad at the fans. So there was no follow-up question or elaboration on that. So I want to be fair to him because he hasn't shown any other signs except being stand-up since he's been here. So I'm going to be fair to him and be like, we don't know exactly what he meant when he said, I don't like that. He could just not like it and understand that it was justified in that moment for the fans to feel that way. So just wanted to say that about Malik.
You're 100% right, Kenny. 100% right.
You excited for the rest of the weekend?
I am. It's a grind, man. I mean, a week in Vegas in general is a grind. And I'm proud to say I've made it through 4 nights in Vegas without stepping to a table or a machine or anything like that. And I think that might be a Las Vegas record. So I'm pretty proud about that. But these are long days.
No, don't do that. Go to Vegas with me. That's exactly what we would do every night. No, don't do that.
Put a quarter in a slot machine.
You're just fine, Matt.
I'm trying to find a show to go to. I want to go to at least one show if I can get a night off, and I think I'm going to go check out the Michael Jackson show, the Michael Jackson show.
Yeah,
so I'm thinking about trying to check that out. But I mean, this is a once in a lifetime experience. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's a ton of work, but it's a privilege to be able to do this, to be able to be around professional athletes, to be able to sit in the same room as Reba McEntire and Post Malone and Usher and all these people, or to stand 4 feet away from Brock Purdy or from Travis Kelce and the best athletes on the planet, Patrick Mahomes, and to be able to do what I do. I'm so blessed. I'm so lucky. And my journey to get here is in large part because of people like yourselves, because of Locked On Kings listeners, Sacramento Kings fans, ESPN 1320 listeners. Like it's an unbelievable dream to be able to cover a Super Bowl, regardless of who's playing in it, regardless of how long the days are. This is just a crazy experience that I never, ever, ever thought that I'd be able to do. So I'm tired for sure, but I'm unbelievably grateful, and I'm excited to be in the building. Whether I'm in the nosebleeds or not, I have no idea where I'm sitting. I don't really care. I'm going to be in Allegiant Stadium for Super Bowl 58. And I'm going to get to watch, like when we watch on TV, all the flashes go off on the opening kickoff, right? I'm going to get to be one of those flashes to say I was there. And it's unbelievable. It's just a very thankful moment for me.
Real quick, you got 15 seconds. Who do you think's going to win?
49ers. Yeah, Niners are going to win. No, Niners are the best team in football. I've said that all season long. I'm not changing now. The Niners have proven during these playoffs that they can win games that are ugly when they have to come from behind. I don't think they're going to be able to come back against the Chiefs the same way they did the Lions or the Packers. So maybe don't make that part of your game plan, Kyle Shanahan. But I think this is also kind of a redemption arc for Shanahan too, with the things that he struggled with. Though the 49ers are a better football team. They're a more complete football team. And I don't want to even fathom the idea of the Kansas City Chiefs winning in my Raiders building. So
just me, Matt, and Damien, the only ones that think the Niners have a chance.
I don't know, man. Our man Matt was dubbing commercials 3 years ago, and he's covering the Super Bowl this week.
He earned it.
Yes, indeed. Great stuff, man. Have a blast. Stay off them tables. Go see go see Bruno if you can.
It's sold out. I was so pissed. It's sold, like already sold out. No chance.
Go to the penny slots, man.
Pull up the secondary app. Just keep an eye on it as showtime gets closer. Try to sneak in there.
Don't accept those little cards they give it on the street.
Yeah, don't do that, Matt. Don't do that. Don't call. Do not call, Matt. Under no circumstances do you call anyone. Can't wait to talk to you next week and hear more about this, man. Have fun. We'll be following you, and we appreciate you. We'll be back with more here, and make sure you're following the Locked On Kings podcast across podcast platforms and here on YouTube. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, man.
If y'all need anything from me the rest of this week, you hit me up. You know, if you want a tour of random hallways of the Allegiant Stadium, which, oh my God, is that stadium unbelievable.
It's gorgeous, right?
Holy, and I only saw part of it. Like I was down on the field level and then on the main concourse for opening night. It is stunning. I will always love Oakland. I will always love the Coliseum, and I will always hate the Raiders leaving Oakland. But you see Allegiant Stadium and you go, okay, I get it. I get it. That building is unbelievable.
I agree. Yeah, that's an awesome place. Awesome.
So, guys, thank you.
All
seriously,
black everything.
I said what I said. Like I mean what I said. And Chatty House too. Like so many people have been responsible for and helped in this journey to even get here. And I'm not satisfied. I'm not done here, but I'm just really grateful for all y'all, and to be able to come here from Vegas or come on the show from Vegas is like a no-brainer for me. So thanks for always making time.
Love you, brother. It's good stuff, man. We're proud of you.
You
all right, have fun. I'm going to go yell at the camera by myself now for 30 minutes for a podcast.
There you go. Good stuff. We'll
Deserve
tune in.
all, big dog.
Later, y'all.
Thanks, Matt. Man was recording commercials because they wouldn't give him a radio show. My man created radio show, said, let me do this. They're like, nah, we're going to have a sales guy do it. All right.
That's crazy.
True story.
That's crazy.
True story. Aldrin, I know you've mentioned. Are you going to the game, Aldrin? You've been talking about Vegas for a little bit here. Are you going to the game, or are you just gonna go hang out? D'Lo, we need one more show, like 8 to 10 a.m. Oh, on ESPN. I was like, what? Bro, what more do you want from me? Yeah, I know. I hear you. We hear you.
Give us some time. We're working on some things. We're trying to build something. You heard me.
We getting there. Got the tribal chief here. He's on our side.
Yeah. Speaking of the tribal chief, when I wear this, I feel like Roman Reigns. I'm in God mode.
True. That's true.
One of the great factions. Is it did they pass DX, the bloodline?
Yeah, I didn't really care about DX.
I think so too.
Like I cared about Sean, Hunter, and China, like in Root, like that version.
Yeah.
But like the other one was like, it's a little bit romanticized.
I think
to
they
me.
passed the X.
Yeah, they're up there with.
I think they're
the
two.
Horsemen and the NWO.
I think they're
two.
NWO 1. Bloodline is 2.
Okay.
Because the Horsemen.
So they passed.
Maybe you're more well versed in this, but they didn't have the best in the business on their side. Rick was there, and Arn. All those guys were
had
great.
The best in the company.
Yeah. But Roman was.
Yeah.
It all revolved around him.
Yep.
The press conferences today.
Yeah, 4:00. Yeah, we will be watching that. That's what we will be watching. Absolutely. Just skip your post show work and come in here. Well,
that's fine. I'll just get it done early today.
Yeah, we will be watching that.
I think if it wasn't fake, Cody put on his Instagram that he's made a decision. So,
wait, you said he did?
If it's not fake, I don't know if I'm being chatty housed or whatever. I was scrolling through Twitter or whatever, and I saw that. I don't know if it's on his Instagram right now.
American Nightmare. I've made my decision.
Yep, so true.
4 hours ago. I can't get it. I've made my decision. Let's go, Cody. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Well, you know what it is, right? It's going to be Roman.
It's got to be Roman.
But that's the triple threat, though.
No. Oh, so let's see what he tweet. This is IG. Doors open in 1 hour. Fan free event. Rhea People's Champ. The people. Crybabies welcome. Hashtag Cody Crybabies. Hollywood Rock could change things. Lots of hashtag we want Cody's. Oh man.
There's a lot going on, man.
The hell with the trade deadline. I need this press conference to get here.
Trade deadline was over an hour and a half ago. That's old news.
Yeah.
Kings didn't trade anyone. What more do you want?
Yeah. Hey, shout out to our brothers Robbie and Tony Christ. You see they got the what do they call it? Culture Creators Award.
Oh yeah,
at the game
dope,
last
man.
night.
That was dope. They had a lot going on at the game last night, man. They got the Culture Creators Awards.
You see the drop?
What drop?
The cross colors drop.
No, I didn't see the drop.
Yeah, cross colors drop. Yeah, they. Hey, shout out to KMB out there doing that work for us out there.
KMB, I think she has something to do with this too. The young lady, Brittany Claypool, she has a brewery in Oak Park. She was at the game last night with a stand and all this other stuff. So it was out there. It was out there, man. There was a lot going on. Everything except the W last night. Damn, how'd they lose that game? How'd they lose that game? Damn.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320.
Brothers.
What's up, TC?
Man, I'm just vibing Kenny KC, man. I mean, excuse me, I said Kenny KC. Kenny D-Lo. Check. Yeah, hey, listen, I'm discombobulated, man, about this trade deadline. Like, look, it just came in the mail a few days ago, man, my statement jersey, Malik Monk. But look, man, I wasn't feeling that last night. I mean, everybody got their own way to feel him, but as far as him, like, talking about the fans booing, what do you expect, bro? Like, when you guys listen to the Detroit Pistons, then, like, how are we caring more than you guys? Everybody's, like, super nonchalant, like we got a championship, like we the Denver Nuggets. They don't even act like that, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
TC, let him, because I want to hear what he said. TC, like I said, I don't know if you heard me, but I will be fair to Malik in this situation. When he said he don't like the booing, we don't necessarily know the context. He cannot like it and understand it at the same time. You know, he never elaborated on it. Another question wasn't asked. So I don't want to make it like he's like getting at the fans for sure, because we don't know how he felt. If I was him, I wouldn't like it, but I would understand it. And we don't know if that's the context of how he felt. So maybe you call me stalling out Malik a little bit, but I will bring that context to it too. We don't know exactly what he meant when he said that.
Yeah, D-Lo. It's you know what, Kenny, it's just frustrated about the whole like deadline, but also like frustrated like we're caring. It's seeming like that way. I don't know for sure. I can't put words in their mouth, but it's seeming like we're caring about these wins and losses more than you guys. You get me? Like what you were talking about earlier, D-Lo with Fox, like super nonchalant at the free throw line, not putting nothing on nobody, bro. But come on, man.
I got you, TC, and I'm gonna be honest. I think a lot of times fans care more than the athletes do. I also think the athletes look at it differently than fans do. They look at it differently than we do. Like we are here, you know. It's easy because part of me thought like, hey, I knew people were going to be frustrated with De'Aaron, but at this exact moment, what De'Aaron said was right. Whether you like it or not, it's right. It's one loss. It doesn't count as more losses because they lost to the Detroit Pistons. We can massage this a little bit further. And again, this isn't about De'Aaron Fox. This is about that statement of it's one loss on the schedule. And everyone said they would have been thrilled if the Kings went 4-3 on that road trip. Thrilled. Okay, they go 4-3 on the road trip. They come back and beat Detroit. They're 5-3 in their last 8 games. They went 5-2, and they came back and lost to Detroit. They're 5-3 in the last 8 games, right? So you can rationalize this and massage it however you want to. But the fact is, we have a 4-hour radio show in which we talk primarily about this basketball team. And part of this show is trying to figure out the pulse of the fan base. The fan base is furious. They're frustrated. They're tired of losing to Detroit. They're tired of losing to Charlotte. They're tired of sweating out games versus Memphis. They're tired of being up in 30 and watching that lead go down to 3, wondering if you're going to lose to a Chicago team that you're wondering if they're on the verge of blowing it up like Detroit did today. Like that was the thought when the Kings were playing the Chicago Bulls. And so it's when we break this down, again, I stand by my earlier point. It's one game on the schedule until it's not, until we're in the final week of the season. But right now, these guys, the way I feel that they look at it is, we lost that game. We've got Denver. We've got Oklahoma City. We've got a very difficult schedule ahead. We've got Denver in our house tomorrow. We've got to figure out a way to beat Denver. And these guys also, I think they're a lot like us in the sense they're aware of how they can play. Right? They have those vibes of when we're hitting on all cylinders, y'all can't touch us. Like when we're doing what we're supposed to do, y'all can't touch us. Right. And they, I think, have the while we're left wondering why Monty didn't do this and wondering why this happened and how they lost to Detroit and why they didn't close out, they actually know why it happened. It's their job to address it, though. And that's where my frustration comes in. That's why I think my frustration is a little bit different than other people's today is I bought Domas hook, line, and sinker after the Memphis game. You know, Matt was talking about his frustrations with the Memphis game. He said right out the gate on Kings television, that wasn't acceptable. And if you came out and you did the same thing, now your words are ringing hollow. Now it's like it's that thing we talked about with Pacer, TJ McConnell. Mike Brown goes to the podium after the game and says how they were trying to guard TJ McConnell. It's exactly what Mike Bibby said during the broadcast. And they couldn't do it. This is a team that seems to have a very clear understanding of its shortcomings or a very clear understanding of what they're doing wrong, and either has an inability to address it or an ineffective way of addressing it. And that concerns me as much as anything else.
Yeah. No, which perfectly said. And the other concerning thing is they fall back, they seem to fall back into these traps where like I forgot what it was, the Charlotte loss or I think when Boston beat them or something like that. And we were like, well, how are they going to respond? I'm like, I'll tell you exactly how they respond. They're probably going to win 2 of the next 3 games. Because they'll get locked in for a couple of games, and then they'll think everything's good and they've turned the corner, and then they'll get beat by some random team in an embarrassing way. And it's the same thing It's the same thing. So we talk about Friday. I don't know if they're going to win or not, but I could see them playing good basketball on Friday, maybe getting that win, maybe winning 1 or 2 on the road. And the pattern with them is they do a couple of things. They think they've got things fixed, so they let their foot off the gas and they lose focus. And then they end up losing in embarrassing fashion again. And we keep going over this. We were talking about run it back. I'm sure we could just run it back numerous shows this year. Today, we could have just said, man, I can't believe they lost to the Pistons. And then just kept playing. But it's the same thing that's happened over and over this year. And I think Matt said it perfectly. I think you've mentioned as well. The sense of urgency from this team is just not there. That's concerning for me. Is there never really seems to be a consistent sense of urgency or a sense of trying to prove something. You don't have nothing to prove to D'Lo and KC, but maybe prove something to yourself that you can continuously play good basketball and be one of the upper echelon teams. And they just, like I said, man, they just kind of let things happen.
They reverted back to old habits.
Hold that thought, because we talked for a long time with Matt. So we're gonna step out. We're gonna come back, kind of reset things, and then we'll dive into that. Don't forget that question that you just asked. Phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. We're with you here till 4:00, man. We've got you. Chime in. Let us know your thoughts. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I didn't yell at you, Jimmy. Stop it. I yelled at Securing the Bagley a couple of days ago. I didn't yell at you, Jimmy. But I love Securing the Bagley. That's my guy. Mina giving me Trista Crick vibes up there. I don't know if it's the glasses and the hair or what it is. She needs more necklaces, more accessories to be TK.
Definitely more accessories.
What's happening, Wilson? How you doing, brother? Joe, yeah, I feel you. It's happened a few times this year, but yeah, I get this season feels a little bit different than last. But remember also, last year, it was about this time that they really they hit high gear. Michigan, I don't think those go on sale till Monday. Is that inaccurate?
Sounds about right.
The answer is no. I did not get tickets to Usher in Oakland. I hope to go, but I haven't gotten any of those yet. No. If I can get in on a Saturday, I think I'll go.
What is it? Late September?
28th and 29th, I believe. And I can't remember if LA is the week before or the week after.
That's the week before.
KC Tucker, I think that's Malik, bro. I think Malik is the guy that galvanizes. It's just I don't think we're talking about this is the thing I think we're like tiptoeing around. Like it's not the team that needs to be galvanized. I think we're talking about one player. And it's the guy. That's the reason we keep saying team, because we're talking about the most important guy. Securing the Bagley, I'm going to guess there's not. The Kings didn't do anything. So I'm guessing there's – I see a couple of people asking about a press conference. B. Perry, I see you. I'm guessing there isn't. Like, I'm also – I don't know where shout out to Corey Joseph's 10 years a Pacer. We haven't gotten anything from practice. James said he was on his way to practice, but I thought he said 12:30. Okay.
Yeah, the game said 1:30 for practice.
Okay. All right. I got you. Well, that changes things. Robin Lopez is having a blast on Twitter right now.
Who is?
Robin Lopez.
Oh.
He says he hoped he did enough for Sacramento to have his jersey hung in the rafters. He said he enjoyed his hour and 45 minutes as a teammate of Patrick Beverly. He's having fun.
They hit him with that Aaron Rodgers gif.
Oh man. Oh no.
Not
the American flag.
Robin Lopez tenure with the Kings.
Who that had to be King's Muse. Who did that?
It was Domas moves actually.
Oh,
Domas
Domas.
Muse.
That's good stuff.
Hey, shout out to Ace of Spades. Benny the Butcher is coming to Ace of Spades.
Oh, wow.
It's a good look. It's a real good look.
That's terrific. When's that?
May 16th, I think it's.
I've never been more excited for a press conference in my life. I cannot wait for this WrestleMania press conference to start.
So, one of the things that they do nowadays with WWE and everything is they sometimes blur the lines between a work and real life.
Mm-hmm.
How much of do you think they're going to do the same thing today with the press conference, or is it going to be all a work?
It's going to all be a work.
It's going
to all be a work that's played into real life stuff. To me, my thing is always, if it happens in front of a camera, it's a work. I'll go to Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins' reaction when Punk came out. There was a reason for that. It was to set up what was supposed to be a WrestleMania main event. It just, Punk got hurt and it didn't happen. If it happens in front of a camera, it's part of the show. That's my opinion.
We'll be ready to watch the show.
All I know is Cody tweeted, "I've made my decision."
We'll be ready to watch
Come on,
the
man.
show.
You guys say it was like 2,500 to sit front row at this press conference?
Okay.
What?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they were charging like you could buy tickets to sit.
I thought they
sit
said
at
it
the
was
press
free to the
conference.
public.
It
Or
is
it a
free to the
resale
public.
thing?
No, I think it's free to the public unless you're sitting like close.
They tripping.
Well, $2,500 to sit next to Rhea Ripley. I'd think about it. I think
Jade's there.
I think long. Well, let's see. Jade
Jade is there.
Let's see. We've got Michael Cole, Pat McAfee, Punk, Big E. We got Rock, Roman, Hunter, Cody, Seth, Bianca, and Rhea. No Jade.
I mean, Bianca married. Well, they're all married actually.
Is Rhea married?
I think she got remarried. Yeah, I think she did.
She was married before?
Yeah.
To our guy?
Yes.
Oh, I just thought that was her man.
Then she left the team.
Oh, man, we lost one. We had her. And we lost Rhea.
We lost that lead in the fourth quarter.
Oh, we just kings that thing away. Damn it.
Last night.
That's the only loss that hurts more than the Pistons one. Losing Rhea Ripley. We had her.
Last night I was watching random TV because wasn't watching no sports last night.
Well, yeah, I got you there. Yeah.
Wasn't watching no sports last night. And I made a video. It's like people always talk about like Netflix and they're like, man, I didn't watch Netflix on Netflix is weak, man. I done watched everything they had. I'm the opposite. I've watched virtually nothing Netflix has, and it's all new to me. It's all new to me. And I think this is a new show. The Griselda.
Oh yeah, the Miami, the drug queen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm all about that.
I picked that.
Yeah.
I tapped into that.
I'm all about that.
Yeah, I'm checking that out.
What'd you say?
I said, is that good?
Oh yeah, it's
I'm
fire.
only an episode in, but
it's fire.
Yeah,
you can't
cool.
passively watch it though, because there's a lot of subtitles. But no. It's like I learned that quick. Like I was doing some work, and I'm like, what? And I was like, oh, it's one of those. All right. And then no, it's fire.
Oh my girl, Sophia. How you say her last name?
I don't know.
Sophia, Modern Family.
It's like Vergara.
Sophia Gofera. I've never known how to say her last name, but Sophia.
She's in that?
Yeah,
that's her?
That's her.
That's her?
That's her.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was her.
So maybe gave it.
I knew she was. I know when I saw her, I was like, oh, I'll watch this. I didn't realize that was her. Because her teeth, I think.
She's a little grimy.
They did a little, they did a
little grimy because she's a smoker, so that makes sense.
Well, and
smoker on the show,
right? And the show starts, she doesn't have no money,
right?
So yeah, all right.
So that's what made me say, hey, we get us a chance. I'm glad I did.
Now she competing with Rock and Monet as the baddest drug lord on television.
I mean, I think Rock is number one.
Rock is ruthless. Rock sold out her own son.
Yeah, I think Rock is number one.
But Come on, man. I'm taking 50+ Mary 10 times out of 10.
Oh, I mean, if we go in there,
I mean, we talking about
absolutely.
Monet. So I mean, Monet did sell out her kids too.
She did.
Not to the degree Rock did, but
I don't know.
And we're just we're just now learning. Was it what's her name? Griselda?
Griselda, yeah. She's a real life character, though.
She's a blue chipper.
That's based off a real life.
Yeah. So the little screen said like based on like actual events, this fictionalized version. So I don't know.
So yeah, I'm a Kings.
It's fire though.
Games. I'll definitely be caught up on that.
I didn't want to put on Sports Center this morning either because I would have been so agitated if I saw highlights from that game.
Oh
last
my
night.
gosh! Well, it was on Twitter, and there was like people from like NBA Twitter who were tweeting out last night. Nothing like crazy. Like it's the same thing we do if like the Celtics lose to somebody. Like, damn, this is crazy. But people were like, man, NBA is a crazy place, and they put the score up. I'm like, oh my gosh, bro! Like, how embarrassing. I would be embarrassed.
They just beat the Thunder, right? Did the Pistons just beat the Thunder?
2 weeks ago.
Oh, it was two. Yeah. Okay.
But, I mean, it was recently.
I mean, it was only win number like 6. So, are their last 2 wins against OKC and Sacramento?
Probably so.
Sounds like the hottest team in the league to me.
I hate the NBA, man.
Man, last night was tough. I was hot. A lot of people go on rants when they get mad.
Their last 2
wins.
Get
quiet, I don't really say much.
Their last 2 wins are against the Thunder and the Kings.
Damn. And then
the Clippers lost last night.
They did. Just touted them number 1 team in the West. They still are, but damn.
No, they're not. They're 4th now.
Well,
I know what you mean. But still, they got by Phoenix, which didn't help.
Wow, what a bad night.
You know, you fire these jokes off about Detroit. You know, Washington's got 9 wins.
Oh.
Talking about we're going to hold on to Kyle Kuzma. You got 9 wins.
Well, they can move on from Minnesota.
Do whatever you want.
Like I said, if they're trying not to win to get a better draft pick, I mean, keeping Kuzma isn't affecting that.
No.
you stink regardless. So you might as well wait for the best deal possible.
This is bad. Like San Antonio and Charlotte have 10 wins. Washington has 9. Detroit has 7.
Damn.
We lost to 2 of those teams. Did we lose to San Antonio?
No, we almost did, though. We got an in-season tournament game right
there. That's right. Yeah.
I'm watching I got the game playing back right here in front of me. And,
good for you.
I need more than a pool reporter. Because not that it mattered, but it's the principality of the situation. How did Kevin Huerter get thrown out?
When they showed the
how's that a 2?
When they showed the replay, when they showed the most confusing technical foul in history, when they showed the replay, it was like he got thrown out for that. Like you got 2 technicals for that.
2 techs.
That's
soft.
1
tech right there. Max.
That is soft.
I couldn't believe he got thrown out for that. That was weak. That was so weak. And
he turned around, unless I missed something, he turned around and said, that's an effing foul.
Yeah. And he said, that's enough. You're out of it. What? Come on, man. He wasn't even like demonstrative about anything. He was just like.
Such a confusing 45 seconds. Let's get.
I need a good drink.
Let's get Matt. We'll let Matt talk. 916-909-1320. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, brother?
Very, very disappointing. I can't tell you enough how disappointing it was. I'm all right with Fox scoring 12 points because you know what? He put fans in the stands, and everybody's entitled to an off night, right? It really comes down to Monty putting players on the bench that could make up for what Fox could lack on certain nights of the week, right? Now, I hold Monty accountable because he's not getting the players that we need, obviously, for this whole entire season due to the lack of consistency on every given basis. So we're past the trade deadline, right?
Yeah.
So what now?
Well, so that's what I was going to ask you, Matt. Let me ask you a question real quick before you go. Give me a player. Tell me someone who you could think, given the problems that you just laid out, that you think this team has. Give me a player who you think could fix that.
Okay, well, let's say Harrison Barnes, bench him and start Lyles, and that's what I was going to talk about. Is now we got the guys we got, right? So now we got to look to maybe switch it. Brown's got the lineup up, right? I mean, that's the only thing you could do from here on out for the rest of the season. Start different players, switch up the bench.
I hear you.
And I'll say this real quick. As long as Harrison is engaged the way he has been as of late, I don't think you need to take him out of the starting lineup for Trey Lyles. I proposed that when Harrison Barnes was out there giving you zeros across the board.
Yeah.
But now that he's somewhat engaged, I think they're fine with the starting lineup the way it is.
Yeah, Matt, I understand you're frustrated. I don't think that's the call right there. Just my opinion. Let's try Daniel. Daniel, what's going on, my man?
Fellas, how you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Not too bad. Hey, I want to talk about the philosophy of the Kings more so. I was watching the game last night, and Katie mentioned that I believe it was almost 6-minute mark, 6:07. They had attempted 1 2-point shot. It was all 3-pointers. Now, if that's the case, right? They're being given the green light to shoot the 3, obviously. So is there any fixing that? I mean, you live and die by the 3. I mean, it's whenever the Kings come out hot and they get a 25-point lead and they're shooting the 3s and they're going well, it's not going to last. It never does. So why do we keep doing it?
Yeah, Daniel, I feel like because they think they'll drop. Like you just need one to drop, and sometimes this is what it felt like to me last night. I felt like they were chasing a high, right? They were shooting the ball really well for a stretch, and then Detroit started shooting really well, really, really well, and then Sacramento started chasing that. Like instead of we've talked about this before. My opinion on their approach to this, it feels the same to me. They try to erase a 5-point deficit or a 6-point deficit or a 7-point deficit with one shot. They try to erase it as quickly as they can. And if that other team is cooking at the time, which is what Detroit was doing, that's how the lead winds up going from 5 to 8 to 11 to 10 to 13 in quick successive order. The crowd was groaning last night at some of those 3-point attempts in the fourth quarter. And I just think they start chasing that feeling.
Yeah, I mean
that they had because they had it earlier in the game, and that's
right.
they're like, we got it. Just they're open, take them.
And that's where I don't necessarily have a big problem with that. I don't have a big problem with that. The reason why I thought they lost last night was they couldn't stop Jaden Ivey, and a little bit to that point too. When you do settle for threes and you got a guy like De'Aaron Fox that can get to the bucket whenever he wants to, what are we settling for threes for? Like get the ball, like Monk and Sabonis, they were working the pick and roll and things of that nature. Maybe like we talked about, like they're just, I guess, immune to is get Harrison on the block, get a shot that way. There's different ways that you can get a shot off instead of the 3, but I don't have a huge problem with it, but I understand what Matt's saying. I understand what you're saying in this situation. There were other ways that they could be effective in that situation. I got a question.
Okay.
After the emotion has subsided a little bit, I got a question.
Well, let's get Steven because he might be a little emotional too. So let's hear what he has to say. 916-909-1320. Steven, what's up, my man?
Yeah, I got plenty of emotions, man.
It's all right, brother. It's all right.
Yeah, but I guess one of the hardest things about having all these emotions is when our guy, gets on the presser and it's one game and it's, it's kind of like it has this whatever attitude. And I get different personalities, but it's tough. It kind of makes me feel like I should pump my brakes a little bit. But what I want to ask you guys about when, because when Fox, was asking him, like he was asked like what he wants in a coach, and the initiation of like Mike coming to the team. He talked about how he wanted accountability, and Mike has been preaching that. He's telling the stories about Tim Duncan and all this stuff. And do you guys see that? Do you guys feel like Mike is holding people accountable this year?
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to trust that he is. I think he does a lot of things that we don't see. This team doesn't practice in front of cameras. They don't practice with phones out. They don't, that's not what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Mike, and I think this is the proper way to do things. I don't think he trashes guys at the podium either.
Right.
So I do, Stephen. I think he holds them accountable. However, I can understand asking that question, given the fact we're seeing. Are we 50 games into this thing? We are. We're exactly 50 games into the season.
Mm-hmm.
There's only 32 of these games left. Like this, for better or worse, this is what the Kings are. They're up, they're down, they're inconsistent, and perhaps on some nights they're unfocused.
Yeah.
And
that's the.
I think it's a fair
great one
question
right
to
there. They're
ask.
Unfocused sometimes.
Yeah.
Unfocused. And that's tough. This group is going to have to learn to be focused, or they're going to have a short postseason run. Like I'm not even saying that as far as a series. Like it could be one game, one playing game, and you're done, or a series or whatever. But the focus was a great word that you just used right there for this team. And that's probably the most frustrating thing for me and for a lot of people with this group. De'Aaron Fox, and very frustrated with how he played last night. Just plain and simply wasn't good enough. 12 points, especially in a situation where Jaden Ivey is doing what he's doing right in front of you. You're losing to the worst team in basketball. And it was frustrating to see that performance from your franchise guy. And I didn't let him off the hook earlier in the show. You didn't let him off the hook. A lot of people in the chat talking about he's this, that, he's soft, questioning whether he's franchised and all this other stuff. And I just did a quick search, right? And we were like, yeah, man, he can't be on that level with them guys with those type of performances. Talking about a 12-point performance. So I went and just looked. We're talking about points. I know efficiency, all this other stuff. I'm just looking at the points right now. I go to Devin Booker, and there's no question he's having an all-star season and he's doing all-star things. I look at his game log since the first of the year. There's a 10, a 16, a 16, and a 14 when it comes to his point totals. Okay. So it happens, right? I look at Karl Anthony Towns, who made the All-Star game. There's a 17, there's a 14, there's another 14 in there. It happens. Look at Paul George, who we all look at as an all-star caliber player. Paul George is kind of crazy. We got a 16, a 12, a 17, a 17, a 13, and a 7.
Okay.
A 15.
Okay.
So the point being, we look at it as unacceptable for De'Aaron Fox to have a performance like he had last night. We look at these other guys that are all-stars, who are bona fide all-stars, and we look at them as such, look at them as even franchise-type players, franchise players on good teams that are ahead of the Kings. And they have the same type of situations.
So can we take this a step further?
Absolutely.
I only did Devin Booker. I didn't go to Paul George or Karl Anthony Towns. Just Devin Booker, because I feel like he's one of the most comparable to this. You look since the turn of the year, since 2024, right? The actual calendar year, not the season,
right.
Since the calendar year, 2024. That's 19 games for Book. You reeled off some of 16, 12, 11. Devin Booker, in those 19 games since the calendar turned, is averaging 28.9 points per game. De'Aaron Fox, when the season started, to the final game of 2023, was averaging 30 points per game. Not figuratively 30. He was averaging 30.0 points per game.
Mhm.
In 2024, in the 18 games that the Sacramento Kings have played, De'Aaron Fox is averaging 22 points per game. That's a steep drop off. And that's how we got to 26.9 or so. He went from 30 to 22. And so that goes to like, hey, man, you know, how many times have we said in the last few weeks, oh, Fox is back, baby. Fox is back. It's like we all acknowledged Fox left, or at least the 2023 Fox left, and he returned. But what we didn't acknowledge is he left again. And then he returned, and then he left again. Like, he's been really, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's shoulder. I don't know if it's something else. Like, I don't know why this is the case, but it's not your imagination. It's not over dramatization. He's averaging 8 less points in the last 18 games than he was at the start of the season. So what's that, 18? So what's that, 32? So for the first 32 games of the year, he was averaging 30 points per game. In the last 18, he's averaging 22. That is a steep drop off.
I think scoring average numbers wise, I think he was playing a little bit over his head early. We all got excited, myself included. I said it when it would happen. I was like, I never thought De'Aaron Fox would be a 30-point per game. And I was saying it like happy, not like, oh, I was right or nothing. Like, I was like, man, this is crazy. Like, he's exceeded what I ever thought he could be. I never thought he could be a 30-point per game scorer, but he was there. He had made it to that. He was like 32 a night. And I thought, okay, well, he's here. Like, let's just stay here. And in actuality, I feel like he's about where his scoring ceiling is about where he's at now. He's at 26.9. He's about a 25 to 27 point per game scorer, in my opinion, because he's not a great three-point shooter and his free throw shooting is iffy. And I always thought that would keep him from some people saying he could be 30. Like, and his aggressiveness. He's not always aggressive. So I was like, how is he going to get 30?
But it felt like the aggressive, like 30, what'd I just say? 32? That's a decent chunk of time.
And it surprised me. It surprised me.
The numbers for that, the more like elaborate numbers, 48% from the field, 40% from three. He was shooting 71% from the free throw line, so he was still leaving points out there. And to your point on aggressiveness, he was on 22 attempts. So he was scoring 30 on 22 attempts per game. The Kings were 19 and 13 in those games. The 2024 portion, the 18 games in this calendar year, he's averaging 22 points on 44% field goal percentage, so down 4%, 33 from three, down 7%, and 70 from the free throw line, so he's down 1%. And he's taking 4 less shots per game at 18 attempts, and the Kings are 10 and 8.
And that's
in those games.
I think that shot attempts thing is one of the big targets there. Last night he only shot the ball 14 times.
But that's getting you 22, not 26. He's at 26 because of where he was before the season. Before.
Right. But you're saying would you say 19 shot attempts a night?
Now he's at now he's at 18.
He's at 18 for the season or during that time?
He's at 18 in 2024.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I think it's that's where he should be, probably 18 to 21 a night. And you look at a game like last night, he only had 14 attempts. It's not enough for me. I mean, I know they scored 120 points, but his attempts is a sign of his aggression for me.
On the season, putting all of this together, he's at 20.5. That's what it is.
That's fine. That's fine. That's where he should be. And that's going to get you 27 points a game, in my opinion. You can't deny that his play has gone down since the start of the season. And you look at somebody like Devin Booker, we brought him up, and Dev, you put out the numbers that he is averaging in that time. Look, you do these things, they go to your record. Like, it's not a knock. It's not a Brock Purdy demerit that you did this. But Book has been generally around a certain number, And then he had 62, 52, a 40, 46, and a 44. And I think that helps with the average because if you take those away, he's usually around 24, 22, maybe a 30 here and there, then those 16s and stuff like that. But he's got 4 games over 40 in that span.
He's got a stretch of 46, 62, and 44.
Yeah, he went
That's
crazy.
nuts.
He went crazy.
And like 3 days before he scored 52.
Yeah. So that helps with that average, but that goes to his point. Like, he got in his bag. You know what I mean? Even if it was for a week or, a week and a half or something like that, he got in his bag. And De'Aaron hasn't been able to consistently get in that bag for a while. He had the 41 the other night. But
sorry.
Other than that, it hadn't really happened too much.
Tough news for the Knicks. OG out for the next 3 weeks. He had a procedure to remove a loose bone fragment in his right elbow. He'll miss, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, a minimum of 3 weeks. Man, that's a team that's a team that was cooking.
Yeah, they made some moves too.
In large part, in my opinion, because of the acquisition of OG Anunoby. I'm going to check one thing real quick. So he only played 23 games the first part of the season, as opposed to De'Aaron, who played, 32 in the calendar. 27.1 points in that first stretch, with no wild outing. His highest point total, Devin Booker, his highest point total in that stretch was 40. So there was no 60s and 50s and so on.
And we could talk about it more when we come back. But the whole point is
on the other side.
On the other side.
Thank you.
And are we being too harsh on De'Aaron in comparison to other guys that we hold as franchise players or All-Star players?
Okay, well, let's talk about it then. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, JT, that jacket, boy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Brother, get one.
Man, I gotta kicking it with KC. It's about to go into overdrive, man. I got some exciting things going on. Shout out to my people over at Phenom. You know what I mean? My man Hong. The plan is next week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, kicking it with KC. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a totally different setup. I'll tell you guys right now. I plan to record it. It's gonna be on my YouTube channel. And what I'm gonna do, it's not gonna be like a live thing in this slot right here. I'm gonna just pull up the video on YouTube, let it play, let y'all watch it that way. Y'all can watch it anytime on the YouTube channel and everything. I got some things cooking up for kicking it with KC. So it's coming. The plan is for it to come next week. That's the plan. But it's been a crazy week. Busy time. So yeah. Also, real quick while we're here, we've got the Sac Skills KC collab basketball camp, President's Day Monday. Slots are already filled up for this one for the kids, man. But we got so many more things cooking up down the pipeline for the rest of the year. So don't worry about it. We're gonna make sure we got it all going. But President's Day, Sac Skills, KC, we doing this for the city. Make sure you guys are tapped into that and stay locked in to Sac Skills Instagram page and mine as well. All our socials, so you guys know when the next one is going down, man, because we want to do this a couple of different times throughout the year and just even more moving forward, man. I'm so excited to do this with my man Sam Luong and bring something to the city, man. So check that out, man. Sac Skills KC basketball camp. A little more than 2 weeks away. A little less than 2 weeks away. Sac Kings, it was on Instagram. Like the slots sold. There was 65 slots. They sold out. And it wasn't even sold out because it's a free camp, but the slots filled up in like 20 minutes. I put it out there when they opened up. It was like, yo, it's open. Sign up. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that at all. But I was like, sign up, And 20 minutes later, my man Sam hit me up like, yo, we sold out. We sold out. So next time, I had a couple leading up to it on Twitter and Instagram, but I'll give you guys a little bit more notice next time. And hopefully we get into a situation where we can have some more slots as well, man. The age ranges are 4th to 7th graders, 4th grade to 7th grade. So we got that. But like I said, that's this one. Hopefully, we get some success and we get some, because we're trying to keep it, free for the people and do it. And even if we do have to pay maybe, a lower fee or something like that, hopefully, with the more support we get, we can open it up to more ages and have more slots available next time. So we're trying to make that happen for everybody, man. Hey, shout out to Manny, man. Big up, Manny. Appreciate you making sure everything played out the right way, man. That's a salute to you, man. I appreciate you for that. And we're gonna get it where your nephew can pull up to one of them as well, man. So we're gonna make that happen. Let's see, 4th to 7th grade is 10 to 12 or 20 to 13 or something like that.
They have like steak sandwiches out there if y'all want to go grab them. I don't know if you need food. Yeah. Nah, that looked like a steak sandwich. You might want to go.
From? Like, what's it for?
I don't know. I thought it might be from Bennett's, but it could be from like Jack's Urban Eats. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know, but it looked good. Oh no, yeah, y'all. As soon as we come back, y'all both go run out there because there's not much left. I should have just brought you in one. I don't know if they're different though. So that's why that was the last cookie. That's why I grabbed it.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, man. Man, we gotta talk to Urban Roots, man.
Mm-hmm. All right. You want to get back into this, or you want to run out there real quick?
Let me
go make that run. Go. So this is what's going on right now. There's food in the kitchen, and if you don't act quick, like Jesse, you better go.
I think I'm gonna leave it. I already have my lunch,
man. Because
I'll leave it for someone who's hungry.
If you don't act quick around this building, you would think the people here don't eat. Like there's no food for them in their respective homes.
They get up so fast too.
Oh my God!
There's a particular department here that gets up faster than anyone else too.
There is a particular department that always seems to feast when these free meals come in. The funniest thing was Jesse and I were out there working, and an email had been sent out about, this was before the show, that's why the insiders were on, about food that's going to be arriving. Jesse and I out there getting ready for the show, and they come up, where's the food? They said 11:30. Where's the food? There's like 4 people. Where's the food? There's no food here yet. All right, guys, relax. The food's on the way.
Adam Marks puts it perfectly in the chat. It's like pretzel day from The Office.
It's Adam.
That's exactly what it is.
That's 100% what it is. It's pretzel day, and they just waiting out there for the food. But salute, out there putting in that work. All right. So I think what we all need to do, based on Kenny's question a moment ago, is we just got to let everybody's let some of the emotion die down. Let everybody's frustration and angst die down. Frustration with the lack of moves at the trade deadline. Frustration with a loss to the Detroit Pistons, and try to have a rational discussion about. It sounded like this conversation. By the way, the phone lines remain open for you. We're guest free. We obviously normally we have Matt close out the show, but Matt had to join us early because he's going to cover the 49ers practice in Las Vegas at 4:00.
We almost. Hey man, I think
so. Tomorrow,
man, I think I'm gonna be happy on Sunday night, boy. I think I'm gonna be happy. It's gonna be crazy. This is gonna be crazy, bro.
Tomorrow's gonna be one of those days where the Chatty House is going to take wagers on how many words I get in.
Oh, boy, I'm just saying, I got respect for the Chiefs and Patrick and all that. I think maybe we could talk about. I don't know when we can talk about it today or tomorrow, whatever. I just think it's time. I think it's time, man. 49ers, it's time.
It's their time.
I think it's their time.
Okay.
I do. I'm all in, man. I'm all in.
Okay.
I'm like the guy
We're
climbing the spear. I ain't got no harness.
Don't be like that guy.
I ain't got no harness, nothing. I'm going. I'm all in. It's whatever. If I fall off, I'm falling off.
Is there any video of the guy going through the trap door?
Not even look for that, but let me look.
I need to see the video of the guy going through the trap door.
That clown. Give him a year. Give him a year.
I was gonna say Dolan gave Charles Oakley more than that. Like if he's
2 years, I don't care.
Yeah,
Can't have people climbing stuff unharnessed or at all, for that matter.
There's video too, like from the inside, like people from the inside of the sphere watching him climb it.
Really? Oh, I need to see that too.
I'll tag you in it right now.
That's incredible.
That is crazy.
I wonder. I've never seen what it looks like in the sphere with nothing on. Like,
well, yeah, I haven't either. But one thing I noticed yesterday when the guy was climbing, that you could see into the sphere.
Oh, there, I see it. Yeah.
So I was like, man, I wonder if they could see out, like if nothing's on.
How does this thing work?
It's phenomenal. Was it you that was talking to about like they're supposed to James Dolan or whatever, they want to do one like in London. They want to have spears around the world. Like that's the plan.
Well,
so they were
good
doing
for
in
him.
London
What
or-
they say this was like a $2 billion venue. I mean,
they probably made it all back too.
Like not like I'm sure. Oh my God! Like I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure U2's like cool, but like imagine someone like Beyonce or Travis Scott,
Bruno.
Yeah,
Bruno
someone getting like that level of, display.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh.
It's Jay Solo said London said no. Oh well, they're lost.
We don't need that type of stuff here.
I do want to go to London. London looks like a cool place.
Sphere probably gonna have an all-star game before Sacramento.
Right.
They should put the in-season tournament final there.
Oh, by the way, did you see that news?
Huh?
In-season tournament.
What?
Didn't see anything.
You got a sponsor.
By who?
The airlines.
JetBlue?
Emirates.
Spirit?
No, stop it.
Alaska?
No, stop it.
Yeah, it's Emirate Airlines.
Emirate, yeah.
Oh yeah, they went to the. Ain't even fool with these American.
No. They go
Ain't even
Spirit
fool.
Airlines. Are you kidding me?
They ain't even fool with Southwest. They
No.
said please.
No.
Season tournament
Big
brought to you by
money talk.
JetBlue.
Yeah, no.
It's big money talk.
Hey, shout out JetBlue, direct from Sacramento to New York. Ain't nothing
Yeah, I
wrong with that.
always got love for JetBlue for sure. You can go down to Long Beach.
Mhm.
A nice little comfort.
TVs everywhere.
Real quick, because I know I still want to talk about De'Aaron Fox, but
Mhm.
we're kind of here. We didn't talk about it. Did you read anything more on that proposed collaboration with the sports networks? Did you see that?
Yeah, I don't think I didn't read like an in-depth think piece on it.
No, it's just crazy how like they would come together for one. I think it's one streaming service.
Mhm.
It was Fox Sports,
Mhm.
ESPN, and
Turner.
Turner, and Warner
It's called Turner's Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers Discovery, I think, is what it's
Yeah.
called. I always call them the Turner stations because I'm a wrestling fan.
That's how it should be.
And that's what we knew him as.
That's how it should
But
be.
it's the
That'd be-
Warner Brothers
I mean,
stations.
I don't want to speak too soon because like maybe there's something I'm missing, but I think that would be excellent.
So like
That'd be phenomenal.
as we got that story and we're looking at the Athletic, I think that was Tuesday. I just got really agitated that I have to continue to have YouTube Live just to watch the Kings, even though I get League Pass. I
Yeah.
can't watch the Kings through League Pass.
That's a joke.
So I have to watch it on NBC Sports California, which means I have to have whatever their tier plan is so I can watch on NBC Sports California, which renders that useless to me. Though they're probably going to make it like $80 a month anyway, so what does it matter?
Right.
This stuff is out of control.
It is completely
This
out of
stuff
control.
is out of control. I remember when Apple dropped their bundles of like music. They have like music, like iCloud space, maybe arcade and news, different things like that. But it's really specific like bundles to where the premium one, when it first dropped, it made the most sense to get because the ones that I wanted the most was music, Apple TV, and movies, right? Or music, Apple TV, and news. But I just got the premium one, and it was like $19 when it dropped. I got an alert on my way in, and I know this was gradual. It didn't happen all at once, but I was like, what charged my card that? And I clicked on it to look at the charge, and it was Apple, and it was $37.99.
Oh, damn. They do be coming with these charges out of nowhere too. I'll be budgeting out my life. Everything's cool. All of a sudden, yeah, PayPal. Apple just took $19.99 for what? Everything's paid for. Why?
And then they just increase stuff by $2, $3, $4, $5 every year.
Then come to find out, do some research. I got to go through the 7 different sites to do the research, figure out where it came from. Then all of a sudden, the Athletic yearly subscription. Oh, get out of here. Get the hell out of here.
That happened to me. I was pissed. I cannot tell you how quick I canceled the Athletic. I was so goddamn mad when that charge came through. I was like, oh, hell no. It took me 45 minutes to figure out how to cancel it. Oh, I was pissed because the Athletic now comes through Apple News. So I have the subscription to Apple News that I'm already paying for. I don't need to pay for that too.
Yeah.
Oh, I was furious. So the bitch of this whole thing is they're like, all right, cool, it's canceled. Your cancellation will go into effect February 7th, 2025.
Bruh.
Y'all go to hell.
Bruh.
Y'all go absolutely to hell.
It's a dirty game out here, man. It really is. What else?
Got me with the $5 to sign up now. Forgot.
Blame Tim Kawakami. Blame him.
Well, I'll blame them for taking Jason off the beat.
Well, that guy. No. Kawakami, do better.
That guy too.
One other thing before we get back to the
I'll
Kings,
unblock you if you get a subscription. You little pompous prick. You can't be serious. These little self-entitled jerks, man. You can't be serious.
Like, who the hell are you?
Like, bro, keep me blocked.
Who the hell are you? Hey, my life has been just fine without having access to your tweets. My life is great.
Jeez,
like,
dude.
if they're there, cool. If they're not, my life is good. Who the hell are you?
These subscriptions, man.
I seen Kawakami one time in one of the 49er games. Just kind of looked at him. I was like, why you gotta be such an ass?
I saw him at the press room during the playoffs.
He was here during the playoffs. That's right.
I was like, that's you, huh? Bro, you got your nerve. You got your nerve, sir. Man, people got so overboard now. Like,
we're doing way too much, bro.
Man, just talk about the game. Talk about the first
too much, man. Like, you're doing too much, man.
I've actually read stuff from him where I was like, man, it's a solid point he made. But it's him, so it's like there's probably an ulterior motive to this.
Yeah, likewise, like he's a good writer, covers the teams well. Like, it's cool, but just like you're doing too much. You're doing like there's other places to get information. I don't need to go to TK. Once again, my life is fine.
It's fine. I'll just stick to reading Chris Peterman.
My life is fine.
I'm perfectly happy reading 49ers coverage from Chris Peterman and Warriors coverage from Marcus Thompson. I'm just fine.
If I'm not mistaken, he tweeted out that block list one time too. It's at 8,000 or like 18,000. One of those crazy numbers.
Bro, as long as you better never refer to someone as soft.
Bruh.
You better never refer to somebody as soft.
For real, man. Just one more thing. Did you see who was in Sacramento the other day? Sure you did. Our girl was here.
Help me out.
Tiana Taylor.
I did see that. She was with
Leo.
Leo, yeah.
I wonder if Sacramento is going to be in the movie or they're just filming here. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if
like something was happening in Sacramento versus they were just
exactly like they could be like, oh, we're here in Sacramento filming, or they could be like, we're in Dallas, but they couldn't get to Dallas. They could get here easier, so they filmed.
What looks like Dallas? Sacramento. All right, let's go there.
They were in Stockton too, I think, last week. Filming too.
Was it somebody in Modesto? Did you say?
Yeah, Canelo was in Modesto like a few weeks ago. He's with us. He's with us.
Canelo was in Modesto.
Canelo's 209.
What was Canelo doing in Modesto?
He was at the Gallo Wineries. He has a drink with them or something like that, and they produce it there or something like that.
Canelo bougie. So yeah, that's what he do.
Okay.
He bougie. I like Saul though. I like Saul. If Canelo came through right now, I'd show him love. I like Canelo. I just don't think he's ever gonna fight David Benavidez.
I don't even know what you're talking about, so that's cool.
David Benavidez. No, he just wants. I was gonna say the Mexican monster, but he just wants to be the monster now, right?
I guess that's. I think. Yeah.
I like the Mexican monster better. That had more like I'm hunting you down, Canelo.
Your thoughts, Damian?
No, it's good. That's good. That's fine. That's good.
I got a fight tonight. Teofimo Lopez on ESPN.
Okay. Well, as long as it doesn't interfere with the WrestleMania press conference, we'll put it on. I'm locked into the press
I think we'll
conference.
be gone by the time he comes on.
Oh, okay.
I think it's 7:00.
Oh, okay.
But
right.
T.O., I don't like T.O. though, bro. I don't like dude.
All right. How do you feel about De'Aaron though?
I love De'Aaron. I really do, man. I think the world of his talent and what he could be in this league. Sometimes I feel he's a little too passive out there. And it's becoming more like fewer and far between than it was maybe in the past.
Mm-hmm.
But it still happens, and it's frustrating when it happens because it's like, bro, come on, man. And when it happens in a loss, it's even more frustrating. Like it's like, all right, they're struggling right now. They need that jolt. They need their guy. Like, step up, and like be more aggressive. Don't be as passive anymore. And last night we got the Fox that they were down, and he just continued to be passive, and I didn't like that. I think he's better than that, man.
So let's go to what was your question before the break? What did you ask?
I asked if they were reverting back to old habits.
Okay, let's hold that.
Bad habits, I should say.
Bad habits. Shout out Usher. Reverting back to old habits.
I'm just bad at it. I just can't escape all of these bad habits. Come on, that's the fire. What? They play that on Saturday. I'll be hyped.
Oh, I'm sure that's getting played on Saturday. Who are we too rough on De'Aaron?
After a little bit of research, I'd say yes, and I'll include myself in that. I'll include myself on that from time to time. Like today,
the research that you just did.
Yeah, wait a minute.
The research,
the way it was talked about, at least the way I talked about it. I'll just use myself here.
Okay.
I talked about it as if De'Aaron, all these other all-stars and all these other top-tier players, they don't have no performances like this.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't.
Mm-hmm.
And you've put together a couple in the last month and a half that's just inexcusable.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the premise I came from. And you go and you look at some stuff and it's like, well, damn. They actually all do this from time to time. They all do it from book 16, 7 for Paul George, 14. Like they all had, and they all like kind of vary. Sometimes they're able to do that in wins because he's got teammates around him. De'Aaron had 12 points against Atlanta a couple weeks ago. They won that game.
So the numbers, so the 2023 and the 2024 numbers that I brought to you didn't sway you at all?
No, I think his play has gone down for sure. But I don't think that's an indictment on him, the franchise player. I think he's come back down a little bit. He was at the highest, probably the highest level he could ever play. And he's come down a little bit. And once again, this is how you get to 27 points a game. Which is where
I disagree with that because there's a dramatic difference between these two stretches. I don't think that's it. Like I think the thing that you said earlier about Booker, where Booker has like scattered games everywhere. But like he has those monsters 60, 50, 40, like in a really, really short stretch. That got him up. Like, I think he was averaging around 26. Like, he's crept his way up to like 28. Like, he's close to 29 right now.
Yeah.
And De'Aaron has just kind of consistently been a lot less than he was before
over the last month and a half, right?
Right. That's what we're talking about.
So my premise is De'Aaron's averaging 32. Like, bro, just honestly speaking, and I wished he would have stayed there and all this other stuff. But I'm like, yo, this dude averaging 32. I would have never thought De'Aaron would average 32, 30 points a game. If you ask me, he's probably like a 25 to 27 point per game scorer. And so I say that to say when he was at 32, based on
I don't think he was at 30.
He was at 30?
Yeah, he was at 30.0.
Okay. He was at 30. When he was at 30.
And maybe his highest was 32 in that first stretch. I don't know. But at the end of the year, which was what we were talking about, he was at 30.0.
Right. So I'm like, him being at 30, that's him playing a little bit above over his head.
I don't think I agree with that.
22 is him playing a little below where I think he should be. But that's what we always say. That's why there's averages. At the end of the day, he's going to average 25 to 27 points a game. How he gets there, I don't know. He could score 27 every game of the season. Or he could have a month where he's averaging 32 and one where he's averaging 22, and then he gets him to 27. But that's what the average is going to be. 27. I think he's a 25 to 27 point per game scorer. That's his. I believe that's his ceiling. And the path he uses to get to that point.
I don't think I agree with you.
You think he's a legit, like, yo, this guy could be averaging 30 a night for a season. For multiple seasons. Like, because that's what we're talking about, right? Like, I think SGA is going to average 30 a game for the next 4 seasons. Luka's 30 a game next 4 or 5 seasons. There's outlier seasons here and there from people. And if De'Aaron averaged 30 this year, from what I think of his game, I think that's an outlier season. I think he's more of a 27 a night. But you think De'Aaron could, for 4 years straight, average 30?
Can I have a window of like 28 and a half?
Sure, I'll give you that.
I don't know. 30 is a lot. Like 30 to me as a scorer, that's an elite number. Like averaging 30 point. Not very many guys. I mean, a lot more guys are doing it now. Right. But overall, like not a lot of guys do that per year. Can I see De'Aaron at a 20 and a half to 30.5? I could. Like, I never felt like when De'Aaron was averaging 30 through those first 32 games of the season, I don't think I felt like you did. I don't think I felt like he was playing over his head. I thought he was playing at another level, which I was surprised by. Not in the sense.
That's the same thing, right? Like, as me. I didn't think he was like, oh, this isn't sustainable. I was like, damn, I didn't think he'd get to this level. But he's at this level. Like, damn, okay. I was surprised by it. I wasn't like, he's averaging 30. He's going to come down to 25. Like, I thought, well, damn, he's here. So I never saw him getting here. Wow.
If he went from 30 to your number of 26 to 27, because remember, this is 32 games into the season, he probably would be at like 28, 28 and a half. Right. But he's fallen to 22.
Right. You're right.
He's fallen to 22 points per game, and that's why he's at 26.9 now.
His consistency has dipped because he still had
consistency has dipped.
He's had some big time games.
His attempts have dipped. Yeah. But there's far more 12s, 13s. There's a 3 in there somewhere.
Yeah, the Pelicans game. There's a 3. So
there was the game Malik went crazy that they won.
The Orlando game. I think he had 15 that game.
Yeah, 15 on like 21 or something like that, or 22. I don't know, man. I don't know. His scoring, he went from 21, just amazing, 11 points per game to 17 to 21 to 25 Then he dropped to 23, went back to 25 last year. He's at 26.9 right now, but I don't know where that 26.9 is going.
I think he's going to be, 26 to 27. I don't think he goes to 25.
If I set the number at 26.5, you take the over or under?
I'll take the over. I think he's going to average like 27 point something this year. Highest point total of his career, point average of his career.
I know I said the win totals, but I forgot what they were.
The
19 and 13 through the first 32, 10 and 8 over the last 18.
And Aldrin asked, what are we talking about? The thing is, I brought up the question of, because I'll just leave myself on this, and I think the chatty house too. I won't leave you guys out of this. I think you guys were also really harsh with his performance last night as to that's who he is, right? Like, because he had that performance last night, he's this, he's that, he's not this, he's not that. And I was kind of guilty of it too. And it was like, I had to take a step back and look at these other guys. And I'm like, well, he still is on the same level as Devin, Paul George, Cat, because they have these same type of games. They have the same type of game. Like, I think it was last night Paul George had 7. Yeah, 7 in a loss to the Pelicans. Paul George hadn't scored over 20 the whole month of February.
But is Paul George does Paul George have the same primary but the same primary scoring responsibilities that De'Aaron Fox has?
He doesn't.
Does Karl Anthony Towns?
It's close.
Okay.
It's close.
Okay.
But the whole point is, and that's a point in favor of De'Aaron, because it doesn't feel like De'Aaron can have, like Paul George, 18, 15, 18 over 3 games. They went 3-0. If De'Aaron had 18, 15, 18, you think they're going 3-0, the Kings? I don't think so. I don't think so. You know what I mean? And that goes to Paul, who's looked at as an all-star, has the opportunity to have games like that because his team is better.
All right. Let's come back. I lost track of time.
So did I.
We've got
how that happened. We just came back. I just got the turkey sandwich.
We'll come back. There's a lot more to talk about. It's Stilo and KC. Phone lines open for Manny. I see you. Hang on 1 second. We'll get to you right after the break. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento's.
We'll talk about when I come back.
Sports leader James Bouknight, ESPN 1320. Wow.
I was wrong about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we making too big of a deal of yesterday's game? Like, it's bad because it's a 6-1 Pistons team and all that, but like, this is just who the Kings have been.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's what we do. We keep wanting them. I think we keep wanting them to be something that they're not. Hey, let's try something. I don't know if this is going to work. Do you know how to share a screen?
No, but I'm assuming like maybe I click present on this thing or something.
Yeah, present. Well, you got to open a tab first. Open the tab, go to Twitter. Open a tab in the same thing StreamYard is. Open a tab, go to Twitter, and then we could just go to James's account. Yeah, I'm with you, Fresh. It looked like they were trying to coast yesterday, and that was frustrating. That was really frustrating. I love these oranges, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It's damn near my favorite part of the day. Especially after drinking that nasty ass green juice. So Michigan, the seats are on sale now, huh? Okay. Let me see what's going on over here. I didn't think they were on sale yet. Did you get a senior discount? Nah, that was a joke. I just didn't want to be left out. Chatty House always gets the jokes off. I needed to get a joke off. Gosh, I thought these things were going on sale later. Usher. Yep. Okay, so let's guys tell me if this hit play. How's this sound, guys? Does this sound any better?
Like that? Is it something you just try to wipe out the memory really quickly?
It stinks. It definitely stinks. It's a game we should have won, obviously, at home. How their season has gone. You know, they had a lot of young guys that played hard and fought, and
it's good.
It's out of it in our own building, but again, a situation where we had a lot of controllables that we could have played better, and definitely still stings a little bit.
Strawberry.
Have you ever been tossed from a game before?
That was my first.
How many texts you have?
My career, I'm not sure, honestly. I think on the year, I might have.
It sounds good.
Outside of last night.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know.
First tech.
But-
That was first tech of the year. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. That doesn't sound like the most compelling conversation, but the hell did I just do? The hell are you doing that?
No, I just clicked stop sharing.
That's weird. No, don't click stop sharing. You just remove it. You just remove it from the screen. So just like we do this. That's all you do. You don't have to, because now you have to share the screen again. You could just leave it. Yeah, leave it right there. Yeah. Yep.
Was the audio loud enough for that video too, chat?
It could probably be a little louder. Yeah. Yeah, I could check your computer too and make sure the sound is up, to a good level on your computer. Okay. I was kidding the other day. It might really have something to do with me being logged into James's account versus being logged into mine. All right. All right, we back in here trying to make heads or tails of what's going on with the Sacramento Kings after losing to the Detroit Pistons. Looks like practice just wrapped up. James is posting videos right now. Kevin Huerter spoke. Trey Lyle spoke. We heard a little bit of Kevin Huerter's conversation during the break. I'm not trying to be funny. It didn't sound like the most compelling thing in the world. Maybe we could scroll through it a little bit and see if there's anything there we need to hear. But it's absolutely incredible that Kevin Huerter got tossed last night.
That was ridiculous.
Absolutely incredible. What we caught eye of right as we had to step out during commercial break is childish DiCaprio brings it up in the chat. James Bouknight was released. And I know that was a guy that you really liked coming into the draft, and whoopsie.
I didn't got that one wrong.
I think Davion got a hold of him, and my brother was never the same.
Never the same. I thought Bouknight was that dude coming out of UConn. And he's barely been able to play in this league. I think the one time he played, he had like 20-something against the Kings. I think that's like the only good game he ever had. Well, bring him to Sacramento and see what he's got.
Ooh. Actively Black just dropped a preview of the Kings gear that's coming out this year. Oh, my God.
Oh, snap.
All right.
Oh.
All right. Yeah. Oh. Boy, they dropping some crazy gear at the arena. Come on, man.
Hey, I know there's people listening. We gotta talk to him.
Bro, I've been trying to do that for 2 years. Talk to Kendra. I can't do it. He don't respond to me.
Kendra.
Maybe I'm too light-skinned. I'm serious. Like maybe you need to talk to him.
Well, I'm saying K&B. Tell him.
Well, Kendra, she's got to be listening. She just texted us. Help a brother out.
K&B, like we got to talk to him.
We've been trying to get this dude. He used to play for the Kings. He had a training camp contract with the Kings. He created a athletic brand called Actively Black. It's phenomenal. You guys see me wear this stuff all of the time. He's partnered with the Kings for a drop that's coming up on HBCU night.
And I need that hoodie, bro.
The video is on social. It just got sent to us, and it is fire.
I need that hoodie. I need that hoodie, and we got to talk to him. KB, come on now.
Get this dude on the show with us. We've been trying. He won't. He don't return my calls. Maybe he'll return yours, Kendra.
Yeah. That's I need that.
Also, we got to tell Complex we need HBCU night. We need KSFM live at the Golden One Center HBCU night.
That's facts.
I ain't been to a game in a month, man. I need to be there.
Did
for
you
that
hear
one.
it? I think Kyle Masson was saying they've only had 4 home games in the last month and a week or something like that.
Goodness.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Man.
They ain't been home for a minute. They'll be home Friday and then they'll be gone.
Yeah,
until
be
the
gone
22nd.
again. Yeah, be gone again. Let's get Manny. Oh, Kendra says she got it. All right, KMB, we relying on you. Let's
go.
Help a brother out.
Let's cook.
Let him know it's both of us. It's not just one of us. Let him know. We both Actively Black. Come on now. Let's get Manny in here. You was laughing too hard when I said I had to talk about Black History Month too.
No,
don't think I didn't catch that. No, I know. I know how you are.
It wasn't you. It was the location. I was like,
No.
oh, okay. I ain't mad at it. I thought it might have been Endercom or Kennedy or something, but he's like, oh, it's this. I said, oh, okay.
Let's get Manny. Just go. I got nothing. Go ahead, Manny.
T-Lo, us light-skinned folks don't never get respect.
See, I thought the Drake video would change everything, and it didn't.
They changed some things, but
oh my.
About Fox, I just want to kind of expound on what Kenny said, right? Like the responsibilities, and I kind of look at it the other way too, Casey, where it's, look, we know, like when Paul George and them have bad games, like they know they have, like Paul George, right? He's got Harden, he's got, he's got his guys that that they can kind of make up for some of that. So yes, he has less responsibilities, but Fox knows day in and day out what his primary job is. He knows whether for better or for worse, he's that dude. And if we're really talking about that, we believe that he's that dude, he's him, right? Then these kind of games can't happen. And I'm not as critical as a lot of people have been on him, especially after last night. I don't know if there's something that's hurting too, and maybe it's he has this nonchalant, like it's kind of part of his smoothness, right? Where the way he plays and glides, and I think sometimes people take that for like not caring or want to see him blow up, and it's like that's not in his personality to blow up like that. And I think sometimes people misinterpret what that means, right? They want to see somebody so animate all the time because to them that's the only way you can show passion or that you care, and that's not true. But sometimes you watch those games and it's like it's not just it's the way he's not doing things, like where he is kind of like taking a step back when you're seeing your team lose. You're down 10, you're down 12, you're down 15. It's like you got to have that mentality at some point, like F everybody else and the plays being called and be him, because if you're not going to be him, this whole game is about to crumble. And I think that's where sometimes I'm like, where he kind of like, I get irked a little bit with him, but I still think he's learning that. There's been so many years of losing. Last year was the first year of like they blew up the excitement, the way they were playing. It's not always easy to maintain that the next year when you're the hunted. And I think they're learning that. And I think no matter what else happens after this year, I expect to see a different version of him next year, more towards that. I would say for me, I think he's going to be a 25 to 30 point scorer a year. That's what I see. And I think that's where he's going to be, because if he's not that, then we got a lot more other problems that we have to deal with too.
I don't think that's, I think 25, like hitting the range between 25 and 30. That's a big, I know it does. I know it's 5 points. I feels like there is a world of difference between 25 and 30.
It does.
Like De'Aaron's 25 now. De'Aaron's been 25, figurative, like his entire career. Like it's the question is he a 30 point per game scorer where he was at the beginning of the year, or
is he not even more than 25? Is he 27 or 28? Because I feel like there's That's a jump in itself to go from 25 to 28, and then 28 to 30 is another jump. You know what I mean? So is he in the middle there? The other thing that people like talk about, like his demeanor after the games, and I get it. It doesn't invoke a whole lot of like people aren't looking at him like I know he's pissed off about this game because of what he just said or his demeanor or something like that. Number one, I just want to remind people that doesn't mean he's not pissed off, right? That doesn't mean that he's not angry about the loss or he isn't embarrassed. You know, we talk about that all the time. People show their anger, people show their embarrassment in different ways. Sometimes when somebody's really embarrassed, they'll start smiling, right? They're like, what are you smiling about? But they're like, that's their way of like, I'm super embarrassed right now. You know, so you just never know. I believe De'Aaron Fox was pissed off about the loss last night. I do believe that. To what degree? Who knows? That's not for me to just judge, but I do think he was upset about the loss. But I do think he looks at these things the way that you talked about, the way these professional athletes do. Like, yeah, I'm pissed off about it, but just like we didn't get extra wins for having a 5-2 road trip, we don't get an extra loss because of this. We still got a job to do. You know what I mean? And I'm looking at the job ahead. The other thing real quick about his demeanor is I've mentioned those other guys, and I think a lot of people look at Devin Booker as a guy like whiny, and he'll run away from.
Oh, what do you call him?
I just say he's a good ball player. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's true.
I call him a baller. So
it's a B word, but it's not baller, but it was a B word.
I call him a baller. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
So look at him like that. Whereas, like, I think, especially recently, people look at Paul George as like, he's not like this fiery guy. He's not gonna be like, man, throwing chairs and stuff like that. But he's like self-aware. Like Paul George, I don't know if he said this last night or not, but it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to be like, yeah, I was terrible last night. That sucked, man. My game was off, and that wasn't good enough. And that's something that we kind of get from Paul George, and I don't want to say we expect, but it's not out of the norm. Like, I don't think anybody will ever expect De'Aaron Fox to come to the podium and be like, I was terrible. You know, that's just not him. Like, he's not going to show that type of response to us. So the whole moral of that is like, I wouldn't get too caught up in the post-game stuff and what they say.
So let's talk about the in-game stuff then. Do you think he was lethargic? Do you think he was lethargic's not the word I'm looking for. Do you think he was passive? Yeah. Do you think he was unfocused in his approach to the game last night? And I'll stall them out for a second. Do you think they were unfocused in their approach to the game last night?
Defensively, yes. Defensively, for sure. And here's the thing that I struggle with all the time, especially in a situation like last night. And I don't know the right answer. Fourth quarter comes, the Kings are down. We all want fourth quarter Fox, to show up, be aggressive, and like put the team on his back. Fourth quarter Fox. But I haven't talked to De'Aaron or anybody close to him, so I don't know if this is how he felt about last night. But I'm sure the way he looks at it is, I'm just about to win. Like, the fourth quarter stuff is cool if needed, but I'm about to win. And in leading up into the fourth quarter, and I'm speaking as if I'm De'Aaron Fox, when I was on the bench and they brought us back, Monk and Sabonis were cooking. So you guys want me to start shooting every shot when they're the ones that are playing great? They're getting, Trey Lyles is getting whatever. Like, just because I can be fourth quarter Fox, you want me to say, forget what's working for us. Let me take all the shots. And I don't know what the answer is to that. Like, I don't, because there's a part of me that would say, I understand what you're saying, De'Aaron. Those guys are playing well. Let Monk initiate the offense. Let Sabonis initiate the offense, and let that keep cooking. There's another part of me that says, Jordan, airtime. All right, They brought us back. Now it's time.
Bobby Hansen, baby. Bobby Hansen.
Hansen's 14 third quarter points,
Well,
which was not what happened.
3. The man had 3 points. Bobby Hansen, the greatest 3 points in the history of the Chicago Bulls.
Mike was playing like the dog, and he brought him back.
Dog, yeah.
But yeah, or is it like, all right, you got us back. Now I'm about to take us home.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm presenting those things, saying I don't know what the answer always is to that. I think it's a feel thing. And if last night he felt Domas and Monk were cooking offensively, let them cook offensively. What I would say is shift your focus. All right, they got the offense. Somebody got to shut the water off on Jaden Ivey. Let me take that assignment.
So here's the thing. Here's the other part of Malik, right? Malik at the locker last night. Everybody remembers the quote, "Oh, I don't like that stuff." Talking about the crowd booing. But he was also asked about like the energy. And he was like, you don't have to, I'm the energy guy. You just said it yourself. I'm the energy guy. You don't ever have to worry about my energy. I think there are times where De'Aaron specifically struggles to match Malik's energy. If Malik's in that closing lineup, I think De'Aaron has such a methodical way of playing that he struggles sometimes to match Malik. And if sometimes, and this is the gift and the curse of Malik, sometimes you have to, hey, calm down. But settle down. We got this. We got to do this, but settle down. But sometimes that I don't want to call it a crazy nature, but sometimes that over the top way Malik plays is what kills the other team.
Mm-hmm.
And
it almost happened last night.
Right. And it felt like not everybody on the floor was able to match the energy that Malik had. And we could talk about this forever, which we have. We're 3 hours into this, and we've talked about this. The bigger issue is there's something missing on the defensive end, and it's not a player. And that's the thing is we talk about trade deadline, and we talk about this every year. We'll do it at the trade deadline. We'll do it during free agency, and we'll do it during the draft. Sometimes people just want change. They think just because it's change, it's better. The only trade, when I saw the PJ Washington deal, I was like, God damn, that sucks. Because PJ didn't go to Philadelphia. Hey, salute, buddy. Good for you.
Shout out, buddy. At least he'll go
He's
to the playoffs.
He's gonna make the playoffs.
Yeah.
He didn't go to the Wizards. Like, he went to Dallas. And Dallas is a team where, as they were constructed, I was like, I don't buy it. Like, I don't. But they did a couple of things in today, really. It felt like it was all today. Mm-hmm. They did a couple of things this morning where it's like, all right, I don't love this. I don't love this for Sacramento at all. Yeah. Kings got to be on point. That's the only one where it's like, oh, that's the only one where I'm like, that really sucked. I don't think change necessarily means anything better. I don't think there's any player. I'll use PJ as an example. I love the idea of PJ Washington on Sacramento. I think a lot of other people love the idea of PJ Washington in Sacramento. I think a lot of people in the Chatty House on the radio love the idea of PJ Washington in Sacramento. The reason that's so funny is because you know what PJ doesn't do?
Doesn't play a lot.
He doesn't play defense.
Oh, there's that too.
And it's like, oh, we need someone who can change things defensively. Oh, word? Yeah. Okay. Also, I'd like PJ Washington. Yeah, because he ain't that guy.
Yeah.
And looking at what happened last night, trying to take a De'Aaron Fox approach to this thing. Mm-hmm. Who would have changed the fortunes of the Sacramento Kings last night? Yeah, I don't have right. Exactly. I have no idea who that would have been. I don't think that singular, unless it's like 2014 Kawhi.
I think I was going to say it could have been Keegan Murray.
That was my frustration with what Mike Brown did last night.
Because the thing that I think about, because also people, Manny called in and there was people in the chat talking about when I bring up Booker and Paul George and all, they're like, well, they're playing with the Hall of Famers, so they can have those nights. And there's a lot of pressure on De'Aaron every night to do this. Last night, that wasn't the case. They scored 120 points. They're supposed to win those games when they score 120 points.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Last night.
And 31 assists?
Yeah. Last night, they had the offensive production. What they needed last night was they needed somebody to step up and stop Jaden Ivey. That's the thing that I'm going to remember from that game the most. He was unstoppable. I think he had 19 in the fourth quarter. He was unstoppable in that fourth quarter. And if they would have gotten 3 stops on Jaden Ivey, I think the game would have been different. And they couldn't find a way to get 1, let alone 3.
Let's get Jamel here. 916-909-1320. Jamel, what's up, baby?
What up, boys? Hey, I'm going to be the glass is half full guy today, man. Everybody's been calling, complaining, just frustrated with everything. I'll be the glass half full. We got to go back to Monty McNair's last, with the Rocket Center. This is a marathon, not a race. I came to the piece last night to maybe we're going to have another first-round exit with this team, but it's for the longevity of this team, the next 5 years. Let Monty McNair play chess, not checkers. I'm believing that there's a reason why he did not make a trade. It just, it hurts. It's a frustrating point for the fans, but I just want to be the ounce of positivity. Let's just trust Monty is playing checkers playing chess. I apologize for the next 5 years, boys. Let's just stay positive, man. Love y'all, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
Mel. Yeah, I hope so. And what it really comes in, like, what would have taken hypothetically to beat Dallas's PJ Washington offer? Maybe you're looking at Davion,
Trey,
first rounder.
Yeah,
Trey. I don't think I'm paying that for PJ Walker. Why do I keep saying that? PJ Washington.
Yeah. I think we could get PJ Walker for less.
I think you can.
Read that story about how the equipment people have to move his shoes everywhere.
No.
Yeah.
PJ Tucker?
Oh, PJ Tucker. Yeah, PJ Tucker. That was the PJ Tucker we can get. I don't know about PJ Walker.
Why they gotta move his stuff?
It's the same thing I was wondering. Why is everybody moving PJ Tucker's shoes around? By the way, I have some non-related breaking news. I didn't notice. I found out through social media.
Okay.
I inquired last night, but what a morning we had. Tickets to our Usher brunch. They gone.
Ooh.
Them joints sold out.
Wow.
They say they almost sold out.
We still got a
But
place
that
to
was
sit?
posted. That was posted 15 minutes. Yeah.
We still got a place to sit?
I'll ask Gabs. I don't know. We just the host. Our names are on the flyer. Come through. I'll post the link. You hurry up and buy tickets. This is it.
Man.
Because I asked last night, I was like, how close are we? I was like, it's like we're pretty close. And then I got a text this morning. I was like, hey, he said, hey, something's going on. Did you post something? I was like, yeah, we all posted something. They were bought up.
All right.
This joint almost sold
this
out.
morning, and I guess I don't know.
You what?
I posted something this morning.
Casey. Hey man, Casey got sway. That's what they bring Kenny Caraway in.
But yeah. Well, I just need one table.
Well, you got Ab's number. You texted me. Need a table. I got everybody asking me about the brunch. How come nobody ever asked Kenny about the brunch?
You got the juice, man. You got the juice, dog.
Oh, great. Now Kenny's going to throw me off a building.
You got the juice, dog. It's all you, man.
So here we are.
Sorry, I was distracted. My son will be happy. There's a new Sonic movie coming out.
What kind of movie are those? Is it like a cartoon or is it one of those?
Sonic is a cartoon, but he's in the real world. So Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails. This one I think is going to be Knuckles' movie. They're actually not bad. They're cool. They're fine. I wouldn't say they're like Lego Ninjago. Those are great movies, but they're cool. It's okay. I told you no, last time we saw the Sonic movie, they had we watched the end of the movie or whatever, and they did like a Marvel situation where they went through the credits. It was a happy ending, and they had, I think it was like Super Saiyan Sonic or something like this Black Sonic. The kids in the theater. Oh my gosh! Oh snap! Yo! Oh, they lost it. I said, well, what Sonic is this? Reese is like, nah, you don't understand.
That's awesome.
They lost it.
That's awesome. I would have been so confused if I was in that theater. What the hell is going on? You know, the Kings, it was bizarre. I don't know if I still have this pulled up. I don't think I do. The Kings, yeah, I closed all of these tabs yesterday. The Kings were ranked, this was prior to last night. The Kings were ranked 10th in the most recent ESPN power rankings. And this sucks to bring up a day later. Their improved defense was cited as a way. And that's where numbers sometimes where like I can't figure out numbers versus my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll ask. I mean, I guess I could post a poll question. Does it feel like the Kings are playing better defense?
No.
Like it really doesn't.
No, and I say that saying like it looks about the same. Like I remember I think it was this first Hawks game or whatever, and like they held them to 30 points in the second half. It felt like they were getting the same looks. They just missed them.
Kings are borderline making teams look elite from the 3-point line every time they come in.
Oh, yeah. Will Z had a stat on that. It's not good. Not good.
It's a bunch of Kyle Korvers every time the Kings play.
There was a Joe Harris sighting last night. I ain't seen him in 3 years.
I think Joe Harris got waived.
He was waived this morning.
Yeah, they waived
How
like
many
4
players that beat the Kings last night got cut today?
They just signed these guys. Hey, we got a Kings game coming up. Come play with us. And they're out of there after.
Orlando, these are Will Z's numbers. He Jesse, we'll just keep rolling here. Orlando put up 56.8% from three against Sacramento. They shoot 33.7% against other teams. Cleveland 51% against Sacramento, 35% against everybody else. Boston 52%, 37% against everybody else. The only team where there's a handful, the team that has shot worst from three against Sacramento is Denver.
Come on, man.
They shot.
You can't write this script.
Well, no, what you can't write is the team who is the second worst against Sacramento. Oklahoma City.
Kings about to win the next two and lock up. Lock up from beyond the arc. Everything's fixed. Everything's fixed.
On the season, Denver shoots against other teams 37.2%. Against Sacramento, they shot 24%. Oklahoma City against everybody else, 39.7%. Against Sacramento, 27.3%.
I got to really dive into like why that is. I think a lot of it has to do with comfort, but
I can tell you what it was last night. I go to Synergy, watch all the threes back last night. It's like they were chasing the ball. I don't know what the game plan is. Like, I don't know. It's like they were chasing the ball and guys were kicking it. I mean, Jaden hit a couple because Jaden was feeling himself, but the threes that came as like part of the offense, like the closeouts were weak. They were slow. They were following the ball everywhere. No one, and this was my Keegan Murray problem. I would have put someone on Jaden, no matter what else is happening on the floor. They don't leave Jaden Ivey, and that's not what happened.
I can't remember. I think Monk stepped up to guard him in the game yesterday, and Jaden was cooking. I mean, there was a lot of pick and roll there too. So that that's one of the things where you talk about breaking down and rotations and stuff like that. That you just the pick and roll creates that, and how you defend the pick and roll, whether you go over. It seems like everybody goes over and never go under for whatever reason. Like I have no idea. Jaden Ivey, I know he was hot or whatever, but he was going downhill every time. They go over, trap, hedge, all this other stuff. But yeah, it's like I wonder, like the Will Z in Detroit or Denver, I wonder if the Pistons got the same amount of wide open looks last night that they always get, and they just hit them. Because
it took me a minute to realize what you were saying. The Will Z in Detroit or Denver. I got you. Yeah.
Because that's what I always look for when the Kings shoot bad or shoot good in a game, right? Like, what are the wide open looks staying consistent?
Yeah.
And in that case, it's just, are you making them or missing them? I wonder if these teams are getting more wide open looks against the Kings, which helps them shoot a better percentage, or is it about the same? Maybe they just feel more comfortable.
Yeah, I don't
know. That's just an open-ended question. I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
Don't expect anybody to have an answer. I just thoughts from KC.
Coming to a commercial break soon. 13th round, kicking it with KC and thoughts with KC. So now that the trade deadline is over,
now that we're done,
do you think there's a positive effect, negative effect, or just it's indifferent?
I think it's indifferent. To your point earlier today, I don't think the trade deadline had any effect on the game last night.
I agree. Yeah.
I think they're past for whatever reason. I think they're past that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that getting past the trade deadline will have an effect on this team. They've got to figure out internally how to become more consistent in a positive way.
Mm.
And what's that gonna? I think it's the guys that are clearly it's the guys that are on this roster. I think it's the guys that are in the rotation. This is who it is. They've got to figure it out. And it reminds me of when I think they lost 4 in a row, and Domas was like, "Hey, it's up to us. Like, we got to look together. We got to look internally how to change this thing." And they did to a certain degree. And now, for a higher level of consistency, once again, they've got to look within each other to figure out what's needed, what they have to do to be a more consistent group.
Let's see what good we Buddha on today. 916-909-1320. Buddha.
Hey, yo. What y'all talking about, man?
Buddha, you a vibe, bro.
We didn't get your boy, man. We didn't, at least not right now, man. We didn't get your boy.
Yeah, it's cool, man. But I would at least wanted something, like, you feel me, to get a little better. But
we got cash.
We got cash considerations.
You can't go wrong with cash, but I don't know. I think you need a little something else. But as far as Fox, man, he gonna be all right, bro. I feel like that with the trade deadline coming around, we was really trying to show like Harrison Barnes can still get his off, Kevin Huerter can still get his off, Trey Lyles can still get his off. So maybe he got in his head a little bit and he dropped back because when he was really balling crazy, he was taking at least 20 shots. That's what a player like AI was doing. He was taking over 20 shots. So, I mean, I feel like he'll bounce back now. But like I said, man, Monty got to wake up. He been on a milk carton for 2 years, man. He took that extension. I ain't seen him yet. Like, so I don't know, bro. We got to step out on the buyout market or something.
Buddha, we appreciate you, bro. I love the Monty's mailing it in. He got his he's just like a running back. He got his extension and now he's kicking it.
Hey, so look, I will say this is shaping up to be a huge summer for Monty McNair.
Yeah, this summer's important. Absolutely.
He's got to he's got to make some moves.
Well, because you look at this team and like, sure, Fox can like play better. Don't stink it up against the Pistons, but also I think a lot of the issues are fixable, like from Monty McNair's side. Like get that score we've been talking about, that third guy, get that score.
But I think
get some defenders in here. Like I feel like a lot of the issues of this team are just the product of how it's been built.
I think we say stuff like that like it's easy.
It's his job.
No, it's his job, but it's also his job to put together his primary job is to put together the best roster that's possible. So you say go out there and get a third score that might not exist. Like I mean, you're talking about a third scorer. You're not talking about a couple try hard defensive guys who are going to bust their ass for you 12 to 18 minutes a night. You're talking about a third scorer. That's a difficult get. And then the plus minus here, the pros and cons benefit of going to get those defensive guys is maybe they can't keep up with what you're doing offensively. Talked about PJ Tucker a second ago. PJ Tucker's fantastic on the defensive end. Yeah. He gonna work for Sacramento? Standing over there in the corner? Unguarded?
Yeah, don't feel like
those are all things, and I'm not insinuating that they were interested in PJ Tucker. I'm just saying there are players out there like that, and you have to ask, like, does that help with Sacramento? Does that help the way that the Sacramento Kings play basketball? Mm-hmm. And sometimes we come up with these ideas and think, like I think you asked a great question with the PJ Washington deal. How could Sacramento have matched that? And you start throwing out a handful of players and a handful of draft picks, and it's like, for what PJ Washington is going to be here, is that what we want to do? Mm-hmm. And I think it's a, Buddha, I know Buddha was, kind of half joke. Hey, he's on a milk carton. Well, I'm sure he's working. Mm-hmm. It just didn't pan out for us.
I think, and to Jesse's point and to both of your guys' point and Buddha's point, I think the last time he could get away with that is
right now.
Right now.
Yep.
This summer, he can't. I was patient and wasn't tripping off the trade deadline last year. I was like, it's not that big of a deal. Let these guys cook. I understood what happened over the summer. Wasn't tripping. Today was the first day I was like, man, I got to do a little something, but I understand, like, it takes two to tango. Do you have the assets to do something or whatever? I know it's a hard job. I know it's tough, but this summer, that's not going to fly. It's just not going to fly. Like, you've got to do something. You've got to bring something to this team that helps them any way you can. Free agency, draft, trade. Mm-hmm. You've got to bring something where we could be like, nah, this is going to help this team in a major way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll point to Monty too, because I feel like with this team, and I'm not saying like Monty needed to make a move now, but more so the problems with this Kings team are more so ones that Monty has to fix over time. I think what this Kings team is now is like, that's what they are, who they are. They're going to be inconsistent. Like the game coming out of the Pistons game yesterday, I wasn't like, oh, I can't believe the Kings did that. Cause it's just like, what do we expect? It's what they've done all season. Like they'll probably come out of this next 4 game stretch against these top teams going 3-1, probably 2-2 or something like that. Like it's just ideally it's just one, like Fox said, it's just one game that they lost. So I think my thing is that I'm not expecting like development or anything. It's just more so going forward, Monty's gonna have to fix what's wrong.
Yeah.
I think if De'Aaron last night had been like, man, this was awful. This was terrible. Turned the table over and left.
That would have been funny.
And then it would have been hilarious. And then today stood in front of James and Sean and everybody and said, in the end, it's one game in the loss column. Mm-hmm. I think everybody would feel completely different.
Yeah.
Saying this, they just desperately want De'Aaron to turn the table over.
Well, look, De'Aaron is one, but isn't that what we just did? We came out here at 12 o'clock, didn't even play the intro music. We was mad.
Sorry, young
Then we came back later and was like, he is right, though.
Yeah.
It's just one game.
Sometimes you just got to talk through it.
That's it.
De'Aaron just don't need to talk to it. You good. Know what y'all worked up about. We fine.
That's it, man. Will Z pulled up on us because he's the man.
The Will Z of Sacramento or the Will Z of Detroit?
Will Z of Sacramento. He said
just handing out Will Z's all over the country.
For last night's example, at least, the Pistons averaged 18.1 wide open threes per game and had 15 last night. But they made 8 of them. It's the season-long trend of teams hitting their wide open looks against the Kings. So I don't really know what to make of that because the Kings gave them less wide open looks than normal, but they just felt great. They just hit them.
These teams are going into these games like it's game 7, I guess.
I guess so. They're just feeling great. So it was a situation last night where, I mean, they was hitting. They was hitting 3. Like Ivy was looking like Steph, Follow, who should have been pulled from the game halfway through because there was a deal that was worked out. I don't know why he kept playing. Hey, get him the hell off the court. You got a deal worked out for him to, I think he's going to New York now. Get him off the court. No, he stays out there. and is hitting threes left and right. Killian Hayes, who they decided yesterday before the game, they weren't even going to want, but they're like, let him play anyway. They was hitting, man. They was hitting. And some of that is on the Kings, and some of that is tip your hat to the Pistons, and some of that is like, damn, they just hitting against us. A little bit of everything.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. We'll come back. You'll hear from Mike Brown at practice today. We'll talk more Kings basketball and our thoughts moving forward as the Kings have got to put the trade deadline and they've got to put this loss to Detroit behind them because now the stretch to finish out the first part of the season gets really, really difficult with a couple of matchups versus Denver and Oklahoma City and Phoenix in between. So we'll talk about all that. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I didn't know they were doing it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Hey, go to my timeline, my page, and they got this video. It's the last thing I retweeted. Crack me up, man. Crack me up.
Oh no! Oh,
he said he accidentally hit a Jeff Hardy.
Oh.
You talking about the video of the kid jumping on? Yeah, I saw that.
And then the kid is rolling around. And that boy with a swanton.
Hold on. What? What's wrong, man? Oh, no. Good guy. Jeff Hardy, no. Jeff Hardy, no. That girl flopping around. Oh, man. That is hilarious.
Oh, man.
Bro accidentally pulled off a Jeff Hardy. Oh, man. That is terrific.
Good God Almighty.
No, I don't think that's it, ma'am.
Oh, my God, he's dead.
Oh, man. Good God Almighty. Good God Almighty.
Who? Me?
I think that's you.
She ain't even up nowhere. Stop talking to me, lady.
Hey, Jesse, can we go to James' Twitter account? All right. You want to go wides? Bring him up full screen on your screen. Bring him up. Yeah. So, no, I can add him to the screen, but I want you to, like, stretch the video out. So it's, yeah. And so, yeah, and I can take care of, you'll have to hit play. The only thing you'll have to do is hit play. And then I'll just have to remember to, we'll try like next week if I log James out and log myself in.
I got into a conversation. Well, I quickly exited the conversation because I was like, all right, I don't have time for all this. Over the weekend, after Juju hit for 51 on Friday, and I was like, yo, the talent in the women's game is going crazy right now. But Juju feels like she's the one. Like, she is generational.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy was like, no, Caitlin's already here. Like, it's crazy that you would say that with Caitlin right here. I was like, Caitlin's great. Caitlin is part of the movement, but Juju seems different. Like, she seems like a generational player. And yeah, he just wanted to go back and forth for a little while. I was like, this wasn't a shit on Caitlin comment that I made. It was more to talk about how great Juju is. But man, they got a lot of talent right now in the women's game.
I heard a rumor Caitlin going to Jumpman. Is she getting a signature?
Who?
Caitlin.
She would
a signature. That's what I heard.
And Caitlin is cold. Okay. Don't ever get it twisted. That girl's cold. She can ball.
That is funny, like a Twitter thing or whatever. Like you say, "Oh, I like so and so." Well, what about the other person? Like, bro,
What got to do with this?
Yeah.
Cross colors still make some fire stuff.
They do. I seen what did they? There's something with somebody that I saw like a year or two ago. I was like, that's kind of fire.
Yeah, they got an Aaliyah joint on here that's nasty. Come on, man. I want to see the statue. Can y'all hit the thumbs up, please, while you're here? A lot of people in here today, man. That's dope. We appreciate you guys.
Kings are on TNT next week. Next Tuesday. Against the Suns. Wonder where they're going to be in the standings then.
This is an interesting part of this email we just got. Be sure to tune in to our very own D'Lo and Casey, who have been highlighting black artists on 102.5 KSFM. Unless the black artists are us. I don't know what she's talking about. All right. Appreciate you.
Well, we do.
Well, I mean, I guess we do.
Yeah.
You know, we got Post Malone there, too.
I don't know where he came from. Then there's another, I think, like reggaeton song where I was like, where did this come from?
Not this month. All right.
Yeah, we do. We do, though. We do.
They're going to unveil Kobe's statue coming up here pretty soon on the app and on NBA TV. I'm anxious to see what it is.
Yeah.
Really anxious to see what it is.
I think it's going to be, my guess is it's going to be when he like showed it.
That's what I thought, the jersey. But is Gigi on the statue too or no? It's just Kobe?
I don't know.
For some reason, I thought it was Kobe and Gigi, but maybe it's not. Because if it's Kobe and Gigi, it's that
their arm,
yeah,
over hers.
Yeah, or at least I would think. But
Yeah,
I have
man.
no idea what they're doing. I don't know.
That's it's still crazy, man. It's still
It
crazy that
is.
he's not with us. Yeah.
Let's go to Mike Brown. We've got the phone lines open. It's just us for the rest of the show. If you want to tap in, you can 916-909-1320. Let's go to Mike Brown here. Mike Brown, post practice today. Here's Coach.
Day later, is it any easier?
No. Still stings. Yeah. Still sucks. But you know what? Hopefully we got a little bit better from it.
How was the mood? Obviously, you come in and the guys, did you feel like they wore the message well and you wanted it to sting? Sound like you kind of gave them some words last night.
I hope so. You know, I do. I believe in this group. I believe this group is competitive. I believe they want to win. I've seen it. You know, I felt it. And, you know, and I understand, like I said last night, I understand there's some games you're going to kind of trick off or have you want to call it, you know, because everybody's in the NBA and they're talented and anything can happen on any given night. But I don't believe any of us, starting with me, could say we'd be able to look ourselves in the mirror and say we left it out on the floor last night. And again, that's not anything to the Pistons and the job they did and Ivy and Monty. It's just how we feel as a team and who we think we are.
Mike, NBA trade deadline comes and goes. Same exact group that you're going to walk in the second half with. Is there a little bit of like pressure off you guys because of that? Like where you know this is your group and who's going to be here?
Maybe it might be with some guys because you know, sometimes guys want to be traded, sometimes they don't. But it's a pain for it to happen. You know, I mean, uprooting your family and your life and all that other stuff, and it might be, you know, a relief to some guys. You would have to ask them altogether. I know as a head coach, you know that okay, hey, from this point forward, kind of sort of like you said, that's one less quote unquote distraction that you have to deal with. But that's part of our business, and that's a part that is unfortunate, but we have to be able to deal with it on a yearly basis.
We can cut there, Jesse, because that basketball dribbling is just getting on my nerves. So there's Mike Brown following practice today. for the Sacramento Kings. And, obviously the trade deadline being behind us is, again, I don't think that affected what we saw last night. I wish there were signs. I wish there were things that we saw on the floor they just had to get through. They just had to get through this game. But that wasn't the case. They just played poor defensively. De'Aaron wasn't the De'Aaron he needed to be for the Sacramento Kings to get the win. But it was less, again, even with De'Aaron, 12 points, 14 shots. You had 23 from Malik. You had 9 from Davion. You had 19 points from Trey Lyles. You had 30 from Domantas Sabonis, who shot 17 times.
Yes,
No, that's all. I'm just saying.
That's your number.
There's nothing. Just Domantas Sabonis had 30. He shot 17. It's got nothing to do with nothing. I'm just sharing with the world. I'm a broadcast journalist. With 3 hours and 37 minutes in, I didn't even mention that.
So let me ask you this, though.
They scored 120. They could have won the game even with Fox's performance. What they did on the defensive end was unacceptable. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate. They lost, though.
They did. Yeah. And that's an anomaly.
If you want, it is. But I like I said, devil's advocate. If you want to beat the Kings, let Domas go off. He can't have Keegan and all these other guys hitting. If he gets 22 and those guys got 12 respectively, we can't keep up.
Yeah.
I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, it's not working. Keegan has 0 points.
I know. Domas had 30.
No, Keegan played 20 minutes last night. He didn't score 0 and 40.
No, you're right.
Mike,
you're right.
Mike went. Mike eliminated him.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Sabonis was great though. Sabonis was
phenomenal.
providing
was
the
phenomenal.
energy.
He was.
He was providing the energy.
And that's where we have to be. We just have to be willing to say what we're talking about, and maybe not talk about the Kings and talk about a player or players. We've had no problem talking about Harrison Barnes. Harrison 4 of 10 last night. Big difference with him having 8 points versus 12, 13, 14. He didn't hit any threes last night. We've had no problem talking about Kevin Huerter. We've had no problem talking about Davion Mitchell. We talked about Malik Monk and the struggles he was going with earlier this season. I said what I said about Domas. Everybody got mad. It's fine. We have to be willing sometimes to just talk about what it is. And I don't know that there was an energy issue with the Sacramento Kings last night. I think there was an energy issue with De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox is in there. I mean, he didn't get an opportunity, but I mean, Keegan.
Yeah, Keegan was weird, man. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Harrison, I saw.
Bad,
I saw Harrison.
Yeah.
I saw Harrison.
Yeah.
Right, like that's what you asked for.
Yeah,
I saw Harrison. What's his rebound number? I know it was like 4 or 5.
So
4.
8 points, 4 rebounds.
8 points, 4 rebounds.
That's fine.
I mean, and the biggest difference is he took less shots. He had been up at 14 per game over the last. I think we're at like 10 games now, and even the amount of threes that he took came down, and he didn't hit any of them. That was the difference in HB last night. But you again, you had a 20 piece from Malik. You damn near had a 20 piece from Trey.
Trey was big time.
And you talk about, I thought Davion was fantastic. 9 points or not. I was watching Davion on the defense. I thought he was terrific, but it didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah, and like Mike Brown said, you didn't get the feeling that they left it all out there as a group after that game. There was I'm sure you talk about De'Aaron. I'm sure if you ask De'Aaron in an honest mind, I could have played better. I could have been more aggressive, or I could have done something like that. Like, and those things happen. Those things happen over the course of any games, over the course of 82 games in the NBA. Like, you're gonna have that. You just want to have those as few times as possible, and they weren't able to get the win last night. I understand what Matt was saying and has been saying, Matt George, about like the Memphis game and all this other stuff. I wouldn't have been too broken up if they would have won that game last night.
Oh no,
I would have been like, yeah, they got things to work on, but they won. I'll play better next time. Like, just win the game, and that's what it really comes down to. That's the difference between a lot of our moods right now, is whether you win or lose. And they ended up losing that game last night.
Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-909-1320. Ramsey, what's going on, bro?
Not too much. Just had, my own takes and observations from what I saw last night. And yes, I was there. I had to go back and watch it when I got home last night to slow everything down. I disagree with the whole Keegan would have helped. He gave you nothing Keegan gave you nothing last night. Honestly, I know they weren't going to do it, but I could have benched De'Aaron Fox in the fourth quarter because he gave you nothing as well. And the other thing that I was missing that was working, especially in the second half, that they went away from, they stopped going away from Harrison in the post. Harrison would have dominated Detroit in the post because every time he got in the post, especially in the second half, he basically was getting wherever he wanted. And you had the group of five that got him back in the third quarter. I personally would have wished Mike Brown would have went back to Trey Lyles much earlier than what he did after Kevin Huerter got kicked out with about a minute and a half left. Because I felt Trey Lyles might have been able to help with some of the switching and some of the sliding, not just from Jaden Ivey, but you had Alex Burke cooking, and Marcus Sasser was doing what he does. That's a normal, if you allow him to play, that's a normal Marcus Sasser game because that's what he did when he was at the University of Houston, and he showed what he can do on an NBA level last night.
Yeah, Sasser can play.
Yeah, a couple of things about what Ramsey said. The first one being like Trey played 7 minutes, damn near 8 minutes in the fourth quarter. Second of all, I don't know if Keegan would have helped or not. My point was,
I want to see it.
Yeah, you show me he can because Ramsey talking about I would have benched Fox in the fourth. That's fine. You can feel that way if you want to. I sure as hell wouldn't have.
No, I wouldn't.
Because if De'Aaron is 0 for 20 heading into the fourth quarter, I'm trusting he's going to go 5 of 8 in the fourth. And I wouldn't, unless I got, multiple guys on a heater where it's like, I'm just going to ride this till I can't.
Yeah, there ain't no way.
I'm not benching Fox.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, I'm not benching Fox. And the thing with Keegan is like, you just got to show me. Show me he's not gonna make it. Show me he can't give me anything. Show me when this kid who his name was tied to for an entire draft is lighting his arena on fire that he can't go stop it.
Yeah.
I get the first quarter sucked. Second quarter sucked. Third quarter, that's all fine. Hey, go fix this. All of it now. And if he fails, he fails. It's fine. Keep it moving. It's fine.
I would like to wonder what Mike's mindset was in not having him in there in the fourth quarter, and if he would have took that back at all. I mean, and to me, when somebody like if you ask Mike, like, hey, if you had that over again, would you put Keegan in there? I don't think there's anything wrong with him saying, yeah, probably in hindsight I should have. Because people make mistakes. People in the moment they've got their thoughts going and their reasoning for why they're doing this and that, and they happen. You know what I'm saying? It happens from time to time. I wouldn't have had any problem with him saying, you know what, I probably should have given him a look. You know what I mean? And I'd be like, all right, yeah, maybe you should have. Mistakes happen. But I would like to know what his mindset was in that situation.
And the tough thing is, in that scenario, who are you taking out? Right? Because you're riding with.
I know Ramsey said keep Harrison in there. I would have took Harrison out.
Okay.
Harrison didn't really have it.
Because I want
Like, he
Trey
was
Lyles
cool.
in there the way Trey Lyles was
Yeah.
playing. I'd want Trey Lyles in there.
Harrison was cool. He wasn't like bad or anything else like that. But at that point, he's not like your primary scorer, and you're bringing somebody in for defense, which Harrison isn't providing.
Yeah.
So I would have probably gone with Harrison. Maybe you take Huerter out too, because Huerter had lost his shot after that first half or so.
Chris is in here saying Fox just needs some rest. He's got that shoulder. He's got that ankle. Hey, man, I hope everyone who believes that, and there's clearly something going on with his shoulder. That's not. You just have to watch the game to see that. He's going to get a break. You've got 4 games that you've got to either push through, get through, like whatever. But you're going to get a break coming up here pretty soon. So, for those that feel that way, you're putting a lot of pressure on De'Aaron coming out of this All-Star break to be rejuvenated and back to whatever version of De'Aaron Fox you think is is the real version of De'Aaron Fox.
And you know what? Like, Fox will tell you this. Like, he's been banged up before and played through it. He was banged. If he's banged up right now, he was banged up on Saturday when he had 41.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and he was able to play through it and play well. There are times, like last year, I know they talked about there was times when he's like, hey, my foot is just too bad. I need to take a game or two. Maybe that's the case. But I didn't think yesterday it just didn't look as if yesterday was he didn't look right. He was hurt. It looked like he just wasn't engaged the way that he needed to be to have a bigger game last night. That's what it looked like to me.
36-21 in that fourth quarter, man.
Once again, Jaden Ivey, 19 in the fourth quarter.
That's crazy.
He looked fantastic last night, too. He looked really good.
6 of 6, 3 of 3, 4 of 4, and 3 assists. That was his stat line.
Yeah.
Absurd.
He
Now,
looked really good.
Kings aside, I'm happy to see that things are finally clicking for him in Detroit.
Absolutely.
Because they've been on the uptick for him the last little bit. And I don't know how close he is to what we saw last night, but I know he's not a DMP NBA player.
No.
That's not who he is. So the fact that he's starting to kind of find his way a little bit in this league and with that team, man, I was happy to see that because I still think he's an extremely talented young ball player.
Super talented ball player. I think the sky's the limit for him. I definitely see a world where, it's the theme whenever something goes right with the Kings. It's a win-win for everybody. The Kings love Keegan, and he's a really good ball player, and the Pistons love Jaden Ivey, and he's a really good ball player because his talent is there, man. And he's a young dude, and sometimes it takes those young point guards a little longer to get used to the NBA. And I think he's going to be a really good ball player.
Well, I guess now it boils down to what's Dallas look like? What's Phoenix look like moving forward?
Royce O'Neal, that was a good move for them.
It was a good one. I hate that. That's another one. I didn't hate that one as much as the PJ Washington one, but I know that was a name that I know you liked Royce O'Neal. I know Hammer really liked the idea of Royce O'Neal. So to see him go to a team that's right there, right there in that same, what we call, the same cluster as Sacramento, that sucked. Yeah, that sucked.
Yeah, so I think Dallas. I like PJ, but I'm just not really sold on Dallas. Like I think they're cool, they're dynamic with the two scorers, but they feel like a playing team to me. They feel like a playing. Honestly, the one to really be worried about is New Orleans. If they get cooking and
the killer too. You can't be tied with New Orleans.
Nope.
You have to clear New Orleans, and right now, New Orleans and Phoenix are 30-21. Sacramento is 29-21, and they've got a game and a half on Dallas right now, who's 28-23. As we take a quick peek at Dallas, I had to chuckle a second ago because I've looked up at the screen, 10 times here, and just noticed that Phil Jackson is sitting up there.
Yeah.
I did not notice Phil. I kept looking at it like, because that's Kareem next to him, right? Right. I kept looking like, and I don't mean this to, like, they just invite Kareem to everything. like where's Irvin? Like Magic ain't there.
Mervin, he is, but he's not on the stage.
Oh, okay. Okay. Looking ahead to Dallas. Dallas got New York coming up here in a couple of minutes. They got the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Wizards, the Spurs, and they got the Suns, Pacers, Cavs. Yeah, they got the Mavericks got some games coming up. Yeah, they got some games coming up.
What they all about?
Boy, look at this March 26th, March 29th set.
Yeah, man.
Boy, boy.
I'm about to be at both of those.
Man.
I'm about to be at both of those. And it's like ain't it like a Friday and Saturday or Thursday and Saturday or something?
March, I don't know.
I think
I'll tell you in a second. March 20.
It's gonna be lit.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday and a Friday.
Oh.
That's close, Casey. You almost had it.
Tuesday and a Saturday.
That's kind of weird. Yeah. They man. We gonna be running into Kyrie at Tiger. Kyrie gonna be out at Tiger. Man, they really might.
Might go home for
a long time to be hanging out in Sacramento. What do you think? We didn't talk about this for obviously. What do you think about Philly, Buddy to Philly? Wasn't that the original Photoshop jersey?
That was one of. I think one of them might have been Indiana too.
Oh, was it? Okay, I remember the Philly one.
There was a game against Philly where he was talking to, was it Doc Rivers? I think, and he was like covering his mouth, talking to him.
After they lost to the Scranton, what they call them?
The Scranton 86ers, I believe it was. Yeah.
Yeah, Buddy's over there talking to Doc. I was like, yeah,
get your ass out.
I wouldn't wish this on anybody.
Hey, salute, Shavano. Good luck.
I think he'll make the playoffs though, but they look awful without Joel.
They don't look good.
Maxey,
I
understand it. I understand that there's levels to this now. It's not just, I put up 30, 40, just with Joel there, and I'm that dude. When the franchise is looking for you to do everything, it's different. It's different.
Yeah, Philly's lost 7 of their last 10. They've lost 3 in a row. You've got New York surging right now. Of course, you've got the OG Anunoby news where he's out for a minimum of the next 3 weeks. I mean to laugh. Then you got the Bucks, who just
they got Pat Bev now.
That'll help. I'm filling in for Drew Holiday.
No, I know when things aren't working with the franchise and like everything we're doing is in question. Go get Pat Bev. That'll do it. Go get Pat Bev.
Put butts in the seats.
You got the crazy thing is Cleveland roaring, New York playing phenomenal. The Celtics got 5 games on the Cavs. Cavs have lost 1 game in like 3 months, and the Celtics got them by 5 right now. Yeah, Boston, the Celtics have already hung the Eastern Conference 1 seed banner up.
We'll see.
They don't win it.
You got someone catching him?
I'm not catching him. Oh, you said 1 seed.
Yeah, the 1 seed banner
winning the Eastern Conference.
That's still where I'm leaning, but nah, they're going to
clear. They're the favorites.
They're going to clear the regular.
The Knicks.
Season.
That's the second best team in the East right now. I'll say that. The Knicks are the second best team.
Man,
I'm more worried about the Knicks than I'm the Bucks.
Y'all really disrespecting Cleveland.
No, Cleveland right there too. That's what's giving me pause about just giving it to Boston.
Why you disrespect Cleveland?
I don't know. We should do it in the playoffs.
Cleveland the real deal. Cleveland the real deal.
You do it in the playoffs.
Okay, stop. Okay, no. We're not going anywhere. We're just gonna hang out here for another couple hours. They're in the Final 4 teams every year. What do you mean? They go to the finals, these conference finals every year. Like, what do you want them to do? We're trying.
Hey man, look, man.
I'm trying, Jennifer.
Look, man. Tomorrow's the Friday before the Super Bowl.
Yep. All right, place your bets.
Man, tomorrow's the Friday. Come on.
How many words does D-Lo speak tomorrow?
Come on. It's a Friday before the Super Bowl, baby. Let's go. Hey, I know I ain't been around too long, man, but I'm just saying right now, I gotta go to the parade, man, if it happens, man. I gotta go to the parade.
What do you mean you ain't been around too long?
Well, no, I was down 2-3 days earlier.
Bro, you could go to San Francisco for the whole week if they win the damn Super Bowl.
I'm gonna go right to the studio. I'm gonna do the show at the game studio.
As a matter of fact, I'm gonna need you. Go ahead.
I'll be on my phone. We just go walk around.
Just do the show walking around town. Don't tell Dame though.
Don't tell Dame.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Vamos, Kobe.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Morning roast with Bonte, Butcher, and KC. Oh man.
Cap
reading his note cards.
How old is Cap?
Gotta be mid-70s, right?
I thought he might have been 80.
Kareem, 76.
76. Yeah, 76. Still looks sharp too.
He does. He looks good. Not as good as Jeannie, but he looks good.
Jeannie looks great.
Jeannie's 62.
Yeah, Jeannie.
She looks a little different in this picture. Jeannie's 62. I wonder how much of Vanessa is tired of this.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Like, you got me mourning my husband and daughter like I mourn them every day, but y'all got me out here every 6 months to do something.
You always forget about too is the Gigi. I mean, it's tough enough losing your significant other, but oh man, that's got to be tough, dealing with Gigi, the Gigi aspect of it.
Appreciate you, Tony. Honor the gift, baby. Hey guys, we gotta go. We gotta watch the WWE presser. Come on, man. We're pulling it up on the iPad right now. Get my premium peacock over here.
Oh, whoa.
Where's my premium? There it is.
There it is.
Uh-oh.
That's like Trent Williams punching Richard Sherman after the game. Like, I can't throw a flag on that, but come on, pal.
We might have to go to www.com. Oh, there we go.
They tripping for not having that on YouTube. What they doing?
No, it's on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
It's everywhere. I don't even know.
Phil lost his hair.
I don't see it here. We might just go to YouTube.
How long do these press conferences usually go for?
I don't know. I've never watched one before.
Yeah, I've never watched one either. Remember when they did one? It was for Tyson and Austin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that. I don't think that was televised.
Tyson and Austin.
Or was it? It wasn't even them fighting. It was Tyson.
It was
Austin versus Michaels.
Yeah.
Tyson was the special enforcer or whatever.
That's where they did all the photo ops.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tyson at press conferences, the Lennox Lewis one is always crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like, that's insane.
I'm gonna fuck you till you love me.
Well, all right. We should probably end this stream now at this point. This has gotten a little out of hand. We love you guys. We shall see you tomorrow. Super Bowl and WrestleMania, baby.